When the Mother of Bloodbath was awakening its heavenly family Fey bloodline, it had used most of the Crimson Tentacle algae's blood energy to replenish itself. Any amount of blood energy left in the Crimson Tentacle algae that could be made into a precious instrument would be advantageous, regardless of what quality it was. The jeweled cave golden toad that Chef Supreme had given Lin Yuan as a greeting gift was also considered a low-quality precious instrument. Yet, Lin Yuan liked it more and more as time passed. It helped him out of many sticky situations. Using the jeweled cave golden toad to transport items between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation had saved Lin Yuan an unimaginable amount of spiritual ingredients. Next, he needed to think about how to utilize Di Wanmi. Currently, he had 3 options. His first option would be to send Di Wanmi to the breeding room in the Marsh world. He could provide her with the resources to concoct many Grade 5 spirit fluids. This would make her nothing more than a machine that churned out spirit fluids. The second option would be to allow Di Wanmi to appear in the Radiance Federation with faceless paper applied on her face so that she could guard Sky City with a completely different appearance. This would enable Sky City to be on the same level as the Radiant Moon Palace, Kitchen Fragrance Palace, and Purple Bamboo Garden. The third option would be to take Di Wanmi to the Divine Wood Federation so she could expand into the Startling Lines continent on Sky City's behalf. It was even possible that Di Wanmi could merge the Divine Wood Federation, Great Lush Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation into a new federation with a Class 5 Creation Master at its helm. At that point, all the factions in the Startling Lines continent would be centered around Di Wanmi. This meant that Lin Yuan would be able to have the entire Startling Lines continent in the palm of his hand through Di Wanmi. After weighing all his options, he decided to give up on the first option because situating her in the Startling Lines continent, guarding Sky City, or revealing herself to the Radiance Federation would not hinder her ability to produce Grade 5 spirit fluids. Lin Yuan might need to think about how she would feel about being put to work if she was alive. But now that Di Wanmi was just a tool that Redthorn was controlling, Lin Yuan would not worry or feel bad in any way, even if she was put to work for 24 hours. After considering the second and third options, Lin Yuan decided to go with the third option. The Moon Empress had built the Radiant Moon Palace, and Lin Yuan was the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. If Di Wanmi guarded Sky City and revealed her creation master abilities, she would be the one who would be worshipped by the masses when Sky City was raised to the same level as the Radiant Moon Palace. However, Di Wanmi was a criminal in the Radiance Federation. She did not deserve to be worshipped after death or be placed on the same pedestal as the Moon Empress. This would be an insult to the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch. Additionally, Lin Yuan's ambitions for Sky City did not lie in the Radiance Federation. Sky City was now as powerful as a top faction and had displayed its sea of creation master resources. The Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls would pave the way for Lin Yuan's development in the Radiance Federation for a long time. Thus, the best option would be to place Di Wanmi in the Startling Lines continent. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to make frequent trips to the Divine Wood Federation's underground palace. The Divine Wood Federation also had experts of their own, and Di Wanmi was not only a Class 5 Creation Master but also a Pinnacle Immortal expert. Di Wanmi still possessed her Creation Master abilities after death, and her Fays had also been killed and were now under the tongue of relinquished control. Hence, both Di Wanmi's Spirit Chi professional power and Creation Master abilities could no longer improve and would forever be stuck at Pinnacle Immortal. This amount of power might be insufficient for a federation like the Spirit Mother Federation, which had a living Class 5 Creation Master, but it was more than enough for the Startling Lines continent, which did not have any Class 5 Creation Masters. Lin Yuan had also clashed with the Liu family in Oak City by killing one of their members and burning down their tree castle. The Liu family would definitely launch a retaliation. With Di Wanmi guarding the underground palace, she could use her phase to protect this place that held great potential for Lin Yuan's future development. By communicating with Red Thorn, Lin Yuan would be able to tell Lin Yuan about the situation in the Startling Lines continent immediately. As the days passed, another 2 astronomical parliamentary meetings took place. Lin Yuan had been observing Genius and Chimey and noticed that Genius quality was stuck. He planned on evolving Genius and Chimey to Fantasy V together, just like he did when they evolved to Fantasy Breed. Chimey's feathers started to shimmer like a pane of glass, and a melodious sound was produced when it flapped its wings. It was evident that Chimey would be able to break through from Fantasy 4 to Fantasy V anytime. Just as Lin Yuan was looking forward to the imminent breakthrough of Chimey's bloodline, the mother of Bloodbath came to him. He could tell from its eyes that it was overwhelmed with emotions. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask the mother of Bloodbath what had happened, it said with a shaky voice, "Lin Yuan, he's here. Through my link with the sun, I can sense that he will arrive at the Radiance Federation's royal capital today." Lin Yuan immediately knew who the mother of Bloodbath was referring to. When the mother of Bloodbath transformed into a heavenly family fae, a belt of sunlight had greeted it. This meant that the mother of Bloodbath had a blood relative out there. Lin Yuan felt that it was likely that this relative would turn out to be a female because this would explain why it shared the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline with the mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan never understood how the mother of Bloodbath's mother was able to pass down its heavenly family fae bloodline when it gave birth. According to the records, heavenly family fae bloodlines were unique and individual. There were even some heavenly family faes who gave birth to children that were not heavenly family faes. The mother of Bloodbath did not like to show its emotions outwardly. But now, Lin Yuan could clearly see nervousness, panic, hope, and even slight resentment on its face. Radiance Federation? Lin Yuan could tell from the mother of Bloodbath's emotions that it had been looking forward to this event for a long time. When Lin Yuan stood up from the water rhinoceros leather sofa and was about to comfort the mother of Bloodbath, the sun suddenly burst with blinding light. The light was like a veil that draped over the sun. A ribbon that resembled an angry dragon descended from the sun. At that moment, the residents in the royal capital were looking up at the sky in astonishment. None of them understood what was going on. A white-haired elderly man with a young face appeared in front of the ribbon of sunlight. When he saw the blue-haired girl, a black-haired man wearing fishnets, and a red-eyed young man dressed in red, he said softly, "Why aren't you three in the Heavenly Family Cottage but here at the Radiance Federation?" When the man spoke, the elderly man released a violent aura, and the silhouette of a shell appeared behind him. The shell was silver and had various beautiful runes engraved on it. When two of the runes bumped into each other, a special spatial crease was produced. Suddenly, the giant silver shell opened, and the sky was stained bright silver. It was as though the sky above the royal capital had been split into two. The flesh inside the silver shell peeked out, revealing a silver pearl. When the pearl fused with the space, it did not cut the ribbon of sunlight, but the silver glow enveloped the entire royal capital. Soon, the elderly man pointed at the sky and generated a terrifying spatial fluctuation. It was as though a powerful fae was about to emerge from his body. At that moment, the blue-haired girl rushed up to the elderly man and said, "Long time no see, space-time elder. I didn't expect the hollow crystal mother shellfish to be able to produce dimensional spaces at will now. The three of us come in peace. The Heavenly Family Cottage has never wanted to make an enemy of the Radiance Federation. So you can retract your power." The elderly man scoffed softly. Instead of reducing its aura, he intensified it. "You caused such a huge commotion in the space above the Radiance Federation. You haven't shown any courtesy befitting of a visitor. If you came to visit, the Heavenly Family Cottage should have sent word to the Imperial Court in advance. Then you should have waited to be fetched by special envoys at Ascending Dragon City. That would have been the proper behavior." The blue-haired girl's expression immediately turned awkward. She was silent for a moment before she said, "You're right that we're being rude." She swayed her body and transformed into a beautiful orchid that bloomed in the sky. Mist spewed from the orchid, showering the ground in a drizzle that seeped into the royal capital's earth. The shower lasted for 5 minutes before the blue-haired girl returned to human form. Let the moisturizing rain be the Heavenly Family Cottage's way of apologizing to the Radiance Federation. A clear expression of pain appeared on the blue-haired girl's face. When the elderly man saw how the blue-haired girl had abruptly sung so much for the royal capital, she could not help but be stunned. The elderly man's face returned to normal almost immediately, and he said, Let me thank the Heavenly Family Cottage for the nourished phase on behalf of the Radiance Federation. Although the elderly man said this, his aura did not diminish in the slightest, and he made no indication of recalling the hollow crystal mother shellfish. The man dressed in fishnets immediately looked displeased as he exclaimed, "Hey, space-time elder! Blue Lotus built up the moisturizing rain for at least 50 years, and it contained the essence of the seas. It can assure the Radiance Federation's bountiful harvests for 3 years. This immense gift is enough to express the Heavenly Family Cottage's intentions." Blue Lotus immediately shot a glare at White Phoenix before she smiled apologetically at Spacetime Elder and said, "We came to the Radiance Federation because Brother Blood wants to thank the Moon Empress and Night Empress for helping the Heavenly Family Cottage, and because his daughter is in the Radiance Federation. We only acted inappropriately because he's in a rush to reunite with her." Blue Lotus knew of the Spacetime Elder's temperament. He might have a constant smile plastered on his face but was radical in his actions. If they did not immediately make their intentions known, the Spacetime Elder would immediately summon that terrifying thing and unleash it on them. Blue Lotus would not be afraid if the Spacetime Elder was alone. It was possible that Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus would be able to take on the Spacetime Elder. However, they were in the Radiance Federation. The Spacetime Elder had appeared because he was skilled at large-scale defense and because the Radiance Federation wanted to test their motives. Once they started crossing swords, the other members of royalty who had been paying attention to the changes in the sky would immediately step in. No matter how confident Blue Lotus was in her power, she would not dare to attack all of the Radiance Federation's members of royalty. However, the Heavenly Family Cottage did not have any enmity toward the Radiance Federation. The Heavenly Family Cottage was indebted to the Radiance Federation because of the incident that involved Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon. This was the reason Blue Lotus was willing to give up the moisturizing rain that she had been tempering for 50 years. The Spacetime Elder frowned when he heard what Blue Lotus said. He knew that a Heavenly Family Fae affiliated with the Sun had appeared on the Raging Wave City's island and triggered the Sun. At that time, the Moon Empress had even stepped in to help that Heavenly Family Fae. After doing some investigating, he learned that this Heavenly Family Fae was related to the Moon Empress disciple. At a recent Imperial meeting, Night Leaning Moon had detailed how Lin Yuan had saved thousands of creation masters in Whale Ocean Commerce's basement. If the Moon Empress was out of training, she would have been able to make a decision on this matter. But since she was still locked away, the Spacetime Elder could not allow the 3 Heavenly Family Faes to seek out Lin Yuan. If anything happened, the Moon Empress would definitely come after him, and there was no telling what horrors she would enact on him. His granddaughter might end up dying of grief. "You came at a bad time. The Moon Empress has locked herself away to train. You can return to Ascending Dragon City for now. Once the Moon Empress is out, someone will go and fetch you." Blue Lotus had already said so much. Yet, the Spacetime Elder refused to budge. This slightly angered Blue Lotus. This matter was clearly so simple. Blood New Moon just needed to see his child. Blue Lotus could not understand why the Spacetime Elder was being so difficult. Blood New Moon had already placed his hand on the belt of sunlight. He was close enough that he could use it to sense the Mother of Bloodbath's position. He looked nervous, hopeful, and guilty. Soon, he turned to the Spacetime Elder and said, "I need to see my child today. I can swear on the sun that I won't be doing anything besides seeing my child." Blood New Moon was bathed in a layer of white rays. The layer of white rays injected a portion of the energy in Blood New Moon's body into the sun. Heavenly Family Faes had the unique ability to swear on the celestial phenomena that they were affiliated with. If they broke the promise, they would be abandoned by their celestial phenomena. Could be said that Blood New Moon was being as sincere as he could be. In order to become a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage, one had to have eternal power at least. Making an eternal expert swear on their celestial phenomena was extremely disrespectful. Yet, Blood New Moon was offering to do so. This was enough to prove how much he yearned to see his child. Blood New Moon's sincere display made things more difficult for the Spacetime Elder. If he continued to turn him down, he would be preventing a family from reuniting. But if he allowed Blood New Moon to see his child and an accident took place, the Spacetime Elder would not be able to bring himself to continue to be a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. The Spacetime Elder's voice turned stern as he said, "Even if Purple Love comes to visit the Radiance Federation, she will need to send word in advance and wait in Ascending Dragon City to be escorted. At that time, we will be more than happy to receive you. Since you have been separated from the child for some time, waiting a while longer won't make a difference." Blood New Moon's gaze darkened. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix also looked outraged. The royalty always prioritized the law over empathy in a large federation like the Radiance Federation, which housed millions of people. But in a small group like the Heavenly Family Cottage, nothing was more important to them than empathy. Hence, the Spacetime Elder would never be able to think about the situation from Blood New Moon's perspective. As such, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix also could not understand why the Radiance Federation was being so ridiculous when the matter was so simple. Could there be a problem with Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's child? Blue Lotus and White Phoenix's auras immediately intensified, and an eternal aura flowed out from their bodies to clash against the Spacetime Elder's aura. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. At that moment, the air above the Radiance Federation's royal capital was locked tightly by spatial power to the point that no one could see what was happening. The Mother of Bloodbath looked up at the sky and said softly, "Lin Yuan, I need to go up to the sky." Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. The Mother of Bloodbath knew that he was going to participate in the selection to become a Radiance Envoy in 2 years' time. The Mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. If the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation started a serious conflict because of it, Lin Yuan's future in the Radiance Federation would be affected. It did not want to affect Lin Yuan in any way, even if it meant that it had to become hurt. The Mother of Bloodbath readied itself to fly into the sky. But at this moment, the Mother of Bloodbath felt a warm pair of hands cover its hand, and a voice said, "I'll go with you. I might be able to help." Lin Yuan's words touched the Mother of Bloodbath. It was his path protector, yet he had protected her many more times than it had done for him. Just as the Mother of Bloodbath was about to turn Lin Yuan down, he said, "That spatial barrier can even keep the belt of sunlight out. There's no way you'll be able to get in. I'm also at a loss. Let me call Uncle Mystic and ask him to take us in." Lin Yuan would never think of charging into such a situation on his own. A member of royalty was behind this barrier. With Mystic Moon around, he would be able to communicate with that member of royalty. Lin Yuan called Mystic Moon and told him about the situation. Mystic Moon materialized at the Return from Faraway Mansion in less than a second. When Mystic Moon heard what was happening in the sky, alarm bells rang in his head. Mystic Moon knew the truth about the Mother of Bloodbath. When the Mother of Bloodbath successfully overcame the world cleansing, Mystic Moon knew that the Heavenly Family Cottage would eventually come looking for it. The Heavenly Family Cottage was one of the paths that the Moon Empress was paving for Lin Yuan. However, he did not expect the Heavenly Family Cottage to be so impulsive that they barged into the royal capital without warning. Mystic Moon regretted tempering his dragon pearl. Luckily, Lin Yuan sought him out quickly. The hollow crystal Mother Shellfish's barrier was very stable. This was a sign that a fight had not broken out. If a fight started and the Spacetime Elder was in the middle of one of his tantrums, he would not give Mystic Moon the time of day. Mystic Moon glanced at the Mother of Bloodbath before saying to Lin Yuan, "Young Lord, when Yu's elemental paper has evolved to gold grade and gained the ability known as Faceless Paper. If you don't change your appearance using Faceless Paper, your face will be revealed to the entire royal capital." Lin Yuan immediately took out the faceless paper that Wen Yu had given him and attached it to his face. Soon, Lin Yuan changed from a young man with exquisite features to a plain-looking young man. Mystic Moon waved his hand, and a dragon formed from spiritual energy appeared in the Return from Faraway Mansion. There were 9 silver flood dragons twirling around this dragon formed from spiritual energy. When Lin Yuan saw Mystic Moon, he found it very familiar. However, he did not recognize the 2 large wings that sprouted from Mystic Moon's back. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath rode the dragon into the sky. All the people in the royal capital watched as the dragon stopped outside the barrier in the sky. Mystic Moon reached out his hand, and a streak of eternal aura flashed. The silver light from Mystic Moon's hand tore a large hole in the barrier, and the dragon entered through it. Everyone in the royal capital could see the deep abyss of night, a boundless sea, and a blazing sun through the hole. The Spacetime Elder instructed the hollow crystal mother shellfish to use its spiritual energy barrier to protect the people of the royal capital. Hence, the Spacetime Elder had invested all of his power into this barrier. When he saw Mystic Moon in the form of a dragon, the Spacetime Elder turned his attention away from Blue Lotus and White Phoenix. Instead, he turned to Mystic Moon and said, "If you leave the Moon Empress and start a faction of your own, you will be able to become a member of royalty in 3 years." Mystic Moon's power had reached eternal, and he was eligible to become a member of royalty. His sacred source lifeform was also one of the 3 sacred source lifeforms that created Star Web. He was vital to the Radiance Federation. Thus, he was not complimenting Mystic Moon. He felt that soon, there would be 14 and not 13 members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. Mystic Moon shook his head and said solemnly, "Don't make jokes, Spacetime Elder. I will always be the Moon Empress Moon Envoy and have zero intention of becoming a member of royalty. Please refrain from saying such things in the future." The Spacetime Elder looked deeply into Mystic Moon's eyes. During that time, the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon, and Night Leaning Moon's incident had blown up amongst that generation of Radiance envoys. Eventually, the Night Empress took over the Spirit Guards, while the Moon Empress established the Radiant Moon Palace. Mystic Moon had been the Moon Empress retainer knight, and it was natural that he became Radiant Moon Palace's Moon Envoy. After time passed, Mystic Moon broke through to Eternal. Yet, his loyalty to the Moon Empress had not changed. It seemed that the Radiant Moon Palace was about to become the only faction with 2 experts who had attained eternal power and above. The 9 dragons that flew around the enormous dragon shielded Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix felt that the situation had escalated too far now that Mystic Moon was here. However, Blood New Moon's eyes were immediately drawn to the giant dragon's back. Blood New Moon could sense the Mother of Bloodbath's position from the belt of sunlight. Yet, now that he was on the cusp of reuniting with his child, he could not muster the courage to go through with it. This was because he had no idea what gender his child was. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix were shocked when they sensed the change in Blood New Moon's emotional state. Was Mystic Moon here to deliver Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial's child? The Mother of Bloodbath took a deep breath as fear crept into its heart. The Mother of Bloodbath had always wondered why every other animal family was comprised of 2 parents and 1 child while it had been alone from the beginning. The Mother of Bloodbath was a bird-catching spider but always avoided killing bird-type fays that were building nests to protect their young. It only killed bird-type fays that were alone. The Mother of Bloodbath had devoured almost all the lone birds in the endless forest. When the Mother of Bloodbath was awakening its heavenly family Fey bloodline, it brushed against death again. Eventually, it was able to be bathed in light and was reborn as the apple of the sun's eye. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath became certain that it still had relatives. This gave rise to a sense of loneliness within it. This feeling was different from the gentleness it felt toward Lin Yuan or the pureness it felt toward Wenyu, Lu Jie, and Endless Summer. However, it was extremely powerful and strong. It was as though this feeling had been etched into the Mother of Bloodbath ever since it started existing. Thus, the Mother of Bloodbath could not help but be nervous now that it knew that its family was so close. There was no person who would not be nervous once a serious event was almost upon them. However, the Mother of Bloodbath was more confused than nervous. It wanted to know why it had been abandoned. I clearly have the heavenly family Fey bloodline. How is that Sky Sundial Jade Sundial related to me? The Mother of Bloodbath leaped down from the dragon. At the same moment, Blood New Moon's eyes fell on the Mother of Bloodbath's face. His eyes immediately changed to dark red, and he let out an uncontrollable shriek, "Sundial!" Blood New Moon never thought the day would come when he would be able to see that beautiful face that was cemented in his mind again. Blue Lotus and White Phoenixes also shouted out Sister Jade Sundial when they saw the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan and the Spacetime Elder were stupefied, but Mystic Moon had seen this coming because he had seen Jade Sundial before and knew that she bore a remarkable resemblance to the mother of Bloodbath. The more powerful the life form, the more difficult it would be for them to produce offspring. If they were lucky enough to have a child, the child would definitely look extremely similar to them. There was no bloodline more elite than that of a heavenly family fae. Thus, it was only to be expected that the mother of Bloodbath would closely resemble Jade Sundial. In Mystic Moon's memory, Blood New Moon was a blood-red bird-catching spider that could not even fend for itself against fifth-page truth. Mystic Moon did not understand how Blood New Moon had been able to awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and perfectly combine the blood-red bird-catching spider and Sky Sundial Jade Spider's bloodlines. The first person to become used to the mother of Bloodbath's appearance was Blood New Moon. Although Blood New Moon would immediately think of Jade Sundial when it saw the mother of Bloodbath's face, he was a father and knew that this was actually Blood Love. This face was completely devoid of even a hint of a smile. However, Jade Sundial was rarely seen without a smile. Blood New Moon did not feel awkward or distant because of the mother of Bloodbath's coldness. Rather, he blamed himself, and his heart ached for the mother of Bloodbath. But soon, Blood New Moon sensed the overwhelming blood law from the mother of Bloodbath. It was an echo of the dragon's aura. This meant that Blood Love had sworn on blood law to this dragon. This caused Blood New Moon's face to fall. At this time, Lin Yuan jumped down from the dragon, and his eyes immediately met Blood New Moon's cold ones. Lin Yuan was confused by Blood New Moon's animosity. Mystic Moon scoffed when he saw Blood New Moon's gaze, and he was about to speak when the mother of Bloodbath took a step forward to shield Lin Yuan. Then, it walked over to Blood New Moon and said tersely, "Let's find a place to talk. If you don't mind, there are many things that I want to ask you." Blood New Moon's dark red eyes filled with tears. He thought about all the struggles his daughter had to make herself as strong as she was today. Blood New Moon instinctively opened his arms to hug the mother of Bloodbath, his daughter, from whom he had been separated for many years. However, he thought about how he had never performed his duty as a father, and his arms froze in midair. He did not know whether he should proceed or retreat. He was not afraid of the mother of Bloodbath pushing him away, but that he would frighten it. When the mother of Bloodbath saw the man with the same eyes that it had started to cry, it felt bad, and all the feelings of resolution started to quake violently. The man's tears allowed the mother of Bloodbath to realize that its family had not forgotten about it. It was obvious that its circumstance was due to an undesirable circumstance. Why else would its father travel so far and barge into the sky above the royal capital despite knowing that it was extremely inappropriate? Moreover, he was looking at the mother of Bloodbath with teary eyes that were full of love. As a fae, and especially the standoffish spider species fae, the mother of Bloodbath was aware that no spider species fae would allow themselves to cry unless the emotions were as overwhelming as a tsunami. The mother of Bloodbath saw Blood New Moon's hesitant hands and walked up to give him a gentle hug. Blood New Moon was stunned by what the mother of Bloodbath did. He wrapped his arms around the mother of Bloodbath's waist and laughed maniacally at the sky as he said, "I found my daughter! I finally found my daughter! Jade Sundial, our child is still alive." The mother of Bloodbath was now even more certain of how important it was to Blood New Moon. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix also had tears in their eyes. They were happy that Blood Love was safe and well, and that they had finally found Jade Sundial's child. They were also happy for Purple Love. If Blood Love had been born in the heavenly family cottage, the person who would have doted on her the most would be Purple Love. Blood New Moon only managed to tear himself away from the mother of Bloodbath a while later. Blue Lotus said softly to the mother of Bloodbath, "Child, your mother named you Blood Love. She loved you as much as your father. You can go to the lava zone to see her if you miss her. Every piece of fire element there is made from her blood and bones." Blood New Moon should have been the one to tell this to the mother of Bloodbath. However, Blue Lotus did not want the father and daughter conversation to consist of the mother of Bloodbath asking a question that caused Blood New Moon to reminisce. That would be too cruel to Blood New Moon. It would be better to tell the mother of Bloodbath everything now. Blue Lotus always told herself that when she found Blood Love, she would have to tell Blood Love about how her parents had never stopped loving her. This was the only way to let Blood Love know that she had never been alone. When the mother of Bloodbath heard what Blue Lotus said, it raised its eyebrows. The legendary Jade Sundial turned out to be its mother. Lin Yuan immediately thought of something when he heard what Blue Lotus said. If the lava zone had been formed from the blood and bones of the mother of Bloodbath's mother, this meant that her soul was still left in the lava zone. Lin Yuan walked up to the tearing mother of Bloodbath and said, "Do you remember what I told you when you formed a contract with the 10,000 medicine hot spring?" When Lin Yuan took a step forward, he immediately caught the gaze of Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon, and White Phoenix. The three of them could sense that there was a tangible link between Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath's blood law. This meant that the mother of Bloodbath had sworn something to Lin Yuan. This was akin to the feeling of finding your child after decades of separation and realizing that another person had raised your child. The mother of Bloodbath's eyes lit up when it heard what Lin Yuan said. The mother of Bloodbath noticed that Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix were looking at Lin Yuan and said, "He saved me twice. If not for Lin Yuan, I would have been killed during the world cleansing when I evolved to Myth 2. I would never even have had the chance to awaken my bloodline. After I evolved to Myth 2, all the resources for increasing my power, including those to evolve to Myth 3 and awaken the Heavenly Family Fae bloodline, were provided by him. He also saved my life numerous times when I was unlocking the Heavenly Family Fae bloodline. I'm his path protector, yet he's my savior." The mother of Bloodbath took a step closer to Lin Yuan to indicate to the three of them that he had saved it. It was silently saying that if it had to make a choice, it would choose Lin Yuan. Although it now knew that it had a father and family, it would not hesitate to turn away from them if they decided to make an enemy of Lin Yuan. Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix were shocked by the mother of Bloodbath's attitude and resolution. They realized that there was something wrong with their attitude. If it was true that this seemingly average young man had been helping the mother of Bloodbath, the child had not survived all on its own like they had thought. Rather, it was all thanks to the young man. This young man was not only the mother of Bloodbath's savior, but also their savior. He was the savior of the entire Heavenly Family cottage. Now that they knew this, the three of them immediately changed their gazes to friendly ones. White Phoenix plucked out his hair, and 3 black feathers appeared in his hand. He silently handed the 3 feathers to Lin Yuan. This left Lin Yuan at a crossroads. He did not know whether he should accept the 3 feathers that the middle-aged man wearing fishnets was holding out. Mystic Moon and the Spacetime Elder shared a look. The Spacetime Elder was slightly jealous of Lin Yuan. The Heavenly Family cottage members acted impulsively but were all emotional. White Phoenix was a narcissist who loved his feathers. Giving Lin Yuan 3 of them was a clear sign of his gratitude toward Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan did not receive the feathers, White Phoenix wanted to stuff the feathers into Lin Yuan's hand. The Spacetime Elder was certain that White Phoenix was not giving Lin Yuan the feathers to thank him for the help he had given to the mother of Bloodbath, but an instinctive action that came from general gratitude. The Moon Empress made a great move. She used this method to enable her disciple to become linked to the Heavenly Family cottage. Gave night-leaning Moon White Phoenix became impatient when Lin Yuan did not receive his feathers. "Why don't you want my feathers? They're really useful." An exaggerated expression of offense appeared on White Phoenix's face. It was as though Lin Yuan was being rude by not accepting the feathers. White Phoenix's reaction threw off Lin Yuan. He knew that this strange man wearing fishnets was a Heavenly Family Fae. Even if a Heavenly Family Fae was covered in dirt, they were still rare treasures. This also applied to the black feathers that the strange man had plucked from his head. Lin Yuan would not turn White Phoenix down if he only wanted to give Lin Yuan something. However, this gift came because he wanted to thank Lin Yuan for helping the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan could not accept such a gift. It was true that Blood New Moon was the mother of Bloodbath's father, and it could be said that White Phoenix was her uncle. However, the mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. White Phoenix's action was the equivalent of thanking Lin Yuan on behalf of the mother of Bloodbath. When Lin Yuan helped the mother of Bloodbath, he never thought about being repaid. Lin Yuan saw White Phoenix's action as contaminating his relationship with the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath had already made its stance clear. Thus, it was clear that White Phoenix's action was inappropriate. White Phoenix saw Lin Yuan's displeased expression and realized that his action had indeed been thoughtless. He hurriedly plucked a bigger handful of black feathers. With a wave of his hand, the feathers turned into a black fan. White Phoenix said to Lin Yuan seriously, "This isn't a gift of gratitude. I just want to say thank you, and it will make me feel much better if you accept it." White Phoenix's tone was very sincere. Lin Yuan's expression became more pleasant when he saw White Phoenix's genuine expression. Mystic Moon took a step forward and glanced at the fan in White Phoenix's hand before he said to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, this is his gesture. You should accept it. Night-leaning Moon badly needs these feathers that contain concentrated night power." Mystic Moon was a person who was always aware of proper behavior. Mystic Moon could only have said such a thing because Night-leaning Moon needed these feathers very badly. When Lin Yuan received the black fan, Mystic Moon thought, "Night-leaning Moon, you owe young lord an enormous favor. Night-leaning Moon's two main phases have been stuck at that level." Night power was a very rare power. It existed in the darkness but was fundamentally different from dark elements. Night-leaning Moon needed to use her sacred source lifeform or transform dark-type spiritual ingredients in order to obtain night power. Although these methods would produce a large amount of night power, this power was not pure enough. The heavenly family Fae affiliated with the night would have access to the purest night power. White Phoenix would be able to draw out the purest night power from the night, and he stored it in his feathers. There were at least 300 feathers in the fan. Even half of it would be enough to enable Night-leaning Moon to help her main phase break through that level. If the entire fan was given to Night-leaning Moon, she might be able to evolve the bloodlines of her other phase besides her main phase. Night-leaning Moon had sought out White Phoenix and asked him for a trade. However, White Phoenix was very stingy and treasured his feathers. White Phoenix had turned Night-leaning Moon down when she only asked for 3 feathers. This made Night-leaning Moon livid. If Night-leaning Moon was a nomad who did not belong to any federation, she could have snuck up on him and plucked out his feathers. She was slightly more powerful than him, after all. But as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, causing trouble for White Phoenix would bring down the wrath of the Heavenly Family Cottage on the entire Radiance Federation. Hence, she gave up on this route. But now, all of her problems were solved. Hence, Lin Yuan did not continue to turn down White Phoenix. Since the feathers were useful to Night-leaning Moon and White Phoenix was willing to give them, Lin Yuan was willing to give Night-leaning Moon the chance to break through. When Lin Yuan received the feathers, White Phoenix beamed brightly. When White Phoenix sensed that it had lost many feathers, his expression deflated and could not help but regret his action. Out of everything, why did I have to give my feathers? But given the situation, White Phoenix would have to give up his feathers if Lin Yuan asked. When Blue Lotus saw White Phoenix's smug expression, she walked over to Lin Yuan and placed her hand on Lin Yuan's forehead. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan felt as though his entire body was submerged in icy water. Water elements endlessly gathered at his body, and he felt extremely comfortable. A blue lotus appeared on the center of his forehead. Each petal looked like a wave. Blue Lotus said softly, "I just have you a blue sea blessing. As long as you're at a place where water elements exist, they will automatically protect you. You will be able to breathe underwater. Powerful aquatic lifeforms might not act affectionately toward you, but phase composed of water elements won't attack you. The water element will be your best friend for the next 10 years. Mystic Moon frowned when he heard what Blue Lotus said. He did not expect Blue Lotus to give Lin Yuan a blessing of a heavenly family Fae that only eternal heavenly family Faes could give once every decade. The water element would be Lin Yuan's closest companion for the next decade. If a regular water-type Fae received the Blue Sea blessing, it would be able to change into human form in the next decade without using any spiritual ingredients or making any effort. Even the most inferior quality water-type Fae would be able to evolve to myth breed using the Blue Sea Blessing. When used on a water-type Fae that was of very high quality and worked hard, it would be able to evolve to creation breed within the next decade. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix's actions allowed Mystic Moon and the Spacetime Elder to see how emotional Heavenly Family Faes were. Lin Yuan did not think that the Blue Sea Blessing would be much help to him. The sacred sword-wielding Queen's skirt already had the vast water world engraved on it. Lin Yuan would be able to defend against the attacks of all water elemental energy from aquatic Faes that were creation breed and below. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not an aquatic Fae, and the Blue Sea Blessing would not be able to increase his power like it did for other water species Faes. However, it could moisturize Lin Yuan's skin. Lin Yuan felt that the only use for the Blue Sea Blessing would be that it could keep aquatic Faes from attacking him. The Faes composed of water elemental energy that Blue Lotus mentioned did not all live underwater. There were also some terrestrial Faes that had water elemental energy as their source. For the next 10 years, Lin Yuan would be the apple of their eyes. Blood New Moon did not take out anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Yuan with a sincere gaze and said, "You're my daughter's savior. This makes you my savior." Blood New Moon pointed at the sun above them, and 8 ribbons of sunlight descended. Blood New Moon said sternly, "I, Blood New Moon, swear on the sun that I will be Lin Yuan's protector for the rest of my life." The mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan, the Spacetime Elder, and Mystic Moon were all stunned by what Blood New Moon said. The mother of Bloodbath was shocked that its father was willing to sacrifice the rest of his life because Lin Yuan was its savior. This made it clear how much Blood New Moon loved it. Mystic Moon and the Spacetime Elder were shocked at how easily a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage could swear on the celestial phenomena they were affiliated with. Mystic Moon and the Spacetime Elder saw this as very reckless behavior. No matter how grateful he was, he needed to take note of his status. Mystic Moon and the Spacetime Elder felt that once a person reached a certain position or carried a certain status, they could not act as they pleased. Yet, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix did not stop Blood New Moon from making such an oath. Rather, they had relaxed expressions. Now, Mystic Moon and the Spacetime Elder understood how carefree Heavenly Family Faes were and how much their heart dictated their actions. It was no wonder Purple Love had charged to Tower Cannon after the Sky Sundial Jade Spider died and killed First Page Fate. Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. It was fine that the mother of Bloodbath was his path protector. But now, Blood New Moon had become his protector. This made them colleagues. Blood New Moon walked over to Lin Yuan and said, "I can see that Little Love will never leave you, so I might as well become your protector and thank you for saving Little Love's life so many times. Thank you. From now on, I will do my best to make your journey as smooth as possible." Blue Lotus looked at Blue Lotus and White Phoenix and said, "When you return, tell Purple Love that I won't be returning to the Heavenly Family Cottage within the next century." No one was more excited than Mystic Moon that Blood New Moon was going to protect Lin Yuan. A member of the Heavenly Family Cottage was now Lin Yuan's protector. From now on, Lin Yuan was deeply bonded with the Heavenly Family Cottage. Mystic Moon could tell that Blood New Moon was an eternal Heavenly Family Fae. Although Blood New Moon's aura was much weaker than Blue Lotus and White Phoenix, an eternal Heavenly Family Fae could not be compared with a regular Fae that reached eternal. A Heavenly Family Fae that reached eternal would be able to crush a regular Fae that reached pinnacle eternal. A Heavenly Family Fae that reached pinnacle eternal would even be able to take on a regular Fae that had evolved past eternal. The Heavenly Family Fae's special characteristics were the Heavenly Family Cottage's secret weapon. It was also the reason the Heavenly Family Cottage could become a faction that rivaled the 3 great federations. The Heavenly Family Cottage was just as famous as Tower Cannon to the 3 federations. Despite the Heavenly Family Fae's shared trait of only helping those they saw as family, Blood New Moon's willingness to become Lin Yuan's protector made Blue Lotus and White Phoenix acknowledge Lin Yuan. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix's attitudes represented the rest of the Heavenly Family Faes. Mystic Moon looked at the Spacetime Elder and said, "Spacetime Elder, there isn't a need for you to be here. One of the Heavenly Family Cottage members has become our young lord's protector. This makes the matter a private matter of the Radiant Moon Palace. I will take them to Leaning Moon Tower now. They don't have to wait to be escorted at Ascending Dragon City. The Space-Time Elder's lips twitched. Damn! Mystic Moon is asking me to get lost. The Space-Time Elder might have argued with Mystic Moon for a bit if this was any other time. But now, Mystic Moon had reached that level. The Space-Time Elder scoffed and said, "The Moon Empress is not out of seclusion. Isn't it against the rules to take the members of the Heavenly Family Cottage to Leaning Moon Mountain when the mistress isn't present?" Mystic Moon patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Young Lord is also the master of the Radiance Moon Palace. With him around, it won't be inappropriate to receive guests even if the Moon Empress isn't present. It just so happens that Night Leaning Moon is also at Leaning Moon Mountain. You can start with her if you want to express your gratitude." The Space-Time Elder was surprised that Mystic Moon saw Lin Yuan in such high regard. He even placed Lin Yuan on a higher pedestal than the Moon Empress. The disciples of others had already grown to the point of being able to hold their own. Yet, the Space-Time Elder's granddaughter had not even taken control of her sacred source lifeform. She could only keep it locked away to train it. The Space-Time Elder waved his hand, recalled the hollow crystal mother shellfish, and transported himself back to the Camel Peak Valley. Although the Space-Time Elder had left, the situation in the sky had not changed, and thick spiritual energy continued to mask the sky, including the figures of Mystic Moon, Lin Yuan, Blood New Moon, and the rest. The mother of Bloodbath forced itself to remain composed and did not tell Blood New Moon that Lin Yuan could revive its mother. It would be too much of a blow to Blood New Moon to do so. The mother of Bloodbath could not bear to let its father have such hope only to end up disappointed. His father's heart would break a second time. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath noticed Lin Yuan shooting a look at it, and it immediately knew that Lin Yuan was going to take it to verify the situation. They had to ensure they could collect its mother's soul before proceeding. At that moment, a round moon appeared in the sky despite it being the middle of the afternoon. At that moment, thousands of ribbons of moonbeams descended from the moon and crushed the 8 ribbons of sunlight. A sound that resembled a wolf's howl was released from near the radiant moon palace and reverberated throughout the entire sky above the royal capital. This howl was not creepy or violent. Rather, it sounded chilly but also with a hint of contempt for all life forms. This howl drew the attention of all the other members of royalty, and they looked toward the radiant moon palace. An elderly man blew out his beard angrily and said to a middle-aged man, "Li Chonglin, I'm not just your master. You married my daughter and should address me as father. Look at what you've done. I only have one female spirit savory pig left. You used up all the rest of them. Where am I supposed to go to find another male one to mate with it? Are you going to do it?" The middle-aged man pouted and said, "Master, you bring this up whenever you see me. It's already over." The elderly man felt dizzy and replied, "Over? I thought it was over too. But why did you pluck out all my 7-change fragrance thatch too?" The middle-aged man replied casually, "Master, the Radiance 100 sequence selection is almost here. I plan on practicing a few more signature dishes, so that I can make a feast for little Yuan. That child's parents are gone, and Jiao Jiao and I are also without children. Lin Yuan and Chu Si are no different from our children because we watched them grow up." At the mention of Lin Yuan, Chef Supreme fell silent. Normally, Chef Supreme would have asked him why he needed to use the 7-change fragrance thatch just to make food for someone. However, his bad luck would eventually be removed thanks to Zhongzai's relationship with Lin Yuan. Chef Supreme had accepted 3 disciples. His first disciple was unorthodox, and his second disciple was consumed with opening chain businesses. Thus, Chef Supreme had placed all of his hope in Zhongzai. As such, Chef Supreme was extremely grateful to Lin Yuan for the help he gave Zhongzai. At this moment, a howl sounded out in Chef Supreme's ear. Chef Supreme narrowed his eyes and gasped. "I can't believe the sacred cry moon beast has broken through to that level. There is finally a second heavenly family fae in the main world that crossed that rut." Chef Supreme placed his hand on his beard and started to stroke it slowly with a thoughtful expression on his face. The sacred cry moon beast was not impressive compared to the heavenly family cottage's members. The Moon Empress had to have given it substantial help to reach this level. It seemed that the Moon Empress Creation Master level had also improved significantly. This was terrifying. However, Chef Supreme also had devastating weapons that he had not revealed. This was likely to be the same case for Bamboo Monarch. Everyone was hiding their powers to surprise the world at key moments. They were all unexpectedly reliable. Everyone in the Radiance Federation knew that the moon represented the Moon Empress. In the past decade, there had rarely been any strange activity with the moon. The frequency only increased in the past year. However, this was the first time that thousands of moonbeams descended on the royal capital. Many people on the street cupped their mouths and shouted for the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon shared looks of delight. The strange activity with the moon indicated that the Moon Empress was done training. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone started to ring. Lin Yuan looked at it and saw that the call was coming from the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan hurriedly picked up the call and heard the Moon Empress' gentle voice say, "Little Yuan, I'm done training. Come to the Radiance Moon Palace when you're free, and I'll prepare delicious food for you." Lin Yuan smiled brightly and revealed a row of pearly teeth that almost blinded Mystic Moon. "Master, I'm with Uncle Mystic, and we were just about to come over. There are also a few members of the Heavenly Family Cottage here who want to visit you at the Radiant Moon Palace. One of them is the Mother of Bloodbath's father." The Moon Empress was aware that the Mother of Bloodbath had unlocked its hidden Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline while she was in seclusion. Blood New Moon must have rushed over when he sensed this bloodline because he knew that it was coming from his long-lost daughter. It seemed that the first path protector that she found for Lin Yuan was a success. The Moon Empress raised her hand and touched the moonbeams before shaking her head. Previously, she had planned out Lin Yuan's path so meticulously because she thought that her days were numbered. But now that she had crossed that canyon, she was certain that there was no one more powerful than her in this world. Even if the other members of royalty also had their own secret weapons, they could not determine who was stronger unless they duked it out in a fight to the death. Now, the Moon Empress could enable Lin Yuan to lead a smooth-sailing life even if she did not make any new plans for him. Although she possessed this power, she would not hesitate to search and provide Lin Yuan with opportunities. She did not know if she was affected by the previous sense of urgency brought on by her shortened lifespan or the sense of responsibility she gained after accepting Lin Yuan as a disciple, but she found the best way to be Lin Yuan's master. This method seemed simple to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was extremely independent and did not like to rely on others. As long as she was powerful enough, she would be able to be Lin Yuan's source of support forever. At that moment, a white wolf crawled up behind the Moon Empress. Its fur was long and thin and was full of moonlight. The giant wolf's two round eyes had two iridescent blue teardrops. A small rabbit was standing on the large wolf's head, and it gnawed on its carrot as its aura climbed. A glowing box flew out of the rabbit's head, and overwhelming power exploded out from the Radiant Moon Palace. When the aura pierced the sky, the Moon Empress stretched out her fingers, and the thousands of moonbeams also extended across the sky. The moonbeams descended on the Radiant Moon Palace and turned it into a cocoon. Inside the cocoon, the Moon Empress said to the giant wolf, "Sacred Cry Moon Beast, unleash as much of your aura as possible like the bright moon uniform radiance. Once you're done with this step, you'll only be one step away from being able to produce your figurative birth horoscope like Zishi." The Moon Empress marveled at her current situation. She never expected Zishi to be affected by her breakthrough and advance itself along with its sacred source lifeform. Above eternal, Zishi's breakthrough would increase not only the Moon Empress' power but also become the entire Radiance Federation's secret weapon. When she heard that the 3 members of the Heavenly Family Cottage had arrived at the royal capital, the Moon Empress suppressed Zishi's aura. The sacred cry Moon Beast let out a howl. At that moment, every person in the royal capital saw the image of a large wolf appear behind the moon. 2 blue tears fell from the giant wolf's eyes, and they flowed up toward the moon. It was as though these tears became a part of the moon. As a result of the tears, the moon became even brighter and clearer. At that moment, the moonbeams around the moon were suddenly set ablaze. The burning moon completely covered the shining sun. The burning moonbeams flowed into the giant wolf's eyes and set its eyes alight as well. Soon, the large wolf's eyes darkened into a dark gold. 3 crescent moons moved within the large wolf's eyes. It was as though one cycle of the moon's movements brought with them the passing of a day. Lin Yuan, who was staring into the beast's eyes, felt as though he was aging with every passing cycle of the moons. Soon, the crescent moons cycled backward and combined into a full moon. At that moment, every person in the Radiance Federation felt as though their vitality was being replenished. Even their bodies were filled with more energy. Mystic Moon said softly, "The sacred cry moon beast actually used full moon gaze. Within the line of vision of full moon gaze, every person has a drop of the sacred cry moon beast's tear planted in their body. 10,000 of the sacred cry moon beast's tears is the main ingredient for 1 moon dew revival pill." Lin Yuan was just about to marvel at how many moon dew revival pills these amounted to when he heard White Phoenix say in astonishment, "That's impossible. The sacred cry moon beast isn't as talented as me. How is it possible that it reached the same level as Sister Purple Love?" Blue Lotus sighed and said, "White Phoenix, are you still holding the grudge? The sacred cry moon beast left the heavenly family cottage all those years ago to seek out a better future for itself. It didn't want to be restricted by its talent forever. It chose to join the Moon Empress of its own accord. Now that the Moon Empress provided it with an opportunity, we should be happy about it. The sacred cry moon beast plucked out your feather when you were young, but that was because your feather was stained with the mist of biting cold. If that feather hadn't been plucked out, you would have fallen seriously ill." Blood New Moon was not acquainted with the sacred cry moon beast because he had joined after it left. Blood New Moon could sense that the moonbeams from the moon in the sky had completely blocked his link to the sun. This was occurring even though the moonbeams were not targeting him. Blood New Moon was unsure if he would be able to trigger the sun to release more ribbons of sunlight if he forcefully tried to communicate with it. Blood New Moon felt that as hard as he tried, the sun would only be able to release a thin ribbon of sunlight. He had always felt that the sun's radiance would be able to overcome the light of the moon. But now it seemed that this was not the case. This allowed Blood New Moon to see the path that he needed to go down in the future. This was because he could sense that the sacred cry moon beast was not communicating with the moon but wielding it as an equal. Another heavenly family Fae had broken through to that level and was able to share their power with the world. It was likely that Purple Love would be happy for the sacred cry moon beast if she found out. At that moment, all the wild winds gathered at the Radiance Federation. Before coming to the Radiance Federation, Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix had been clearing out Tower Cannon sites and found out that there were experts from Tower Cannon who were headed to the Radiance Federation. Both Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation were enemies of the Radiance Federation. It would be impossible for there not to be trouble when these two groups gathered in the Radiance Federation. It was even possible that they would join hands. The allegiance of the envoy group from the Azure Federation was still unknown. The main reasons for the Heavenly Family Cottage's visit to the Radiance Federation were to seek out that new Heavenly Family Fae that could absorb weather and find Blood New Moon's long-lost daughter. Now, the mother of Bloodbath was found, and the only thing left to do was to seek out that Heavenly Family Fae. However, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon were definitely going to duke it out with the people from Tower Cannon. But the chaos was now quelled by the sacred cry moon beast that had just evolved past Eternal. A Heavenly Family Fae that was above Eternal was considered one of the world's top experts. However, this Heavenly Family Fae did not belong to the Heavenly Family Cottage but to the Moon Empress. With the sacred cry moon beast around, there was no way that chaos would break out. However, the calmer the surface of the water, the murkier its depths. No one knew what kind of changes the deep water would bring. At that time, the moonbeams that enclosed the radiant moon palace had disappeared. The sacred cry moon beast that was the envy of all the experts in the world was currently trembling before a small white rabbit. A purple streak flashed across Zishi's eyes. It flicked its ears and safely placed the carrot behind it before gently covering it with its tail. Zishi was acting this way because it had found out from the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan was coming. Previously, Zishi could completely brush off Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan had saved the Moon Empress diminishing lifespan by giving her the lifespan mouse. He had also provided the Moon Empress with spirit chi that was so pure that even the Moon Empress could not concoct. This pure spirit chi was the reason Zishi was able to advance significantly. Hence, if Lin Yuan asked Zishi for its carrot, Zishi could not say no. Someone knocked on the Moon Empress bedroom at that moment, and Night Leaning Moon strode in. Night Leaning Moon looked at the Moon Empress with a multitude of emotions on her face, as she said, "Congratulations. It looks like we were all worried for nothing. Now that you've successfully crossed this step, your lifespan is no longer in danger." Night Leaning Moon eventually started to choke up. If anyone said that the austere and cold Night Leaning Moon was choking up, the other members of royalty would probably start guffawing at the ludicrous idea. However, Night Leaning Moon let down all of her walls in front of the Moon Empress. All those years ago, the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon were Radiance envoys together. At that time, Night Leaning Moon had congratulated the Moon Empress in the same way. But she had been too immature and ended up falling out with Mystic Moon. While Night Leaning Moon was reminiscing, the Moon Empress smiled gently and said, "Leaning Moon, thank you for staying here in the Radiant Moon Palace to guard me and suppress my aura during my breakthrough." Night Leaning Moon was stunned by the Moon Empress' smile. It was the exact same one as when they were young. There was a lowly sitting atop the head of a twisting sea snake that was almost 1,000 meters long. The lowly looked at the silhouette of the wolf head behind her, and her expression darkened. A man that exuded righteousness stood behind her. He narrowed his eyes at the lowly and scoffed and said, "Second page revival." The Moon Empress' sacred cry Moon Beast suddenly broke through past eternal. "Do you think that you'll be able to defeat it? Don't forget how that fox from the Heavenly Family Cottage killed First Page Fate. You were the only one by First Page Fate's side when it happened." The lowly stood up. Her eyes changed to gray, and a gray aura of death rose around her before a pair of gray wings sprouted from her back. This aura of death contaminated the enormous snake beneath her. In an instant, its flesh withered, revealing white bones, as it fell into the ocean. Second page revival sneered. Sixth page lashing. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. You just need to tell First Page Crimson to activate the Black Mass Cup and nothing else. Purple Love killed First Page Fate, but that does not mean that I need to be afraid of the Sacred Cry Moon Beast. The four horsemen have already departed from the Tower of Revival and are headed to the Radiance Federation. Tower Cannon also buried the seeds for the Sleepers' revival long ago. Due to the conflict with the Radiance Federation, the Freedom Federation contacted Tower Cannon again. Second page revival paused before continuing. Sixth page lashing. Before using the Black Mass Cup, you should hide amongst the envoys from the Freedom Federation. I will go on my own to seek out the Gardner Konjac seeds. Sixth page lashing's face fell before he replied. The Gardner Konjac seeds and ramets are missing. This means that something serious happened to whale ocean commerce. Second page revival. You always say that seventh page war is useless. Yet, your scheme targeting the Radiance Federation isn't as successful as seventh page war's one. At least seventh page war had used her sacred source lifeform to open a dimensional rift in the Radiance Federation's sea. Sixth page lashing's words hit second page revival's Achilles heel. Second page revival flapped her wings, and she was soon far away from sixth page lashing. Sixth page lashing did not chase after her. Instead, he stood at the same spot to wait for the envoys from the Freedom Federation to arrive. As he looked at the thrashing sea, a feeling arose in sixth page lashing. I'm clearly one of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. But why do I feel like a pair of large hands is manipulating my life? Moreover, ever since First Page Crimson appeared, Second Page Revival's attitude toward First Page Crimson has been laughable. It's as though she has become First Page Crimson's lapdog. She is very close to addressing him as Lord First Page Crimson. Suddenly, a cunning smile spread across Sixth Page Lashing's face, and he mumbled, I understand Tower Cannon less and less. Why do the 8 pages all have to side with Tower Cannon? I want to see what Second Page Revival plans to do, and who exactly First Page Crimson is. Sixth Page Lashing did not continue to wait for the envoy group from the Freedom Federation. Instead, he headed in another direction toward the Radiance Federation. In the Freedom Mystic Temple, the strange activity with the moon and the sacred cry moon beast's sudden breakthrough past eternal forced the royalty from the Freedom Federation to gather together. A week ago, 9 of them had a meeting. Du Miao frowned at the wolf's silhouette behind the moon and said coldly, "Now, the Radiance Federation has another top expert. The Heavenly Family Cottage will definitely want to ally with the Radiance Federation because of this. I received word from the envoy groups that the Azure Federation is unwilling to work with us. Almost a millennium has passed since the world's factions established their boundaries. It's time that we harvest the Radiance Federation." The other members of royalty silently played with the items in their hands as they thought deeply. There was a 2-year deal between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. Now that the Radiance Federation's pinnacle combat power had increased, this was nothing but bad news for the Freedom Federation. Thus, the Freedom Federation needed to harvest the Radiance Federation. However, they needed to discuss which method for harvesting would be the best. Ever since the last battle, Du Miao was the only one who had fought with the Radiance Federation in the past decade. Du Miao had used the gold leaf boiling balloon flower and caused a large commotion in the sky above the Radiance Federation by triggering the volcano phenomena. Eventually, he was stopped by the Radiance Federation. Hence, most of the Radiance Federation's hatred was focused on Du Miao. As such, all of the members of royalty were waiting for Du Miao to come up with a suggestion for this matter. This way, he would have to shoulder most of the costs of this operation against the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation only cared about their own profits. Every weekly meeting was a scheme to procure more resources. When no one replied to Du Miao, he was outraged and yelled, "If none of you want to be involved in this matter, I'll wash my hands off it too. But don't regret your decision during the major Federation meeting 2 years later." At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a red robe said, "We already discussed our plan for the deal with the Radiance Federation during the last meeting. Du Miao, you don't have to worry about us. The experts from the First Emperor Shark clan are already headed to the Radiance Federation. There is no way that the Radiance Federation will let this matter go. Du Miao, it seems that all of the resources that you invested into the First Emperor Shark clan will go to waste." A gloating expression appeared on the man's face. Du Miao's gaze darkened. Previously, he had made the decision of his own accord to allow the First Emperor Shark clan to take refuge in the Freedom Federation's sea. This had cut into the profits of the other members of royalty. However, Du Miao never expected them to hold such a grudge. After the event, they kept him out of the loop of what transpired during the meetings. However, he did not mind not knowing about it. They were all members of royalty of the Freedom Federation and had equal standing. He would not crumble just because one of them made a snide remark at his expense. Yet, there was clearly a new pinnacle expert in the Radiance Federation, and none of these people seemed to care. They even looked confident and sly. This made Du Miao curious about what tricks they had come up with during the last discussion. Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus wanted to thank the Moon Empress for the help she gave to Jade Sundial and for saving the Mother of Bloodbath. They walked to the Radiant Moon Palace instead of flying. The Heavenly Family Cottage was situated at the Paradise of Nature. But when they arrived at Leaning Moon Mountain and saw the spiritual ingredients around them and the flowing rivers, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon realized that artificial scenery was not as harmonious as the natural environment but was just as beautiful. In fact, it was even more pleasant-looking because it involved the handiwork of a Class 5 creation master. White Phoenix now understood better why the sacred cry moon beast was insistent on staying by the Moon Empress side. It could not only be nourished by pure spirit chi often, but the Moon Empress' other phase were also affiliated with the moon. This was likely the reason the sacred cry moon beast was able to cross that wall. At that moment, the Moon Empress was livid because Night Leaning Moon was telling her about what happened with whale ocean commerce. The Moon Empress did not expect Lin Yuan to have been exposed to such danger when she had been locked away training. Luckily, everything had gone well eventually, and Lin Yuan used his own means to take control of Di Wami's body and gained a Class 5 creation master. Night Leaning Moon looked at the enraged Moon Empress and said, "The first time I saw Lin Yuan, I felt that he was too bullheaded. I learned from Lu Jie that Lin Yuan was the type of person who liked to do everything on his own. I always felt that such a person would fall into unnecessary accidents easily when trying to accomplish big things. But since our last interaction, I realized that I have been belittling him all this time. Lin Yuan holds himself to a high standard. When he was faced with a serious matter and was unsure if he could handle it, he immediately contacted Mystic Moon. When I reported this matter to the Imperial Court, I did not mention that Lin Yuan had taken control of Diwanmi. You are his master. Now that you're out, you should be the one to make the final decision on how this matter should be resolved. The Moon Empress smiled proudly when she heard Night Leaning Moon praising Lin Yuan. But when she heard that Night Leaning Moon had not reported Lin Yuan taking control of Diwanmi to the Imperial Court, the Moon Empress looked deeply into Night Leaning Moon's eyes and said, "Leaning Moon, I owe you one. I plan on letting little Yuan develop on his own. As his master, I'm only going to protect him without interfering. Thus, I plan on letting him make a decision on this matter." Nonetheless, the Moon Empress had already guessed what Lin Yuan's choice would be. At this juncture, the right thing for Lin Yuan to do would be to increase his power. Hence, the Moon Empress was not going to dictate Lin Yuan's life. Otherwise, the Moon Empress would not have promised him when Lin Yuan came to the Radiant Moon Palace last time for the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls. Although the Moon Empress creation master power had reached a new level, she still could not concoct the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan had given her. Thus, the Moon Empress's expectations for Lin Yuan did not stop at becoming a Radiance envoy. At that moment, the Moon Empress sensed Lin Yuan's aura from outside of the palace. As such, she interrupted Night Leaning Moon and said, "My disciple is here. Wait for me here, and I will fetch him." Night Leaning Moon was shocked by what the Moon Empress said. Night Leaning Moon never thought the day would come when the Moon Empress would go and personally fetch someone from the entrance. However, Night Leaning Moon was unaware that this was not the first time the Moon Empress did this. When Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Radiant Moon Palace, he said to Mystic Moon, "Uncle Mystic, when the 3 members of Heavenly Family Cottage come to visit Master, I plan on taking the Mother of Bloodbath out. We will be returning later." Mystic Moon dared not reply. If he agreed and Lin Yuan left, he would have to shoulder the blame if the Moon Empress needed to talk to Lin Yuan about something. But he was not there. However, Mystic Moon knew that Lin Yuan could only be taking the Mother of Bloodbath to do something important at such a time. Just as Mystic Moon was thinking about how he should reply, he felt the Moon Empress aura. He let out a sigh of relief and thought, "Young lord, you better tell this to the Moon Empress yourself." The Moon Empress had heard what Lin Yuan said. When she drew near, she said softly to him, "Go ahead. I'll wait for you to eat together, no matter how late you return." Although they had not been apart for that long, the person that the Moon Empress wanted to see the most now that she was out of seclusion was Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress was not skilled at expressing her emotions. Now that she was with him, she did not have much to say. As long as she saw him, she would feel a sense of ease that she had never experienced in the past. When they walked into the inner palace, Lin Yuan immediately spotted Night Leaning Moon, who was drinking tea. Lin Yuan greeted Night Leaning Moon respectfully before taking out the fan White Phoenix had given him and handing it to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was a junior. Night Leaning Moon might bow and thank him if he handed it to her. However, Lin Yuan could not bring himself to accept Night Leaning Moon's bow. Thus, he felt it would be best to give the fan to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress would be the one to decide if she wanted to give it to Night Leaning Moon. The instant that Lin Yuan took out the fan, Night Leaning Moon felt the intense night power coming from it. Her heartbeat started to race. She stared at the black fan, and her lips twitched. She immediately recognized that the fan was made from White Phoenix's feathers. It was the thing that she had asked for but had been rejected and did not forcefully grab because she was the Night Empress of the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress was also stunned when Lin Yuan took out the black fan. She smiled brightly before walking over to Night Leaning Moon and said, "Leaning Moon, you saw for yourself. Lin Yuan gave this to me. You take it. There's still some time left before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. I will give you more pure spirit chi, and you should be able to break through before the selection. Night Leaning Moon received the black fan and softly thanked Lin Yuan before flashing herself out of the Radiant Moon Palace. Soon, a thread of night entered the Spirit Guard's land. Night Leaning Moon put herself in seclusion in the Spirit Guard's land. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head when Night Leaning Moon thanked him. He was grateful she left quickly because he could not say "you're welcome" to her. The Moon Empress knew Night Leaning Moon well. Hence, she knew how significant Night Leaning Moon's soft thanks was. At that moment, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon walked in with the Mother of Bloodbath behind them. They were standing respectfully at the entrance of the Radiant Moon Palace and were taking in the fragrance of the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassia. Gold Luster Cassia's Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon shared a look. They noticed that something was not normal with the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias. They were clearly two fantasy breed plant-type phase. Yet, they seemed to be showing clear signs of intelligence. When they saw Blue Lotus, the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias shook themselves and caused numerous flowers to fall, sending fragrance wafting into Blue Lotus and the Mother of Bloodbath's noses. Evidently, the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias were more friendly toward Blue Lotus and the Mother of Bloodbath. However, they were not standoffish toward Blood New Moon and White Phoenix either. Otherwise, they were fully capable of locking their fragrance within their flower buds to prevent Blood New Moon and Blue Lotus from smelling it. White Phoenix cocked an eyebrow and asked Blue Lotus with surprise, "Blue Lotus? Blue Lotus, these two trees are interesting. They are showing clear signs of intelligence at fantasy breed." Ever since Blue Lotus saw the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias, she could not tear her eyes away from it. She gently touched one of its branches. She could feel the affection that the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassia was sending her way, and that it was transferring spirit chi to the place where her hand was. It was as though it was greeting her. This discovery made Blue Lotus think, "It looks like I underestimated the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassia's intelligence. They are acting more friendly and allowing Blood Love and me to receive more of their fragrance while only allowing Blood New Moon and White Phoenix to experience a small portion because they sense our foundations." Plants needed light and warmth to grow. Jade Sundial's Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline had been separated. Blood New Moon had gotten the heat portion, while Blood Love had received the light portion. White Phoenix was the night that would steal light away. Heat took away moisture. This was why the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias were giving out preferential treatment. Blue Lotus asked softly, "White Phoenix, what level were you at when you unlocked the Heavenly Family Fae bloodline?" White Phoenix was stunned for a moment before he said, "I have been a Heavenly Family Fae ever since I was born. Don't you know this? What's the point in asking?" Blue Lotus rolled her eyes at White Phoenix and said, "So, having been a Heavenly Family Fae for your entire life, don't you have basic knowledge? I have memories from before I became a Heavenly Family Fae. I awoke my Heavenly Family Fae bloodline when I evolved to Fantasy Breed. Sister Jade Sundial and Purple Love found me and brought me to the Heavenly Family Cottage. These two trees are in a very similar situation to the one that I was in. However, I was already showing signs of being able to control the 4 Cs when I was Fantasy Breed. These two trees don't seem to be able to trigger celestial phenomena yet. But who's to say? Some Heavenly Family Faes only awaken their Heavenly Family Fae bloodline when they evolve to Creation Breed. This was what happened to Little Deer and Rock." White Phoenix's lips twitched. "Blue Lotus, why do you always bring up the fact that I'm a natural Heavenly Family Fae? There are 9 of us in the Heavenly Family Cottage. I'm just one of them and the weakest one at that." Every time Blue Lotus mentioned this, White Phoenix felt that Blue Lotus was not praising his talent but that it was a subtle dig at him. If they started fighting, White Phoenix might not be able to defeat Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus' abilities lay in support, defense, and healing, but White Phoenix's abilities mostly involved offense. She directly curbed him. At the same time, White Phoenix was also shocked by what Blue Lotus said. He did not expect Blue Lotus to be so impressed by the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias. She was even implying that there was a possibility that the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias could become Heavenly Family Faes. If the silver stamen Gold Luster Cassias truly transformed into Heavenly Family Faes, the Moon Empress would have 3 heavenly family fays in her possession, including the sacred Cry Moon Beast. These 2 silver stamen gold luster cassia had always been planted in the radiant Moon Palace. Although the Moon Empress had not formed contracts with them, she had nurtured them, and they were considered to be her fays. The Moon Empress would not be willing to give up the 2 silver stamen gold luster cassias to the Heavenly Family Cottage when they became Heavenly Family fays, and the Heavenly Family Cottage would not be able to bring themselves to ask them from her anyway. At that moment, the Moon Empress walked to the main palace and sat on the main throne. Mystic Moon walked to the entrance to invite Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon in. Lin Yuan shot a look at the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath hurriedly said to Blood New Moon, "Father, I need to go and do something with Lin Yuan. I will wait for you at the lava zone tonight." The Mother of Bloodbath clenched its fist and forcefully controlled its tidal wave of emotions because it was unsure if its mother could be revived. It would all depend on the Remembrance Soul Whale's performance at the lava zone. Ever since Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath reunited, he had walked on eggshells. He did not know how to express his fatherly love. On the one hand, if he expressed too little, the Mother of Bloodbath would not feel it. But if he expressed too much, it could be uncomfortable for the Mother of Bloodbath. Although Blood New Moon had lived for a long time, this was the first time that he was being a father and feeling all the emotions and responsibility that came with the role. Blood New Moon had never spent time with the Mother of Bloodbath. Thus, although Blood New Moon did not express it outwardly, he was far more frantic than the fathers of newborns. Even before Blood New Moon met the Mother of Bloodbath, he knew that he wanted to bring it to the lava zone because that was where Jade Sundial was buried. If it were possible, Blood New Moon was willing to find a cave in the lava zone where he would be able to be with Jade Sundial forever. However, these were the thoughts that Blood New Moon had before he reunited with the Mother of Bloodbath. Now that he had found his daughter, his thoughts changed. Blood New Moon planned on protecting the Mother of Bloodbath and its savior. But from their first interaction, Blood New Moon could sense that Lin Yuan was special to the Mother of Bloodbath. This meant that the Mother of Bloodbath definitely felt an emotion toward Lin Yuan that it did not feel for anyone else. This was not the normal feeling that a path protector had toward the person they were protecting, nor was it a simple feeling of gratitude. Although the Mother of Bloodbath did not say it explicitly, Blood New Moon could tell that the Mother of Bloodbath was looking at Lin Yuan in a very similar way that he had looked at Jade Sundial all those years ago. Spider species phase were the least emotional phase. But once they fell in love, it would be for life. This applied to spider species' heavenly family phase as well. Blood New Moon could be certain that his daughter was already in love with Lin Yuan. Although his daughter had not voiced her feelings, it was already very deep. As a father, he had the right to ask her about it. However, he had only just reunited with the Mother of Bloodbath and did not think that it would be right for him to ask. One look at Lin Yuan was enough to tell that he was completely oblivious to the Mother of Bloodbath's feelings. Blood New Moon became conflicted and had no idea how he should handle the situation. No one in the Heavenly Family Cottage would be able to teach him about this, and there was no one else that he could ask either. Although White Phoenix was experienced and had a never-ending fountain of opinions when it came to relationships, Blood New Moon was not willing to learn childcare tips from a bachelor. Out of frustration, Blood New Moon smiled bitterly and said to the Mother of Bloodbath, "Little love, I will go to the lava zone to wait for you once I'm done visiting the Moon Empress." The Mother of Bloodbath was surprised when it heard this. Lin Yuan and it were just about to head to the lava zone to see if they could gather enough of its mother's soul. But it felt that it was likely that its father would be spending considerable time at the Radiant Moon Palace, giving them enough time to investigate the lava zone. At that time, it would also have an answer and would not have to be kept in torturous suspense. If the Remembrance Soul Whale could find enough of its mother's soul in the lava zone, it would have good news for its father. If the Remembrance Soul Whale could not find enough of its mother's soul, it would be better for the Mother of Bloodbath not to bring the matter up and save its father from further pain. After Mystic Moon led Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix into the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The lava zone was at the southernmost part of the Radiance Federation. Its neighbors were Bronze Furnace City and Flame City. If Lin Yuan rode on Blackie, it would take them several days to reach the lava zone. But if he used the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, they would be able to arrive in a little over an hour. Both of them rode south on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. When Lin Yuan saw the nervous and hopeful expression on the mother of Bloodbath's face, he thought long and hard about how he should comfort it. All he did was pat the mother of Bloodbath's shoulder. If his parents also had the same opportunity, Lin Yuan would probably be even more excited and anxious than the mother of Bloodbath. This was the same feeling as families of patients had when they were waiting outside an operating room. But unfortunately, his parents had been trampled and devoured by the insect tide. Although Lin Yuan had the Remembrance Soul Whale, he still could not revive his parents. At that moment, Blood New Moon bowed at the Moon Empress and said sincerely, "Moon Empress, you helped my beloved wife all those years ago. Now you've helped my daughter too. Please accept my bow." The Heavenly Family Cottage and Radiance Federation were considered the largest factions in the world. The head of the Heavenly Family Cottage and the members of royalty of the Radiance Federation were considered equals. If Blood New Moon had just bowed to the Moon Empress and thanked her, it would be appropriate to express his gratitude. However, he had even spoken to her with such respect. This meant that he had not been speaking as a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage but as Lin Yuan's protector. Mystic Moon had already told the Moon Empress about the fact that Blood New Moon had become Lin Yuan's protector. Blood New Moon's action caused the Moon Empress' eyes to shine, and she replied honestly, "I did help Jade Sundial all those years ago. However, I had a selfish reason for helping your daughter." The Moon Empress spoke candidly, but it gave Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon a nice feeling. Heavenly Family Fays all lived by following their hearts. Following one's heart was different from being stupid. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? The Moon Empress just happened to save Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's daughter, and Blood New Moon even became her disciple's protector. White Phoenix, Blood New Moon, and Blue Lotus all shared the same thoughts but did not bring it up. Although they had such thoughts, it did not diminish their gratitude toward Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress. Otherwise, Blood New Moon would not have sworn on the celestial phenomena that he was affiliated with to become Lin Yuan's path protector or bowed in gratitude to the Moon Empress. But now that the Moon Empress voiced their thoughts, none of them had any qualms. The three of them now felt gratitude and true respect for the Moon Empress because only someone who was magnanimous and meant for the biggest things could say such words. Moreover, there was no one who did not like being friends with an honest person. White Phoenix said in response to the Moon Empress' honesty, "Moon Empress, we destroyed many tower cannon sites on the way to the Radiance Federation. I'm sure you're aware of the deep enmity between our Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon." The Moon Empress did not comment. Tower Cannon's fifth page truth had attacked Jade Sundial when she was giving birth and at her weakest. The Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon had become lifelong enemies. Moreover, Purple Love had gone and massacred one of Tower Cannon's largest camps and first page fate. However, Purple Love had also been seriously injured. When she first heard the news, the Moon Empress did not first think of the enmity between the Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon. Instead, she became certain of one thing. There was definitely something seriously wrong with the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. However, the 8 pages had always been shrouded in mystery, and the Moon Empress had not investigated the matter thoroughly. She might not even have the best information on the current 8 pages. White Phoenix observed the Moon Empress while he spoke. When the Moon Empress' expression did not change, White Phoenix fell silent for a moment before he went on to say, "Moon Empress, we learned from the sites that there will be 2 pages from the 8 pages of Tower Cannon who will be visiting the Radiance Federation." White Phoenix said this in an attempt to be friendly with the Moon Empress. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon had to have a clear motive for going into action. However, White Phoenix did not expect the Moon Empress to still look so calm after receiving the news. All she said was, "If people from Tower Cannon are really coming to the Radiance Federation, they should expect to have their lives ended here." White Phoenix, Blue Lotus, and Blood New Moon were stunned by what the Moon Empress said. They wondered how confident the Moon Empress had to be able to say such a thing. Apparently, Not only had the sacred cry moon beast evolved past eternal, but the Moon Empress power had also reached another level. Only people who were powerful enough could back up such confidence. It was likely that the Radiance Federation's royal capital would be abuzz with activity in a week's time when the Radiance 100 sequence selection began. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly arrived at the lava zone. Lin Yuan noticed that the fire elements in the fire zone were just as concentrated as in a Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. However, the fire elements here were even purer than those of the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath fell to its knees on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back, and its body started to tremble violently. The Mother of Bloodbath felt the bloodline in its body pulsing slightly. The fire elements in the lava zone were extremely saturated. These fire elements felt extremely warm to the Mother of Bloodbath. It felt completely different from the fire elements that it was familiar with. These fire elements embraced the Mother of Bloodbath, and the Mother of Bloodbath felt the same emotion it felt when it saw Blood New Moon. The Mother of Bloodbath knew that the fire elements were responding to its bloodline. The Mother of Bloodbath was not one who liked to wallow in sadness. The few tears that it shed in its life were all for Lin Yuan's sake. The Mother of Bloodbath had even managed to prevent itself from crying when it saw its father. But now, the feelings that the Mother of Bloodbath felt from the fire elements caused it to start to sob uncontrollably. When the Mother of Bloodbath fell to its knees and started to tremble with large tears flowing down its face, Lin Yuan did not instruct the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to land. Instead, he squatted down and used his thumb pad to wipe the tears away. Lin Yuan had already guessed that the fire elements affected the Mother of Bloodbath. Jade Sundial's body had turned into the lava zone, and the fire elements remained there. This meant that there was definitely something special about the fire elements formed from Sky Sundial Jade Spider. This was what made the lava zone special. Lin Yuan felt that it was highly likely that using the Remembrance Soul Whale to gather the Sky Sundial Jade Spider soul would be a success. The fire elements from the lava zone were gathering toward the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath would definitely be able to recover memories through its bloodline. The Mother of Bloodbath looked up, and its eyes met Lin Yuan's concerned ones. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath could not hold it back anymore and wrapped its arms around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gently patted the Mother of Bloodbath's back to comfort it. He did not say anything even as the tears dampened his shoulder. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly thought. The Mother of Bloodbath has always been suppressing and hiding its feelings for Lin Yuan. However, now that it could sense its mother, all of its walls fell, and it was acting so intimately. But looking at Lin Yuan, it seems that he doesn't understand the Mother of Bloodbath's feelings. He is purely comforting the Mother of Bloodbath. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly did not mind that its father-in-law was obtuse because its relationship with Purple Afterglow was great. Although the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly had been spending all day and night with Purple Afterglow, it was also male. Thus, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly could rest its mind. Otherwise, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would be absolutely depressed at that moment. Having one-sided feelings for someone was better than being cheated on. A moment later, the Mother of Bloodbath removed itself from the hug and said softly, "Lin Yuan, let's go down and take a look." The Mother of Bloodbath's face turned suspiciously red. When the Kill Food Sky Butterfly landed, Lin Yuan returned it to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and summoned the Remembrance Soul Whale with a wave of his hand. The Remembrance Soul Whale was currently Bronze X/Legend. Before Lin Yuan comprehended a willpower rune that was related to the soul, this would be the limit for the Remembrance Soul Whale. Lin Yuan instructed the Remembrance Soul Whale, "Remembrance Soul Whale, use Soul Knot and search for remnants of souls in this area." The Remembrance Soul Whale let out a cry and immediately started to sweep the area for souls. After searching, it turned up the souls of fays like the Sharp-Eared Fire Fox, Fire Source Wolf, and Ringtail Flame Python. There were also some souls of adventurers mixed in with the souls of these fays. Evidently, some adventurers had died here. There were also an uncountable number of souls of plant-type fays. The lava zone was a complete ecological environment. At every moment, there were fays killing and hunting each other. This was the natural law of the jungle. although the souls of the weak lifeforms quickly dissipated after they died. Too many Fays had died in the past few days. The Remembrance Soul Whale needed pieces of a soul to use soul, not to pick and sort through them. The Sky Sundial Jade Spider had died too long ago. Even if any of its soul was left, it would be extremely weak. It was almost impossible to find the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul using this method. Even if Lin Yuan and the Remembrance Soul Whale stayed here every day to sort through the souls, it might take them decades to find the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul if they were unlucky. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he could not prevent the Fays from ever dying or falling sick. Lin Yuan said to the Mother of Bloodbath that had eyes full of hope, "We are on the border of Bronze Furnace City. The deeper we walk into the lava zone, the more concentrated the fire elements become and the more likely we'll be able to find the soul. Let's head toward the center of the lava zone, and the Remembrance Soul Whale will continue to search while we travel." The Mother of Bloodbath nodded. It fell silent for a moment before it said, "Lin Yuan, once we reach the lava zone, let's search until it's time for dinner. If we can't find anything, we'll continue for another day after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If we still can't find anything, then perhaps Mother's soul is really gone." The Mother of Bloodbath knew that time was precious to Lin Yuan. It was already a guarantee that Lin Yuan would be able to become a Radiance envoy. There was also going to be an earth-shattering bet between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation taking place 2 years later. The next 2 years would be the most crucial period for Lin Yuan to increase his power. Hence, the Mother of Bloodbath did not want to waste Lin Yuan's time. Furthermore, the Mother of Bloodbath was certain that the center of the zone where the fire elements were the most concentrated was where its mother's soul would be most likely to be found. If its mother's soul could not be found there, it was practically certain that its mother's soul was already gone. They had only walked a few thousand meters, yet the fire elements were already much more concentrated. Only the most powerful Fays could survive at the center of the lava zone. Hence, there could not be many other souls at the center of the lava zone. It should not be difficult to search. As they walked, Lin Yuan noticed that the Remembrance Soul Whale was gathering more and more souls of Spirit Chi professionals. The souls of Spirit Chi professionals were the easiest to dissipate. If their souls were still being picked up, it meant that they had only died recently. As such, Lin Yuan sensed that something was wrong. Mother of Bloodbath, why did so many Spirit Chi professionals die at the lava zone? As the Remembrance Soul Whale continued to search, Lin Yuan figured out the reason. The Remembrance Soul Whale found the soul of an Abyss Demon. In fact, there were so many souls of Abyss Demons here that Lin Yuan could not find the souls of any other lifeforms. It was likely that an adventurer had set off from the Bronze Furnace City or was on the way back and happened to encounter the Abyss Dimensional Rift. The Abyss Demon had killed many Spirit Chi professionals. Soon, Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath walked into the inner sanctum of the lava zone. There, Lin Yuan found that many of the fire-type Fays had mutated, and their bloodlines had been purified. The most obvious mutation had happened to the spider species Fays. Lin Yuan even saw a Diamond X/Fantasy V fire-type spider species Fey. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen a Fey that had evolved to fantasy breed and comprehended a willpower rune in the wild. Such a Fey was a gift to the world. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the fire-type spider species Fey and saw that it was called the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider. It mainly used elemental and physical attacks and excelled at assassination. Although the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider had reached Diamond/Fantasy, it was still as small as a bottle cap. If it was kept hidden, it would be a natural killer. From the moment that the Ghost Fire Pierce Spider saw the Mother of Bloodbath, it started acting exceptionally affectionately toward it. Diamond/Fantasy spider species Fays had gained intelligence, albeit a low level. The Ghost Fire Pierce Spider was acting so affectionately toward the Mother of Bloodbath because it had been absorbing the fire elemental energy in the area that was also the Mother of Bloodbath's source. Ever since the Mother of Bloodbath evolved to a heavenly family Fae, it had been nurturing the blood brew grapevine. It even fed the small portion of the crimson tentacle algae's body that could not be turned into an instrument to the blood brew grapevine. As the Mother of Bloodbath continuously used the blood law to guide it, the blood brew grapevine managed to comprehend a willpower rune that was related to blood. It could be said that it was the mother of Bloodbath's best disciple. When the mother of Bloodbath glanced at the ghost fire-pierced spider, it placed the ghost fire-pierced spider in its palm and said, "Your life changed here. I will give you an opportunity too. If you're willing, I will keep you by my side from now on. I will help you to grow." When the ghost fire-pierced spider heard what the mother of Bloodbath said, it disappeared into the mother of Bloodbath's hair. Although the mother of Bloodbath had not said that it was going to accept the ghost fire-pierced spider as its disciple, it was evident that this was what had just happened. It was a fantastic opportunity for the ghost fire-pierced spider to be able to become the mother of Bloodbath's disciple. From now on, the spider's life would be transformed. Just as they were about to enter the center of the lava zone, Lin Yuan noticed that the Remembrance Soul Whale was finding just as many souls. However, it was no longer finding any weak life forms. At that moment, Lin Yuan spotted a heavily injured spirit chi professional supporting a 3-meter-tall gorilla species Fei, walking toward them from a distance. When the expert saw Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath, he immediately shouted, "There's a gathering of strange beasts up ahead. It looks like a fire-type treasure has appeared. Run." The Fays that dug out the treasure encountered the Fays that did not manage to obtain the treasure. Those that missed out will probably start venting their anger. The man walking over was a king-class expert. The gorilla species Fey next to him was the Diamond 4/Fantasy 2 Fire Tattoo Combat Gorilla. Spirit Chi professionals who contracted fire-type Fays would always head to the lava zone to find treasures that they could use to increase their power. Most fire species Fays had extremely violent tempers. It was very normal for them to attack people on sight. Although the lava zone did not have a large area, fire-type Fays could increase their power extremely quickly here. Hence, every powerful fire-type Fey could not find it in themselves to coexist. As such, Fays were very territorial. Any life form that steps into another Fey's territory would be seen as an invader and promptly attacked. The king-class expert had been kind enough to warn Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath. This indicated that he was a decent person. With a wave of his hand, a beam of green light extended from Lin Yuan's hand to the middle-aged man and the fire tattoo combat gorilla. The middle-aged man and fire tattoo combat gorilla's injuries were immediately healed. Lin Yuan's action made the middle-aged man immediately aware that Lin Yuan was truly capable and able to traverse the center of the lava zone. Hence, the middle-aged man did not give out any more warnings. He thought of the scene that he just saw and said, "There is at least one myth-breed Fey in human form in there. It seems that it's guarding a fire-red stone. From afar, the stone looks like spider legs. But I'm not sure if I saw it right." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what the middle-aged man said. He said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Let's go and take a look at the center of the lava zone now. Before the lava zone was formed, it used to be a forest. There's no way that there are fire-type treasures here. Hence, all the fire-type treasures here are definitely related to the sky sundial jade spider's corpse. If the red stone is truly formed from the body of the sky sundial jade spider, it must contain a part of its soul. No matter how little the soul fragment it contains is, the Remembrance Soul Whale only needs to absorb a bit of it to use burning soul new life and spiritual ingredients full of soul power to direct the pure energy into the soul. The soul energy will do its best to replenish the broken soul and make it whole again. The mother of Bloodbath was so excited that it did not know what to do. It had been slightly dispirited, but now it was filled with limitless hope. The mother of Bloodbath immediately rushed to the center of the lava zone with Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath revealed its heavenly family Fey prowess at that moment. The moment it tapped into its sky sundial jade spider bloodline, a sun appeared above its head. Flames licked the mother of Bloodbath's skirt, and it was bathed in sunlight. It resembled a sun goddess. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath unleashed its killer instinct. It was set on fighting for the stone that could be its mother's leg, no matter what it took. When the mother of Bloodbath triggered its sky sundial jade spider bloodline, all the fire elements in the lava zone started to seethe. Soon, the fire elemental energy started to solidify and slowly formed the phantom of a woman. The woman's image was blurry, but no one could refute that she looked exceedingly similar to the mother of Bloodbath. She had the same sun crowning her head. When the fire elements solidified into the phantom of a woman, a gust of wind finally blew into the lava zone. With the gust of wind came clouds and rain that had not fallen in years. As the breeze and wind intermingled, yearning perforated the entire area. The breeze wove around the rain as droplets landed on Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath's bodies. They also landed on the phantom image of the woman. Although the phantom image greatly resembled the mother of Bloodbath, it was still formed from fire elements. The rain evaporated into vapor when it landed on the phantom image. The vapor dried up almost instantly. The high temperature caused the air around the woman to become fuzzy. The phantom image of the woman stood unmovingly in front of the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan thought about a legend that the Moon Empress had told him about. It said that once a fae reached a certain level of power, the energy in their body would retain their final wish after they died. At that moment, the phantom image of the woman reached out and gently hugged the mother of Bloodbath. It seemed that the sky sundial jade spider's final thoughts were all about her newborn daughter. The mother of Bloodbath could feel its mother in every cell of its body. Although the feeling was not as visceral as the one it felt from Blood New Moon, it was even more intricate. The formation of the phantom image of the woman used up all of the fire elements in the area. This changed the environment of the lava zone. All of the life forms in the lava zone collectively looked toward the phantom image of the woman. Bronze Furnace City immediately noticed the changes in the lava zone. The lava zone used to be a forest. The sky sundial jade spider's death had transformed the forest into an area full of fire elements where abyss-dimensional rifts regularly opened. It could be said that the lava zone transformed the entire Bronze Furnace City's manufacturing industry. Every year, many contractors who contracted fire-type phase would move to Bronze Furnace City. The change in the lava zone would significantly affect the entire Bronze Furnace City. However, the mother of Bloodbath was unaware of all this because many fire-type fays had rushed toward it. Any fae with any intelligence knew that once a change took place in its location, it was likely that they would be able to gain an opportunity. The fays that were more intelligent could sense the mother of Bloodbath's identity as a heavenly family fae. However, the fays that were less intelligent had already started charging toward the mother of Bloodbath. This disrupted the mother of Bloodbath from basking in its mother's warmth. Before the mother of Bloodbath could take action, Lin Yuan stepped in. There was no one else here. Thus, Lin Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. He used Blackie's spirit essence explosion and gathered spirit chi in his left fist. Meanwhile, black wings spread out from his back. The wings provided him with an additional speed that made his movements a blur. Moreover, Lin Yuan had very high combat skills and fighting strategies. In an instant, he returned to his original position. However, the fays that rushed over had all received a heavy punch from him and were writhing on the ground. Lin Yuan's action shocked many fays that had been about to attack and triggered carnage within many fays. These fays advanced in a horde. Just as Lin Yuan was about to attack again, the ghost fire-pierced spider that had hidden itself in the mother of Bloodbath's hair emerged. A red and blue layer of demonic fire covered the ghost fire-pierced spider. The twin-colored flames swirled around on the ghost fire-pierced spider's body and formed a terrifying face. The ghost fire-pierced spider was like a bullet that shot through all the attacking fays. The punctured fays were soon set alight with red and blue flames that reduced these fays to their shells. The burning bodies of the fays caused the red and blue flames to become more vibrant. Eventually, the red and blue flames were recalled to the ghost fire-pierced spider's body. At that moment, the terrifying face on the ghost fire-pierced spider's body spat out a purple tongue of fire that sailed toward the Diamond 6/Fantasy 4 Mighty Fire Scary Lion. Lin Yuan felt that the tongue of fire was the limit of a Diamond/Fantasy phase power. It only needed a small push to reach Mythbreed. The Mighty Fire Scary Lion stood no chance against this power. Soon, the purple tongue of fire burned the Mighty Fire Scary Lion to ashes. In the next instant, a large amount of red and blue flames flowed out from the Mighty Fire Scary Lion and returned to the ghost fire-pierced spider's body. When Lin Yuan saw this, he could not help but silently marvel at the ghost fire-pierced spider's talent. The ghost fire pierce spider's exclusive skill was called robbing fire. Robbing fire. When a target has been afflicted with the robbing fire, as long as a target's energy level is lower than that of the robbing fire, their energy will become a part of the robbing fire. Under normal circumstances, the small assassin that was the ghost fire pierce spider had a lower energy level than most phase of the same grade. Luckily, the change in the lava zone had saved the ghost fire pierce spider's talent. Nonetheless, the ghost fire pierce spider could not compete with Lu Shuang's exquisite rhino giraffe. The ghost fire pierce spider would not even be able to compete with the Diamond X/Fantasy V Earth walking witch snake. But it had intelligently made use of assassination. It not only secretly attacked the phase that were weaker than it, but also gave the phase that Lin Yuan had beaten another blow. Through robbing fire, the ghost fire pierce spider continuously increased the strength of the red and blue flames. Eventually, it combined the red and blue flames using stacking venomous fire and produced venomous fire elemental energy. One attack wiped out the mighty fire scary lion, which was not much weaker than the ghost fire pierce spider. The ghost fire pierce spider's utilization of the combat technique indicated that it was a special combat class Fey. The longer it spent on the battleground and the more targets it killed and the more powerful it became. However, there was a limit to how much its power could be increased. This limit was determined by how much the ghost fire pierce spider's body could handle. The ghost fire pierce spider also had an exclusive skill called Fire Change Essence Soul. Fire Change Essence Soul. A special insect protein will be produced using up the twin-colored flames. The insect protein can quickly heal the ghost fire pierce spider's essence, stamina, and combat will by triggering its soul. Although this exclusive skill was weak on its own, it produced amazing results when used in conjunction with robbing fire. With the skill to combine such an exclusive skill and ability, it was no wonder that the ghost fire pierce spider caught the mother of Bloodbath's eye. Although the ghost fire pierce spider could continuously kill Fays that were weaker than it to strengthen itself, a myth breed Fey had just dashed out from the inner sanctum of the lava zone. Although this Fey had only just evolved from Fantasy V to myth breed, its life rank had been advanced from the moment it overcame the world cleansing. This was a bridge that would be difficult for one to use talent to cross. Moreover, most of the fire-type Fays in the lava zone had evolved their bloodlines and had strong natural talents. Thus, when the ghost fire pierce spider started fighting with the myth lava scary clawed bear, the red and blue flames burned the lava scary clawed bear to the point that it could not stop howling in pain. All the fur on its body was scorched black. Nonetheless, no actual damage could be done to it. At that moment, the lava scary clawed bear opened its mouth and let out a roar. It was about to tap into the fire elements floating in the air when it realized that all the fire-type energy in the area had been drained by the phantom image of a woman with a crown on her head. The lava scary clawed bear could only make use of the fire elemental energy in its roots to use the attack bear king claw attack. The lava scary clawed bear's claws were agile as they ripped through the air and violent firepower sailed through the air. If they hit the ghost fire pierce spider that did not have strong defense abilities, it would be torn apart. The lava scary clawed bear had been certain that it was about to kill the ghost fire pierce spider when a ferocious cry filled the air. Soon, the mother of Bloodbath shook its hand, and a ribbon of light wrapped around the lava scary clawed bear. The lava scary clawed bear instantly lost control of its movements. All the blood in its body had been locked. Soon, the lava scary clawed bear realized with shock that 3 large hornless dragons with red bodies and red horns had slithered from under the girl's skirt. Each of the dragons was almost 100 meters long. One of the dragons charged toward the lava scary clawed bear, and its horns pierced the lava scary clawed bear's chest. The lava scary clawed bear immediately lost consciousness. But this was just the beginning. The mother of Bloodbath used Funeral of Light and took control of the lava scary clawed bear using light energy. Before the lava scary clawed bear was scorched dry by the light energy, it would become the mother of Bloodbath's puppet. The mother of Bloodbath was unsure if the Remembrance Soul whale would be able to find its mother's soul. Yet, the short period of time that it could enjoy its mother's love had been cut short. All the fire-type Fays that had come to this place were looking enviously at the phantom of the mother of Bloodbath's mother. Evidently, they wanted to absorb the phantom's fire elements. This enraged the mother of Bloodbath. All of you have been benefiting from my mother. Forget the fact that you have no intention of thanking her. But you're even trying to devour her? The mother of Bloodbath's emotions exploded, and a long spear appeared in its hand. At that moment, it heard a gentle voice say, "Leave this to me." Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing a red skirt appeared in front of the mother of Bloodbath. She first bowed toward the woman's phantom image before plucking a red hairpin from her hair. She held the hairpin and shouted, "Spirit return!" All life forms melt and boil. Triangle-shaped scales surfaced on her face. There was no doubt that they were snake scales. A roar was released from her mouth, and colorless fumes spewed out. The woman pushed her hairpin into the venomous fumes, and it quickly dissolved, staining the fog red. Soon, the fumes spread out, and all the phase that were Myth 2 and below started to melt like candles when they came into contact with the venomous fumes. In an instant, all their strong bodies liquefied. The middle-aged woman cleared out all the phase that had been eyeing the phantom image of the woman. This was the second time that Lin Yuan saw a Myth 3 Fey use spirit return through body weaponization. After the middle-aged woman unleashed her killing move, she recalled her aura. She bowed to the mother of Bloodbath and said, "Greetings." The mother of Bloodbath did not lower its aura. When the middle-aged woman sensed the mother of Bloodbath's enmity, she hurriedly explained, "Miss, I'm a venomous fire viper with a normal bloodline. You happened to land when I broke out of my shell." The middle-aged woman looked at the phantom image of the woman with a childlike gaze before saying, "I have been benefiting from her ever since I was young. I managed to mutate and quickly increase my power. Now I have reached Myth 3. I cannot repay everything that she has done for me. If you don't mind, please allow me to stay by your side, so I can repay her and be of some help to you through my service." The middle-aged woman shot a look of disgust at the melted phase and said, "Miss, there are two groups of phase here. The first group is natives that have been benefiting from the lava. The other group is fire-type phase that moved to the lava zone for the environment. They only consider the lava zone as a treasure trove and only want to drain all of its resources. I came over because people were trying to steal the precious rock. We have always regarded the precious stone as the remnant of her body. However, a few foreign fays found help with the intention of stealing the precious stone together. Although it ended with us suffering grievous injuries, we managed to keep the foreign fays away. We killed the leader of those fays. They probably won't be coming here again anytime soon. Would you like to take a look at the precious rock? From the moment we sensed your aura, we decided to follow you from now on." The mother of Bloodbath's heart skipped a beat. The mother of Bloodbath did not like the phase that had transformed by being nourished by its mother because it saw this as them eating its mother's flesh. But the mother of Bloodbath could not bring itself to be angered by the middle-aged woman's words. Rather, it was very touched. Lin Yuan studied the middle-aged woman's sincere expression. He thought about the phase at the center of the zone that were protecting the precious rock. He now had a better understanding of how much phase prioritized kindness. It was very likely that the precious rock had been formed from the sky sundial jade spider's legs. It would be nutritious for any fae. Yet, these fays were protecting it to return the favor and were now willing to serve the mother of Bloodbath for the rest of their lives. "I'm going to watch over Lin Yuan. My mother was the one who turned into the lava zone. I have a father too. I will tell my father to make you into external members of Heavenly Family Cottage," said the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath was very honest when it spoke, and gratitude was written all over its face. Regardless of whether the precious rock that had been protected for years was its mother's soul, the fays that had used its mother's flesh to evolve were indeed trying to thank its mother in their own way. The middle-aged woman was shocked, and her jaw fell open. Her thinking was very simple. She had decided to do so solely because she wanted to repay the favor. However, she did not expect the mother of Bloodbath to send all of them to the Heavenly Family Cottage to become external members. Although fays usually became greedy when they encountered Heavenly Family fays that were weaker than them so that they could seal the Heavenly Family fays opportunities, all the fays from the Heavenly Family Cottage were no different from gods. They represented the strongest fays in the main world. The Heavenly Family Cottage would only ever consist of Heavenly Family Fays. However, many Fays joined Heavenly Family Cottage as external members. It was a dream for many Fays. Still, it was extremely difficult to become an external member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. They had to be at least creation breed. The middle-aged woman was one of the strongest Fays to be protecting the precious rock. However, she still did not think that she was worthy of becoming an external member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. The Mother of Bloodbath had its own motive for making this arrangement. These Fays wanted to follow the Mother of Bloodbath because they wanted to repay its mother. If these Fays were allowed to join Sky City, they would not complain about being sent out on missions, but they might not be willing to be ordered around by the white-clothed followers. Inevitably, a fight would break out. Fays that had not been contracted and had become accustomed to relying on their own abilities to comprehend willpower runes and fight the elements were usually extremely strong-headed and untamed. Blood New Moon had become Lin Yuan's protector and would be staying by his side. If these Fays were sent to be led by its father, it would increase a branch of Lin Yuan's power. The Mother of Bloodbath had met Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix, and they were considered members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. The Mother of Bloodbath felt that it was a done deal that Lin Yuan would become a Radiance Envoy. Once he became a Radiance Envoy, he would be on top of the world. If the Heavenly Family Cottage could stand alongside him, they would definitely be able to help him significantly. It was said that daughters no longer had any ties with their families once they got married. The Mother of Bloodbath was still unspoken for, but everything it did was for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan saw that the fire elemental energy within the phantom image seemed to be about to dissipate. He knew that this was because the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's last wish had been fulfilled. There was nothing left anchoring the fire elements, so they were about to be reabsorbed into nature. Lin Yuan hurriedly suggested, "Mother of Bloodbath, the fire elemental energy here is about to dissipate. It will start to disperse 20 minutes later and will be fully gone in 2 hours. Try and see if you can absorb the fire elemental energy within the phantom image. It will be a waste if the energy disappears." The Mother of Bloodbath shook its head gently. The Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline only consisted of light energy. All of the energy in the phantom image was fire elemental energy, and the Mother of Bloodbath could not absorb the fire elements. Blue Lotus had already told the Mother of Bloodbath about the secret of the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Hence, only Blood New Moon was able to absorb the fire elemental energy. Blood New Moon was the weakest member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. However, he had reached Sovereign/Eternal, and his roots were locked. He could quickly increase his power if he absorbed energy that was suitable for his roots. Blood New Moon's Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline came from Jade Sundial. Jade Sundial had given her bloodline to Blood New Moon before she died. Thus, the fire elemental energy within the phantom energy was the same as that of Blood New Moon's roots. After absorbing the fire elemental energy, Blood New Moon would be able to improve significantly or even reach Pinnacle Eternal. In a few hours, the Mother of Bloodbath found out how deeply emotional its father was. This phantom image of its mother contained the fire elemental energy that had been inside its mother's body when she was alive. They allowed the Mother of Bloodbath to sense motherly and wifely affections. Given the Mother of Bloodbath's understanding of Blood New Moon, it knew that Blood New Moon would not only refuse to absorb the fire elemental energy, but he would even do his best to collect all the dissipating fire elemental energy. He would also use the fire elemental energy in his body to nurture the fire elemental energy from the phantom image, also that the phantom image would persist for longer. Blood New Moon was very strong. It would not be difficult for him to maintain the fire elemental energy at the beginning. But with every passing second that the fire elemental energy in his body was used up, he would eventually run out, and this could result in his grade falling from eternal to immortal. The Mother of Bloodbath always understood one principle. After a person passed, the living had to move on for the dead to rest in peace. Since they could not do anything about the situation, they should not torture themselves. Although the Mother of Bloodbath still took out its phone to call Blood New Moon, it did not tell him about the phantom image. Rather, it released the red water blood snakes and instructed them to guard the phantom image. The red water blood snakes all had the same combat power as the Mother of Bloodbath. They were more than strong enough to protect the fire elemental energy from being targeted by other fire-type phase. The Mother of Bloodbath shot a look at Lin Yuan. Coincidentally, Blood New Moon happened to step out of the Radiant Moon Palace at this time. He saw the call coming from his daughter and started chatting to the Mother of Bloodbath in a gentle voice. Although the Mother of Bloodbath had not mentioned that anything was wrong, Blood New Moon was satisfied just to hear the voice of the daughter with whom he had just reunited. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix were still in the Radiant Moon Palace, so they continued to discuss Tower Cannon with the Moon Empress and seek her opinion. Since the Heavenly Family Cottage and Tower Cannon were enemies, the Moon Empress, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus exchanged the information that they held about Tower Cannon. Revival. At that moment, Lin Yuan, the Mother of Bloodbath, and the middle-aged woman reached the center of the lava zone where the precious rock was at. As they walked nearer, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the precious rock had the same aura as the phantom image of the woman. It might even have a stronger aura. The precious rock had the shape of a section of a spider leg. It stuck out of the ground and reached a height of almost 20 meters. Besides the middle-aged woman, there was another myth-breed fae in human form with broken hands and only one leg. It was currently curled up on the ground. The other fays that had not been able to change into human form were also heavily injured. These fays all looked wary when they spotted Lin Yuan. But when they caught sight of the middle-aged woman and the Mother of Bloodbath's aura, they settled down, and childlike expressions spread across their faces. With a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, he let out the Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily. The Jasmine Lily spun gently, and the pointed bud of mountain jade bloomed. The 3 white flowers growing out from the green stem shot out 3 beams of vitality. The 3 beams of vitality formed a large net that was linked by all the fays. It ended with the myth-breed fae in human form that had lost its limbs. The myth-breed fae in human form had fallen in despair. It was the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse that originally had 4 limbs. However, it lost 3 of them in the recent battle. Even if it could be healed in time, it would never regain its ability to walk. To its knowledge, severed limbs would never regrow. Only the amphibious-type myth-breed fays could use their own natural talent to regrow parts of their bodies. In fact, very few amphibious-type fays had such strong natural ability. However, the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse did not expect all its cells to be triggered when the vitality entered its body. All the blood in its body flowed toward its severed limbs, and the vitality activated its genetic model, allowing them to regrow. Soon, to its shock, the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse realized that its limbs were starting to slowly regrow. Joy filled out its entire heart. Although it had been blessed with an opportunity when it was born, it had struggled to reach where it was today. Being a guard of the precious stone had become the Fire Mountain Fox Mouse's faith. It was willing to sacrifice its life, but it still wished to live like a normal person. Otherwise, if someone targeted the precious stone, it would have no combat power and would only be able to watch as the stone was stolen. When these fays were healed by Lin Yuan, they all started to bow to him to express their thanks. All these fays had a suspicion in their minds. They all felt that the person who had helped them seemed like a moron. Why does he keep talking to the air? Moreover, his words involved the soul. It's so strange. The Remembrance Soul Whale was a legendary fae, and it could only be seen by others when Lin Yuan fused with Dark Blue. Usually, when Lin Yuan summoned it, he was the only one who would be able to see it. Lin Yuan instructed the Remembrance Soul Whale to use Soul Knot and start searching the area for souls. A large battle had just taken place there, and there were many deaths. Thus, no matter how hard the Remembrance Soul Whale searched, it could only find the souls of the fays that had died in battle. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the same aura from the phantom image in the precious rock. However, the Remembrance Soul Whale's soul knot could not reach the soul. Hence, in order to see if the precious stone truly contained Jade Sundial's soul, they would need to break the precious stone. Lin Yuan could not decide this for himself. As such, he cast his gaze on the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan's gaze and saw him gesturing to break something. The Mother of Bloodbath was shocked by this. After less than 3 seconds of silence, it came to a decision. To the shock of the other phase, the mother of Bloodbath reached out and broke off a piece of the precious stone. At the same time, Lin Yuan instructed the Remembrance Soul Whale to use Soul Knot. Blood New Moon was still on the call and sensed that something was wrong. The mother of Bloodbath had said it would handle some business with Lin Yuan. Yet, after 8 minutes of speaking, it did not mention any serious business at all. In fact, it seemed to be alluding to something. Blood New Moon was certain that the mother of Bloodbath had definitely encountered an issue, and he immediately became anxious. "Little love, where are you? I am done here, so I'll go to you now." At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath saw a bright smile spread across Lin Yuan's face as he nodded at it. The mother of Bloodbath had been forcefully controlling its emotions. At that moment, its tears broke through the dam and started flowing down its face. This time, Lin Yuan did not comfort the mother of Bloodbath because the mother of Bloodbath had been suppressing itself for too long and needed to vent. Blood New Moon panicked when he heard the mother of Bloodbath crying. His fatherly instincts kicked in, and he instinctively thought, "Did Lin Yuan take advantage of my daughter and is refusing to take responsibility?" The more Blood New Moon thought about it, the more anxious he became. The mother of Bloodbath sobbed, "Dad, Lin Yuan found Mother's soul here in the lava zone. There's a chance that she can be revived." The mother of Bloodbath's words stupefied Blood New Moon. He squatted down at the Radiance Moon Mountain and slapped the ground happily. He was clearly smiling, but the sorrow in his heart mixed with hundreds of other emotions and rushed to the surface. This tugged down Blood New Moon's lips, and he started to shed tears while cradling his head. The mother of Bloodbath could clearly sense the change in its father's aura. It could imagine how happy its father was currently feeling. However, time was of the essence. There were only 7 or 8 minutes left before the fire elements dissipated. The mother of Bloodbath anxiously said, "Dad, come to the lava zone now. You will be able to sense my location once you're here. Mom left something for you here. If you don't receive it, it will disperse into nature." Family blessing. The moment the mother of Bloodbath spoke, something started happening to the sun. Every person in the world that was looking at the sun realized with shock that a spider-shaped pattern had appeared on the sun. At the next moment, Blood New Moon's image emerged from the sunlight, and the image of the spider disappeared from the sun. Everyone looking at this thought that they were seeing things. Blood New Moon had just arrived at the lava zone and spotted the phantom image of the woman immediately. He was in a daze as he opened his arms and started to grow larger until he was the same size as the woman. Blood New Moon reached out and gently hugged the phantom image of the woman. The mother of Bloodbath had been hugged by the phantom image of the woman, and now the phantom image of the woman was being hugged by Blood New Moon. It was as though there should be a small baby between the two of them that they would look after and nurture into a princess. The three of them would then live out the rest of their lives happily. Blood New Moon was also a spider species fae, and was not adept at expressing his emotions. However, Blood New Moon's emotions were a wreck. Its emotions over the past few years had been dominated by sorrow. For as long as Blood New Moon could remember, he had never experienced as much joy as he had felt today. Today, Blood New Moon found his long-lost child, Blood Love. His child had also acknowledged him. More importantly, Blood New Moon found out that Jade Sundial had a chance to be revived. Blood New Moon was incredulous with regard to this because he had watched Jade Sundial die with his own eyes. Before she died, she had even extracted her bloodline. However, Blood New Moon did not believe that Blood Love would lie to him about this matter. Blood New Moon's tears fell on the phantom image of the woman's hair, causing a faint mist to rise. At that point, one of the red water blood snakes said, "Dad, hurry up and absorb all of the fire elements that Mother left behind. We will need your help to search for Mother's soul." "Dad, I know you're unwilling to absorb Mom's fire elements, but they will go to waste if you don't absorb them. You have to become stronger to be able to protect Mom and me in the future." It was true that Blood New Moon did not plan on absorbing the fire elements. Instead, he planned on using his own method to collect all the fire elements, albeit doing so would have a negative effect on him. But the mother of Bloodbath's coaxing words pierced cleanly through Blood New Moon's heart. "She's right. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't have had to watch Fifth Page Truth secretly attack Jade Sundial and lose my daughter in the process. All of that happened because I was too weak. 2 members of the 8 pages of Tower Canon were coming to the Radiance Federation. Envoys from the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation were also coming to visit the Radiance Federation. After speaking with the Moon Empress in the Radiant Moon Palace, Blood New Moon had sensed that this sleeping lion of the Radiance Federation was ready to bare her fangs at Tower Canon. It was likely that Whale Ocean Commerce's action had pricked the tiger. Hence, Blood New Moon needed to be strong enough to protect his daughter, be able to see his wife revived one day, and repay Lin Yuan's kindness. The mother of Bloodbath had said that Lin Yuan had helped to collect Jade Sundial's soul. Lin Yuan had saved the mother of Bloodbath's life several times and allowed the mother of Bloodbath to awaken its heavenly family Fey bloodline. If the mother of Bloodbath had not activated the sun during its transformation into a heavenly family Fey, Blood New Moon was unsure if he would have been able to find the mother of Bloodbath when he arrived at the Radiance Federation. Now, Blood New Moon needed to repay his daughter's favor to Lin Yuan and the favor for reviving his wife. Blood New Moon felt that even if he separated himself into spiritual ingredients and gifted all of them to Lin Yuan, it would be far from enough. Moreover, Jade Sundial used to be the second member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. If Lin Yuan revived Jade Sundial, he would essentially save the entire Heavenly Family Cottage. Purple Love would be overjoyed when she found out. When he sensed that the fire elements in the phantom image were about to disappear, Blood New Moon's body lit up with crimson and golden flames. Rays of sunset glow covered Blood New Moon, and his hair was now stained gold. His one red and one orange eye were set ablaze with beautiful flames. The fire elements in the phantom image were the same as those of Blood New Moon's roots. At that moment, the fire elements within the phantom image all entered Blood New Moon's body. Blood New Moon's prowess raised significantly, and his eternal aura became even stronger. It was as though the sun in the sky was celebrating this moment. The clouds in the sky resembling cotton candy evaporated under the sun's rays. Even if it was raining in a certain place, it stopped, and the weather changed to a beautiful sunny day. The mother of Bloodbath used external blood bone and found that the beautiful totem of a sun on Blood New Moon's neck was climbing up toward his face. It resembled a rising sun. This totem was not an imprint but a solidification of light. At that moment, Blood New Moon turned and gently tapped the 3 red water blood snake's horns. Soon, the same sun totem appeared on the 3 red water blood snakes. The 3 red water blood snakes were also covered with robes of sunset light. This made them seem even more intimidating and added a layer of radiance. "Dad, what is this?" Blood New Moon replied softly. "When a Heavenly Family Fae reaches Eternal 12, it will be able to use a Heavenly Family Blessing. Normally, a Heavenly Family Fae will only be able to use it once every decade. However, the 3 red water blood snakes are basically 3 sets of fangs. I split the Heavenly Family Blessing into 3 and used it on them. Blue Lotus Heavenly Family Blessing is related to support abilities. She used it on Lin Yuan to enable him to become affiliated with Lin Yuan. Fays with water elements as their roots will not attack Lin Yuan again. This blessing doesn't have practical use for Lin Yuan. My Heavenly Family Blessing not only won't be of help to him, but might also affect him negatively because it uses up the blood energy of the being that it's used on. This might be a change that resulted from my blood red bird catching spider bloodline." At that moment, a look of nostalgia appeared on Blood New Moon's face. He was silent for a moment before saying, "My Heavenly Family Blessing is different from Jade Sundial's. However, this change enabled my Heavenly Family Blessing to become even more ferocious. When the red water blood snakes are covered with the robe of sunset light, they will possess immortal power of burning. However, they will have to absorb energy from the sun to recharge after each time that it's used. Daughter, within a decade, you won't have to be afraid of any life form below Immortal anymore. I will find a way to raise you to Immortal within 10 years. Parents' love was boundless. Although this was the first day that Blood New Moon had reunited with the mother of Bloodbath, he was already starting to pave its future. No parent in the world would have an easy time. No other Fae would dare to say the same thing to their offspring that Blood New Moon did. Moreover, very few Fays could help their children evolve to such a large extent. To fulfill the promise that Blood New Moon just made to the mother of Bloodbath, he would need to work hard for the next 10 years. Perhaps this was Blood New Moon's way of expressing his unique brand of fatherly love. The mother of Bloodbath's eyes welled up with tears, and it said softly, "Dad, follow me. You don't need to tire yourself out. All you need to do is stay by my side from now on." The most urgent thing in the mother of Bloodbath's mind was to increase its power so that it could live up to its duty of being Lin Yuan's path protector instead of continuing to be protected by him. But now that the mother of Bloodbath had received Blood New Moon's heavenly family blessing and could take on immortal experts, it would quickly be able to fulfill its role of being Lin Yuan's path protector. Moreover, White Speak had already reached pinnacle immortal. Although the heavenly family blessing had strengthened the mother of Bloodbath's power, it still could not compete with White Speak. Hence, the mother of Bloodbath had to face reality. The mother of Bloodbath had watched how Lin Yuan had grown step by step in the past year. Even if it could truly reach immortal in 10 years, it would be unimaginable what level Lin Yuan would have reached in that same time. Thus, rather than let its father exhaust himself for its sake, it would be better for him to protect Lin Yuan in the shadows using his eternal power. This way, it would always be able to see Blood New Moon. When Blood New Moon heard what the mother of Bloodbath said, he smiled kindly. Although he did not say anything, he had already decided what he was going to do. However, his idea was about to be changed by Lin Yuan. He followed the red water blood snakes to the center of the lava zone and immediately spotted the spider leg-shaped precious stone. No one present had seen Jade Sundial's original body for themselves. However, Blood New Moon had not only seen it but also touched it. Hence, one look was enough for Blood New Moon to be certain that it was Jade Sundial's leg. However, Blood New Moon also knew that this precious rock had not actually been formed from Jade Sundial's leg, but was probably a portion of her soul that had changed the rock alongside the nourishment of the fire elements. What Lin Yuan meant by collecting souls was probably to collect the vestiges of Jade Sundial's soul from the precious rock. This vestige of soul seemed like a wisp of lost hope to Blood New Moon. Even if it was collected, it would be able to bring about revival. Still, this wisp of lost hope was enough for Blood New Moon to embrace it as his greatest treasure for the rest of his life. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Uncle Blood, this precious rock is harder than blood love, and I expected. You need to break it in order for me to collect the soul inside it." Blood New Moon used his immortal power to sense that there was another life form next to Lin Yuan. This life form was continuously searching for souls. This discovery astonished Blood New Moon. Blood New Moon was able to discover this life form because it was constantly activating its soul. Otherwise, the life form would be utterly undetectable to Blood New Moon. When Lin Yuan saw the expression on Blood New Moon's face, Lin Yuan knew that he did not have to fuse with dark blue to enable Blood New Moon to see the Remembrance Soul Whale. The Remembrance Soul Whale was so important that it had become an important secret weapon to Lin Yuan. There were so many Fays present that Lin Yuan could not expose the Remembrance Soul Whale. However, Lin Yuan did not mind explaining to Blood New Moon, "Uncle Blood, it might not have much combat ability, but it can use spiritual ingredients with soul power in them to nourish dead souls and complete them. However, the soul needs a sufficient amount of the soul to unlock the memories from when it was still alive." Blood New Moon was stunned again. He immediately charged at Lin Yuan with delight and screamed, "Will Jade Sundial's memories be unlocked if enough of her soul is gathered? Is it true? Is it really true?" Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. The mother of Bloodbath had already told Blood New Moon over the phone that there was a chance that Jade Sundial could be revived. Blood New Moon had clearly heard the information. How could Jade Sundial be revived if her soul wasn't collected and her memories from when she was alive weren't unlocked? "Uncle Blood, you're already so grown and experienced. Can you remain calm?" Nonetheless, Lin Yuan could also understand Blood New Moon's feelings. If his parents could be revived now, he would be just as excited as Blood New Moon was. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci were not so blessed. When Blood New Moon heard the shocking piece of information, he needed a guarantee from Lin Yuan. "Exactly. However, the precious rock must contain enough of her soul. Otherwise, Auntie Jade Sundial will have partial amnesia when she is revived. The lost memories will be the less important ones. She will never forget you, Blood Love, or the other members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. Blood New Moon bowed to Lin Yuan and said, I have no idea how I can thank you. From now on, I won't hesitate to do anything you want, even if it might lead to my death. The souls of myth breed phase could already solidify into bodies. As such, the eternal Jade Sundial could also do so. However, Jade Sundial needed her memories for her soul to solidify. Even if she did not have a body, the three of them could be a complete family living happily together. This was something that Blood New Moon had never dared to dream of in the past. In the past, Blood New Moon would never have been able to bring himself to break the precious stone that contained a part of Jade Sundial's soul. But now, Blood New Moon walked up and reached out his hand to smash the precious rock. Blood New Moon had smashed the precious rock into very fine pieces. He was afraid Lin Yuan's Fei would be unable to collect all of Jade Sundial's soul power from the precious stone. Blood New Moon remembered that Jade Sundial's biggest wish had been to see their daughter, even once. The Remembrance Soul Whale could use the fluctuations from its brain to check on a soul that it had locked on. Soon, the Remembrance Soul Whale started to use Soul Knot to accumulate the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul. But while it was searching, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Of emotions, although the Remembrance Soul Whale could find the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's soul every time it searched, the parts of the soul that it found were too weak. Eventually, a large number of soul fragments gathered together, but not even the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's shape could be formed. By now, Blood New Moon had smashed more than half of the precious rock. Given the speed, Lin Yuan felt that the Remembrance Soul Whale would not be able to use Burning Soul New Life to complete Jade Sundial's soul, even when the entire precious stone was smashed. It seemed unlikely that Jade Sundial's soul would be able to retain many of her memories. She might even forget Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon had been looking forward to Jade Sundial's revival to be reunited with their wife and mother. Both of them were looking forward to their family being complete again. This reality might be too cruel, but Lin Yuan still felt that it was necessary to tell Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath because there was no way to keep a fire under wraps with paper. From the moment Lin Yuan frowned, Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath became nervous and assumed that something was wrong. However, neither of them dared to question him for fear that they would disturb him from wielding the Remembrance Soul Whale to search for souls. At this moment, Lin Yuan said, Uncle Blood, Mother of Bloodbath, I have something to tell you. You should prepare yourselves. There is too little of Auntie Jade Sundial's soul in the precious rock. There is so little that it won't even be able to form her figure. Even if I complete her soul, she might not remember you. The Mother of Bloodbath's face fell, but this did not happen to Blood New Moon. Blood New Moon had never held hope that Jade Sundial would be able to be revived because he never thought that Lin Yuan would have a way to complete Jade Sundial's soul. Many things in the Heavenly Family Cottage were stained with Jade Sundial's aura. Purple Love's handkerchief was an example of this. Purple Love had visited the lava zone after Jade Sundial died and gathered as much of Jade Sundial's soul as possible into the handkerchief that Jade Sundial usually used. There had to be a significant amount of Jade Sundial's soul in the handkerchief. Purple Love just needed to bring the handkerchief over, and Lin Yuan's Fei could absorb the soul within it. Lin Yuan let out a breath of relief when Blood New Moon told him about the situation. The Mother of Bloodbath's expression also brightened. The Mother of Bloodbath turned and said to the Fays beside it, Head into the lava zone's inner sanctum. Tell them about the situation if someone tries to enter the center of the lava zone. Don't get in an altercation with the bronze furnace guards. When the Fays heard what the Mother of Bloodbath said, they immediately cleared out of the center of the lava zone. After the Fays left, the Mother of Bloodbath summoned the 10,000 medicine hot spring. A hot spring shrouded in mist appeared next to the Mother of Bloodbath's feet. The wall of the hot spring could be seen faintly through the mist. There were already hundreds of plants growing on the wall. It was clear that the Mother of Bloodbath had not slackened in giving plants to the 10,000 medicine hot spring to absorb. The mother of Bloodbath said softly to Blood New Moon, "Dad, this is the sacred source life form that Lin Yuan found for me. He won it after becoming the champion of the martial arts stage." Blood New Moon froze and thought, "Is little love trying to tell me about how great Lin Yuan is and announcing her relationship with him?" The moment this thought popped into his head, Blood New Moon broke out in a sweat. He hoped that this would never happen because he would not be able to handle it. If the mother of Bloodbath had grown up by Blood New Moon's side, the latter would have immediately warned the bastard that dared to take his daughter away that he would give him hell if he tried to bully little love. However, Lin Yuan was their family's savior. Blood New Moon would not be able to bring himself to threaten Lin Yuan. But truthfully, Lin Yuan treated little love well. He even gave his prize to little love. While Blood New Moon was panicking, the mother of Bloodbath went on to say, "Dad, my sacred source life form is called the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. It is utterly incompatible with my combat style. I was depressed when I first got it." Blood New Moon became even more doubtful when he heard what the mother of Bloodbath said. Sacred source lifeforms could not be uncontracted. Does little love want me to comfort her? Just as Blood New Moon was about to comfort the mother of Bloodbath, the latter said, "Dad, this sacred source lifeform turned out to be the best sacred source lifeform that I have ever seen. It has already absorbed hundreds of medicinal plant-type phase. I am becoming more and more certain that it will be able to reconstruct bodies. Once Lin Yuan completes Mom's soul, he can help me to find a part of Mom's body, and I will be able to use it to reconstruct her body to completion." The mother of Bloodbath was not lying to comfort Blood New Moon. This notion used to be nothing more than an idea. When the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring absorbed the first plant, the blood-spotted peach blossom, the mother of Bloodbath had not seen any obvious changes in the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. Thus, it had not put much stock in Lin Yuan's idea. However, as the quantity changed, so did the quality. The mother of Bloodbath could clearly sense the 10,000 Medicine Hot Springs' healing abilities had risen as it absorbed an increasing number of medicinal properties. Although the mother of Bloodbath had no way of regrowing a body using the genetic model, the Jasmine Lily could. With the Jasmine Lily's cooperation, the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring would not need to harness such an ability. When Blood New Moon heard what the mother of Bloodbath said, he was so excited that he did not know what to do. He felt that he had never been so overwhelmed with emotions besides the day that Jade Sundial died. If what his daughter said was true, Jade Sundial would not only be able to continue living through her soul but also regain her body. Blood New Moon was both happy and shocked. If the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring was used in conjunction with Lin Yuan's invisible Fae, they would be able to revive the dead. Blood New Moon suddenly felt a chill shoot up his spine. This ability went against the law of nature. If it was discovered, the mother of Bloodbath and Lin Yuan would be in danger no matter where they went. Luckily, the mother of Bloodbath had sent that group of Fays away. Otherwise, if the mother of Bloodbath summoned the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring in front of them, Blood New Moon might have killed them to protect his daughter and Lin Yuan's safety. Just as Blood New Moon was about to issue a warning to Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath, he noticed that Lin Yuan had entered a state of comprehension. At that moment, a willpower rune related to the soul formed in Lin Yuan's brain. The soul power in this willpower rune separated and reformed in a continuous cycle. It was similar to how the Remembrance Soul Whale was searching and solidifying souls. Lin Yuan had comprehended this willpower rune that was related to the construction of souls, when he sensed that the Remembrance Soul Whale was solidifying Jade Sundial's soul. It was extremely suitable for the Remembrance Soul Whale. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. He did not expect to receive this surprising benefit when he was helping the mother of Bloodbath to revive its mother. Once the Remembrance Soul Whale evolved to Fantasy Breed, Lin Yuan would be able to evolve it to Diamond X. At that point, the Remembrance Soul Whale would be able to solidify souls at a faster rate. It would be able to complete Jade Sundial's soul quicker. Additionally, the Remembrance Soul Whale's evolution would allow Morbius to break through past Silver X and reach Gold Grade. When Lin Yuan's spirit locked another Fae, Morbius might be able to wake up. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to this day for a very long time. At that moment, the Bronze Furnace guards arrived at the inner sanctum of the lava zone. All of the fire elemental energy in the lava zone had been drained. This change in the environment would seriously affect Bronze Furnace City commercially. Bronze Furnace City used to rely on the forests around it to develop its fruit and flower sectors. When the lava zone was formed, Bronze Furnace City had no choice but to redo its entire commercial structure. But just as they were starting to gain some traction, the environment changed again. If this change could not be overturned, their prosperity would plummet again. All of their commercial structures would have to be redone. But how could it be easy to redo a commercial structure that had taken so long to develop? The guard captain of Bronze Furnace City had also personally come to investigate the situation. The more he investigated, the more shocked he became. This was because he realized that the lava zone was completely devoid of fire elemental energy. What the hell? God, are you trying to torture Bronze Furnace City to death? The longer he was there, the angrier he became. When he entered the inner sanctum, he found a group of Fays there. They were blocking the path to prevent him from entering the center of the lava zone. The Bronze Azure Guard captain immediately exploded with anger and bellowed, "Are you the cause of the lava zone losing all of its fire elemental energy? If that's the case, return all of the fire elemental energy now." The Bronze Azure Guard captain became even angrier. All of the major cities were gearing up to enter the abyssal world and build mirror cities there. Due to the previous change in environment, Bronze Furnace City had only just managed to recover. This was just in time for them to build a mirror city in the abyssal world. As such, Bronze Furnace City was slightly panicked. Recently, two veteran factions had wanted to move out of Bronze Furnace City. They eventually stayed after much coaxing from the Bronze Furnace Guard captain, Su Quan. But now that the environment around Bronze Furnace City had changed again, all of the businesses in Bronze Furnace City that surrounded fire elemental energy would be doomed for failure. Bronze Furnace City was ranked second from the bottom amongst the 32 major cities in the Radiance Federation. Damn! Bronze Furnace City will probably come last in this year's ranking. How embarrassing! They had formed contracts with the high-grade phase from the lava zone that protected their spirit chi professionals when they were training in the lava zone. As thanks, the center of the lava zone was sectioned out and given to these Fays to stay. Although foreign Fays commonly attacked the native Fays from Bronze Furnace City, the Fays that had formed contracts with Bronze Furnace City had all performed well. As such, Su Quan forced himself to swallow his anger. Otherwise, he would have attacked. The Fays that the Mother of Bloodbath sent to guard the inner sanctum of the lava zone remembered the Mother of Bloodbath's instruction not to clash against the Bronze Furnace Guard captain. The middle-aged woman walked up and said, "We won't let you in no matter what you say. We won't lay a hand on you if you don't barge in. If you need to talk, we can do so once our master arrives." Su Quan was shocked when he heard this. When did these Fays from the center of the lava zone gain a master? They are clearly supposed to be here to guard the center of the lava zone. The change to the lava zone is definitely linked to their master. Su Quan was the Bronze Furnace Guard captain. He could not sit back and watch as Bronze Furnace City's economy collapsed as a result of the change in environment. This would plunge the lives of countless citizens in Bronze Furnace City into despair. Su Quan shot a look at the Bronze Furnace guards behind him, and they immediately turned and rushed off in the direction of Bronze Furnace City. These people were not returning to Bronze Furnace City but going to find a bunker where they would call the branch of spirit guards in Bronze Furnace City and ask them to send reinforcements. Normally, Su Quan would be able to handle these Fays that were Myth 3 at best on his own. However, he could not let his guard down until he met their master. After sending a group off to bring help, Su Quan waved his hand, and two Fays in human form appeared next to him. They were both holding weapons, and it was clear that they had reached at least Myth 3. The Fays behind the middle-aged woman were surprised when Su Quan summoned his Fays. They were about to retaliate when a young man said from behind them, "Stop!" Su Quan was feeling very frantic. When he heard someone shout at him to stop, he yelled, "As if I'll stop! Who do you think you are? What makes you think that you can tell me what to do?" When the last word fell from Su Quan's lips, a small item flew at him. Su Quan reached out and grabbed it. He saw that it was a small Class 2 Creation Master crest. Su Quan felt suspicious when he saw the Creation Master crest. "You might be a Class 2 Creation Master, but that doesn't give you the right to order me to stop. However, his jaw fell open when he saw the moon totem on the Class 2 Creation Master crest. As the guard captain of one of the Radiance Federation's major cities and a Class 3 Creation Master, Su Quan was more aware than the guard captains of other cities who were not Creation Masters what the totem on that Creation Master crest meant. Any Class 4 Creation Master who accepted a disciple could engrave their totem on their disciple's crest. However, in the entire Radiance Federation, only that member of royalty had a totem related to the moon. Oh my God! Did I just speak to the disciple of that member of royalty? I spoke so impolitely in a fit of anger. Su Quan retracted his neck. Nonetheless, as the guard captain of Bronze Furnace City, Su Quan needed to check on the center of the lava zone for the sake of Bronze Furnace City's economic and commercial prosperity. If he encountered the Moon Empress disciple, he would do his best to communicate his circumstance to the Moon Empress disciple. Crying children were eventually fed. If the loss of the fire elemental energy from the lava zone could not be recovered, it was likely linked to the Moon Empress disciple. If so, the Moon Empress disciple would have to help Bronze Furnace City in some way. Bronze Furnace City's finances were tight. As the city that was ranked second from last in the Radiance Federation, it was extremely difficult for them to build a mirror city in the abyssal world. Although the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had only been open for a few days, big cities like Ascending Dragon City, Raging Wave City, Cloud Lake City, and Indigo Azure City had already claimed their territories in the abyssal world. They had already started gathering materials from the abyssal world to build their cities. Bronze Furnace City could also claim its own territory. Unfortunately, Bronze Furnace City was so poor that they still lacked ingredients. Building materials were considered financial resources. But no matter how poor Bronze Furnace City was, they could produce the resources if they tightened their belts. However, even if they could produce the building materials, the Bronze Furnace guards would need some time to clear out the Abyss demons. The most expensive thing in this world was Creation Master resources. Bronze Furnace City was so poor that it did not receive much of a Creation Master resource investment. Su Quan was the Bronze Furnace Guard captain but had spent last night concocting spirit fluids with his Class 3 Creation Master abilities to help his subordinates increase their power. If Bronze Furnace City crumbled again, only someone as powerful as the Moon Empress disciple would be able to save them. At that moment, Su Quan saw 3 figures walking toward him. 2 of them were a man and a girl with red hair. It was clear that they were Fays in human form. Beside them was a young man dressed in black that looked to be only around 17 years old. But there was no question that he was the Moon Empress disciple. The mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon's arrival caused all the Fays to fall silent. The middle-aged woman walked over to the mother of Bloodbath and said sadly, "These spirit chi professionals are unreasonable. They are insisting on barging in. When I refused them, they readied themselves to attack." The mother of Bloodbath did not respond. Instead, it turned its gaze to Lin Yuan. At that moment, Su Quan walked over and held up the Class 2 Creation Master crest with a moon totem on it with both hands. He bowed and returned the crest to Lin Yuan as he said, "Lord, I am the Bronze Furnace Guard Captain, Su Quan. You rushed over from the center of the lava zone, and I would like to ask you if the change to the center of the lava zone has caused all the fire elemental energy to disappear." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He had a general idea of why Su Quan was so concerned about the fire elemental energy disappearing from the lava zone. Lin Yuan came from Redbud City and was well aware of the financial impact that could come from a change in the environment. It rained year-round in Redbud City. The plant-type phase that were nurtured in the breeding bases had a huge demand for water. However, there was one year when it rained much less in Redbud City. As such, many of the plant-type phase bore poor harvests, and their prices had inflated. The time that Lin Yuan first started managing the Spirit Lifeform store coincided with the time of the inflation of prices of plant-type phase. Unfortunately, he had very shallow savings at that time. It had caused great struggles for Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. After understanding Su Quan's troubles, Lin Yuan replied honestly, "All the fire elemental energy in the lava zone has been drained and will never be recovered." Su Quan's face instantly fell. Due to the formation of the lava zone, Bronze Furnace City had had a difficult time adjusting its business structures. Now that the lava zone was gone, it would once again be extremely challenging for Bronze Furnace City to adapt. Numerous people in the Bronze Furnace City were going to lose their livelihoods. If this matter was reported, Cicada Song would definitely send resources. Su Quan and the city lord could set aside their pride to do this. However, the aid would not be able to erase the regular people and Spirit Chi professionals' disappointment of losing their source of income. Su Quan could estimate that it would be difficult for Bronze Furnace City to overcome this trial within the next century. In order to fulfill the requirements of establishing themselves in Bronze Furnace City, they had to invest all of their finances into building the Mirror City in the Abyssal World and ensuring the citizens' survival in the city. They had no money left over to invest in Creation Master resources. As a result, Bronze Furnace City's development would only deteriorate. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became, and tears welled up in his eyes. For the sake of Bronze Furnace City's future, Su Quan planned on having a good talk with the Moon Empress disciple. If the Moon Empress disciple refused to take part in this matter and just left, Su Quan would find it hard to acknowledge him as a disciple of a member of royalty, even if he ended up as a leader in the Radiance Federation. But before Su Quan could speak, the young man said, "The changes to the lava zone are a result of my friend absorbing the fire elemental energy. I know that this will seriously affect Bronze Furnace City, and I am prepared to do something to help Bronze Furnace City. As the Bronze Furnace Guard Captain, you should know what resource Bronze Furnace City needs the most." Lin Yuan's words caused Su Quan to stare at him for some time. For this young man to say such a thing, it showed that he was very responsible. But despite the fact that this young man was the Moon Empress disciple, Su Quan did not believe that he would be able to provide enough resources to cover Bronze Furnace City's losses. Su Quan told Lin Yuan honestly about his troubles. When forests flanked Bronze Furnace City, we had an abundance of metal resources. Although we were not one of the top cities in the Radiance Federation, we were still considered average. But ever since the lava zone was formed, it became hard to harvest the metal resources, and the forests were burned into ash. After that, Bronze Furnace City took a long time to alter our commercial businesses. Things only started looking up 2 years ago when we started making use of fire-type spiritual ingredients and nurturing fire-type phase. Your friend is a fae, so there's nothing surprising about it needing fire-type resources. However, now that all the fire elemental energy in the lava zone has been drained, millions of people from Bronze Furnace City will be affected. Like every other city, Bronze Furnace City lacks Creation Master resources. Not even 1,000 high-quality bronze phase will be able to make up for the losses that Bronze Furnace City will suffer due to the loss of the lava zone. Su Quan could not calculate the total damage that the loss of the lava zone would cause Bronze Furnace City. He had only cited 1,000 high-quality bronze phase off the top of his head. Other cities would seek out Creation Masters annually to ask for bronze/epic phase that they would give to their guards as prizes and increase their power. However, Bronze Furnace City had so little savings that it would even be difficult for them to obtain a bronze/flawless phase, much less a bronze/epic one. It was a huge cost to them even to gain 300 bronze/flawless phase per year. Since the opening of the Abyssal World, the cost of fire-type spiritual ingredients had plummeted. This had seriously affected Bronze Furnace City. It was evident that the factions in Bronze Furnace City were showing signs of wanting to leave. Thus, 1,000 high-quality bronze phase were considered an unimaginable sum of resources to Su Quan. At that moment, the young man opposite him said apologetically, 1,000 bronze/epic phase is no problem. Do you have any specific requests with regard to them? Su Quan was stunned speechless. He had been so used to struggling in poverty that he did not dare to believe what he had just heard Lin Yuan say. Previously, Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath had been rather standoffish towards Su Quan. Jade Sundial had left the fire elemental energy in the lava zone. They were only taking back what was rightfully theirs. Bronze Furnace City made use of the lava zone to thrive. This meant that they had accepted aid from Jade Sundial. However, they did not expect Jade Sundial's body to influence Bronze Furnace City greatly. It seemed that they were the ones who owed Bronze Furnace City. At that moment, Su Quan regained his senses. He looked at Lin Yuan excitedly and said, Young lord, are you speaking the truth? Lin Yuan nodded. I remember that Bronze Furnace City's standard fey is the Bronze Shield Crocodile Turtle. You can section out the 1000 bronze/epic phase, and I will provide you with resources according to your requests. The citizens are the ones who will be most badly affected by the change in the lava zone's environment. 1000 bronze/epic phase won't be able to solve the problem at its root. Why don't we do this? In the beginning, I will help introduce Bronze Furnace City to factions that can facilitate an improvement in your economy. Then, I will also provide you with 300 bronze/epic phase annually until your financial situation recovers. Now that Bronze Furnace City has returned to its original state, you can start harvesting the metal resources again. I can promise you that no new faction will be allowed to take up part of your mining resources. No matter how good or bad the quality of the mined goods is, I will take them and turn them into funds for Bronze Furnace City. Once the commercialization adjustment begins, there will probably be many people who need help. I will make Bronze Furnace City the next location for the Warm Sun Fund. Please help collate all the people and factions in Bronze Furnace City who will lose their livelihoods due to the environmental change. Ask them if they would prefer to be compensated in Creation Master resources or Radiance dollars. When Su Quan heard Lin Yuan's decisive tone, he was momentarily speechless. Now he started looking at Lin Yuan in a different light. His gaze was full of respect. He wondered how much determination and responsibility the young man was shouldering for him to be willing to give out so many resources to fill the gap that had been left by an event that could have been blamed as a natural disaster. With the input of so many resources, Bronze Furnace City would not only be saved from suffering any losses, but it would even benefit from this calamity. Lin Yuan was going to compensate the people and factions who were going to lose their livelihoods due to the change in environment. This meant that he would be single-handedly taking on the responsibility for this entire matter. The longer Su Quan looked at Lin Yuan, the more respect he felt. Su Quan did not reject Lin Yuan's offer of compensation because he could not afford to. At the same time, Su Quan did not want to take advantage of Lin Yuan's resources. Young lord, if you invest so many resources, Bronze Furnace City won't suffer any losses. You don't need to provide Bronze Furnace City with 300 bronze/epic phase annually. If you don't mind, I hope that you will be willing to trade bronze/epic phase with Bronze Furnace City from now on, said Su Quan. Lin Yuan glanced at the excited and hopeful faces of the Bronze Furnace guards behind Su Quan and said, "Of course, Bronze Furnace City is next to the lava zone. Abyss-dimensional rifts probably open often here. If I'm not wrong, Bronze Furnace City should have collected a significant number of Law Source crystals. From now on, I will trade a bronze/epic fey for every 5 Law Source crystals." When Su Quan heard what Lin Yuan said, he asked while trembling, "Is this real? If so, we are able to provide you with 50,000 Law Source crystals now in exchange for 8,000 bronze/epic feys." If this declaration had come from anyone else, Su Quan would not believe it. It was just impossible for there to be such a good deal. However, it was the Moon Empress disciple who said this, so it had to be believable. With great determination, Su Quan offered up all of Bronze Furnace City's Law Source crystals. If they could truly trade for 8,000 bronze/epic feys, the Bronze Furnace Guards would be able to double in quantity. The enhancement of the entire Bronze Furnace Guards would increase Bronze Furnace City's combat power. Su Quan was confident that this trajectory would allow Bronze Furnace City to rebuild and raise itself until it reached the middle of the ranking of all the cities in the Radiance Federation once again. Then, they would reclaim their past glory. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard what Su Quan said. Su Quan's heart instantly sank, and he thought, "I'm too greedy." Young Lord's offer of trading 5 Law Source crystals for 1 bronze/epic fey might just be a special deal or compensation that he's giving Bronze Furnace City. 8,000 bronze/epic feys was a sum that even 100 Class 4 Creation Masters would struggle to come up with. Just as Su Quan was feeling regretful over his greed, Lin Yuan said, "If Bronze Furnace City can provide 50,000 Law Source crystals, you should gain 10,000 bronze/epic feys as per the deal. However, this transaction will take very long to complete. If Bronze Furnace City decides to go through with this transaction, I can provide you with 500 bronze/epic phase monthly. The entire transaction will take 20 months to complete. However, I have to obtain all the 50,000 law source crystals up front. Su Quan was over the moon when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He did not expect his greedy request not only to be accepted but also for Lin Yuan to persist with the original conditions of the trade. He was going to provide Bronze Furnace City with 500 bronze/epic phase every month. This was such a large investment of Creation Master resources that it perfectly met the Bronze Furnace Guard's needs. Su Quan had risen from despair to joy in such a short span of time that he was momentarily speechless. After a moment, he thanked Lin Yuan and said, "Young lord, give me an hour, and I will deliver all the 50,000 law source crystals." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. When he traded with the Raging Waves Guard and Indigo Azure Guard, he had used his identity as the City Lord of Sky City. Under those circumstances, the Raging Waves Guard Captain and Indigo Azure Guard Captain would never dare to pay up front, regardless of how much they trusted him. Now that Lin Yuan was trading with Su Quan as the Moon Empress disciple, he was able to make such a request and not cause Su Quan to worry. Now, Lin Yuan just needed to wait for Genius and Chimey to evolve into Fantasy V and for their bloodlines to transform before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Hence, he could use this time to prepare some of the Bronze/Epic phase that he was going to trade with Bronze Furnace City. Okay. Thank you for the hard work. As for Bronze Furnace City's stock of resources, I will be able to produce them within 3 days of you handing me the list. By trading with Bronze Furnace City, Lin Yuan had exposed his capabilities. He would never have agreed to do so in the past. But now he had an amazing shield in the form of Di Wanmi. Now that he had a Class 5 Creation Master, it would not be surprising for him to produce any amount of Creation Master resources regardless of how much. Lin Yuan had personally witnessed the Moon Empress concoct 100 bottles of spirit fluids within 4 hours. She had fed them to 100 of the same bronze phase. Amongst the 100 bronze phase, 23 had reached flawless, 75 had reached epic, and 2 had reached legend. The rate at which the Moon Empress could evolve phase was one of the best in the world. If Lin Yuan did not make use of spirit chi crystals, she would be slightly faster than him. Once the Remembrance Soul Whale comprehended the Willpower Rune and Morbius awoke, Lin Yuan would be able to evolve bronze phase even faster than the Moon Empress. Di Wanmi had only just become a Class 5 Creation Master, and it would be impossible for her abilities to match that of the Moon Empress. But as a tool, it would not be shocking for her to produce hundreds or maybe thousands of bronze/epic phase. However, there was no way that Lin Yuan would use the Class 5 Creation Master that he had finally managed to obtain to evolve Fey qualities. Lin Yuan was fully able to do this on his own. Lin Yuan set Di Wanmi's goal as creating precious instruments and evolving the item-storing walnuts into diamond for the army of 100 Questions beasts. This was an ability that Lin Yuan lacked the most now. Now that Red Thorn used the Tongue of Relinquish to control Di Wanmi, he was no longer lacking in any way with regard to his Creation Master ability. Once he obtained the 50,000 law source crystals from Su Quan, the sun had begun to set. Lin Yuan prepared to rush to the Radiant Moon Palace to have dinner with the Moon Empress. What happened to the lava zone would affect the citizens of the entire Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan was ready to tell all of this to the Moon Empress. While Lin Yuan was rushing to the Radiant Moon Palace, Su Quan had arrived at his office and started writing a report on the change in the lava zone. The change in the lava zone was supposed to be a bad thing. But with Lin Yuan stepping in, the disaster had turned into a blessing. The lava zone could now be used to nurture plant-type phase and mine for metal. Lin Yuan's promise was a safe harbor for Su Quan. From now on, Su Quan would be able to bring up Lin Yuan if any faction came to Bronze Furnace City and tried to take partial ownership of the mines in exchange for an investment. Su Quan would not have to feel bad about causing Bronze Furnace City to lose capital because he rejected the top faction's requests. Additionally, Lin Yuan had promised that he would introduce Bronze Furnace City to top factions that could help develop their economy. This was the most appealing part to Su Quan. However, he had no clue which factions Lin Yuan would introduce to Bronze Furnace City. The change in the lava zone would have to be reported to Cicada Song. As such, Su Quan honestly detailed the entire experience in the report. Although this was the first time that he had met the Moon Empress disciple, Su Quan already felt that Lin Yuan was worthy of becoming a Radiance envoy. If such a responsible young man became a Radiance envoy, it would be a blessing for the entire Radiance Federation. On the journey back, Blood New Moon said apologetically, "Lin Yuan, I caused you trouble. I will return to Heavenly Family Cottage to collect a batch of resources to compensate for the losses caused by the lava zone." Blood New Moon had become Lin Yuan's protector. As a member of Heavenly Family Cottage, it was inappropriate for him to address Lin Yuan as Lord. However, Blood New Moon could act like a senior in front of Lin Yuan because he owed Lin Yuan a favor. Eventually, Blood New Moon could only speak with Lin Yuan separately from the Mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan saw Blood New Moon as his senior, and he said, "Uncle Blood, I have fully compensated for Bronze Furnace City's losses. I will move the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's main branch to Bronze Furnace City. You don't have to increase the compensation. If you try to give me the resources, I will also turn them down." Blood New Moon was stunned by what Lin Yuan said. This made him aware of how wonderful this young man was. This was unsurprising as Lin Yuan even managed to gain the Mother of Bloodbath's affection. Lin Yuan's decision to move the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce from the royal capital to Bronze Furnace City was not impulsive. Although the royal capital was where the people with the most purchasing power in the Radiance Federation lived, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce needed to expand into the major cities in order to gain more territory in the abyssal world. Bronze Furnace City had a million things to do, and they would definitely welcome the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was completely different from the small Chamber of Commerce they started out as. Ever since the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce announced that they had Thearch-class experts, they became even more reputable than veteran factions and were close to becoming a top faction. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would definitely appear on next year's ranking of top factions. They were capable of helping Bronze Furnace City's businesses and citizens progress. Once the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce took root in Bronze Furnace City, they would also be able to become the city's pillar of support like the Gao family was for Wind Mist City. The Mother of Bloodbath's family had brought two disasters upon Bronze Furnace City, and this was Lin Yuan's way of compensating Bronze Furnace City on the Mother of Bloodbath's behalf. This compensation would also be a win-win situation for Lin Yuan. The Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon sent Lin Yuan to the base of Leaning Moon Mountain before they left to meet up with Blue Lotus and White Phoenix. Tonight, the Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon were going to do nothing besides having a good talk. The Radiant Moon Palace was like Lin Yuan's home. Thus, he transported himself directly into the inner palace using the ethereal jellyfish's node teleportation. At that moment, Lin Yuan spotted the Moon Empress peeling lotuses. There were a few lotus flowers bobbing along in the lotus pool. Clearly, they had been cut down. The lotus flowers in the Radiant Moon Palace's lotus pool had gained intelligence. Lin Yuan felt that these lotus flowers probably hated him because they died every time he visited. When the Moon Empress caught sight of Lin Yuan, she set down the lotus flower and said proudly, "Little Yuan, the 2 victories that you pulled off during the time that I was locked away training should be written in the Radiance Federation's history books. I might be a Class 5 creation master, but I'm still less important to the Radiance Federation than thousands of low-class creation masters." The Moon Empress walked over to Lin Yuan and adjusted his collar before going on to say, "Little Yuan, I'm awake now. From now on, you can do whatever you want. I will be able to handle everything, no matter how big." Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard what the Moon Empress said. He always knew that the Moon Empress was arrogant. However, she was not conceited. She could only have said such a thing if she was fully confident. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Master, congratulations on your breakthrough." At that moment, Mystic Moon walked in, leading spirit attendants who laid out dishes on the table. "Young Lord, the Moon Empress' seclusion not only led to her breakthrough," said Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon always wanted to tell Lin Yuan about the Moon Empress' lifespan. The lifespan mouse had enabled the Moon Empress to escape her doom. Thus, he could now tell Lin Yuan about it without worrying about the Moon Empress. But eventually, Mystic Moon still did not tell Lin Yuan about it because he knew that the Moon Empress would be furious. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not need Mystic Moon's encouragement. The team from the Freedom Federation was sure to cause trouble during this Radiance 100 sequence selection. If they truly went forward with the friendly spar against the Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan would have to be the one to take them on as the Radiance 100 sequence's representative. This battle against the Freedom Federation, which had been long in preparation, was enough to motivate Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress scooped out a bowl of dessert for Lin Yuan and said, "Little Yuan, chaos is about to break out. According to the information I received, the first Emperor Shark clan has formed a partnership with the Freedom Federation. The Radiance Federation is destined to battle against the Freedom Federation in the next major Federation meeting. Hence, the first Emperor Shark clan has to become extinct during the meeting to discuss the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors." Although the Moon Empress had spoken with a smile, she had a deadly gleam in her eyes. The Moon Empress had been completely ignorant of the outside world when she was in seclusion. All of her thoughts and energy went toward using her birth horoscope to combat the heavens. She found out from Mystic Moon that Lin Yuan had almost been killed by a member of the first Emperor Shark clan on Raging Wave City's island. From that moment, the Moon Empress decided that she was going to unleash carnage on the first Emperor Shark clan. Soon, the 8 clans of Sea Emperors would become the 7 clans of Sea Emperors. This was because the Moon Empress was afraid and needed to make a statement. Lin Yuan was her disciple, and no one would be allowed to lay a hand on his head without bringing forth their swift deaths. If a faction tried to attack him, they would be wiped out. The Moon Empress had completely returned to who she used to be 10 years ago. Her eyes had a biting cold glint, but she still had a soft spot for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not expect the Moon Empress to say to him what would usually only be revealed during an imperial meeting. He felt a sense of urgency when he heard what the Moon Empress said. If the world was truly going to be plunged into a war, Sky City still lacked strength. The floating island whale still had not taken to the sky. After dinner, Lin Yuan stayed overnight at his building in the Radiant Moon Palace. When he opened his eyes the next morning, he received good news from Chimey. "Yuan, I just need to absorb a little strange flame energy, and I'll be able to evolve to Fantasy V." Lin Yuan had intended on evolving the Remembrance Soul Whale to Fantasy Breed and Morbius Grade today. He had not expected Chimey to give him such a big surprise. Genius could have evolved to Fantasy V long ago, but it had put it off to wait for Chimey. When Lin Yuan returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, he planned to enter the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to evolve Genius and Chimey to Fantasy V. Lin Yuan let out Genius and Chimey from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Although both of them were currently Diamond X/Fantasy 4, they still snuggled in Lin Yuan's arms and perched on his ear like how they used to. However, this was also because they had not increased in size after increasing their power. Chimey chirped at Lin Yuan. "Yuan, will I be able to change into human form and hold concerts when I transform into Fantasy V?" Chimey stayed in the Phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree all day, not because it wanted to increase its power, but to livestream and raise funds for the Warm Sun Fund. However, Genius Knowledge Bank was now the equivalent of a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. "Chimey, you will only be able to change into human form and hold concerts when you transform to Myth Breed and reach Myth 2. Genius and Chimey evolved their powers at breakneck speed. Lin Yuan lamented that he was falling behind as their contractor. He was still only a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. Chimey would only be able to evolve to Myth Breed when he raised his Spirit Chi professional rank to A rank. Luckily, Morbius was going to evolve to Gold Grade soon. At that point, Lin Yuan would be able to increase his Spirit Chi professional rank and ability to evolve phase at a faster rate. Lin Yuan was already very surprised about the strength of Genius and Chimey's bloodlines. He could not predict how far they would go if their bloodlines evolved again. Chimey used to have the opportunity to awaken the Luan Phoenix species bloodline. However, Chimey consumed the Luan Phoenix species bloodline using its original bloodline. It continued to advance along the road of sound type. It would not be accurate to say that Genius was fully evolving in the direction of spiritual energy. It was more like the general of the intelligent cat species. The 100 Questions Beasts were a group that could replace creation masters. Lin Yuan hoped that when Genius bloodline broke through, it would be able to take another step ahead on the path of being a creation master. If Genius could reach the Class 5 Creation Master level, Lin Yuan would have 2 Class 5 Creation Masters as his subordinates. Lin Yuan changed clothes, walked out of his building, and headed to the inner palace to have breakfast with the Moon Empress. When he arrived at the inner palace, Lin Yuan noticed that the Moon Empress had put on the Moonbeam coronation costume. The Moon Empress smiled at Lin Yuan and said, "Little Yuan, I need to attend an imperial meeting soon, so I need to leave early." While the Moon Empress was speaking, she scooped out a bowl of soup bamboo and shark marrow soup for Lin Yuan. The bowl of soup overflowed with water elemental energy and blood energy. This aura reminded Lin Yuan of Shan On's aura. Lin Yuan thought, "Can it be that the shark marrow in this soup came from the first Emperor Shark clan?" Lin Yuan could sense that the Moon Empress had a lethal rage against the first Emperor Shark clan. Before the Moon Empress left, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to give her a proper recount of everything that had happened recently. Yesterday, the Moon Empress said that the structure of the entire main world was about to change. Lin Yuan planned to tell the Moon Empress what he had gained from the Astronomical Parliament. Although he had never mentioned the Astronomical Parliament to the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon was Wenyu's master, so there was no way he did not know about the Astronomical Parliament. Mystic Moon had told the Moon Empress about the Astronomical Parliament. Although she felt that the Astronomical Parliament was special, she did not think that it would be useful. The Moon Empress felt that the people that were called to the Astronomical Parliament would all come from horrible situations. It would not only be difficult to help them, but it would also be hard for them to change their lives even after receiving help. Unless all of them were from the same continent and could gather together, it would be impossible to make a significant impact when they were separated by continents, no matter how powerful one was. But now that the Moon Empress was hearing about the Astronomical Parliament from Lin Yuan, she was floored. "Master, there are currently 2 Federation envoys amongst the members of the Astronomical Parliament. One of them is Su Iran from the 7 States of Darkness, while the other is Lin from the Azure Federation. The other 2 also have the potential to become Federation envoys, albeit there's no guarantee." The latter 2 people that Lin Yuan mentioned were Ta Lei and Bu Pa. The Moon Empress fell silent for a moment after Lin Yuan was done speaking. She and Mystic Moon were curious about how Lin Yuan managed to use the Astronomical Parliament, which had greater strategic than practical impacts. He managed to accept 2 Federation envoys as members of the Astronomical Parliament. Su Iran represented the hope of the entire Dark Continent. Lin Yuan could legitimately set his eyes on the Dark Continent with her around. The Azure Federation and Radiance Federation were part of the 3 great federations. Lin was a genius of the younger generation who had awoken 2 beast patterns. There was a rumor that Lin had suddenly regained her sight and awoken her beast patterns. Could Lin Yuan have been the cause of these events? Apparently, Lin had volunteered for the trip to the Radiance Federation. It was likely that she was hoping to meet with Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress and Mystic Moon shared a look. Both of them thought that they knew Lin Yuan well, but his power had already progressed far past their eye line. Night-leaning Moon had been forced to kill Di Wanmi because she needed to give the Creation Masters, who Whale Ocean Commerce had murdered, an explanation. She had no use for Di Wanmi's corpse, but Lin Yuan used his own technique to revive Di Wanmi and even made her into his servant while enabling her to retain her Class 5 Creation Master powers. The Moon Empress had not expected any of this. Previously, no matter what Lin Yuan did, the Moon Empress felt that she would always be his shield. Moreover, the Moon Empress also wanted to see how far her disciple could go. When she was Lin Yuan's age, she was far from his current level. Additionally, the truly terrifying aspect about Lin Yuan was not that he possessed such power at his young age, but that he had accomplished all of this within a year, given that he started from 0. He possessed astonishing talent. Lin Yuan went on to say, "Master, I plan on unifying the Startling Lines continent." Mystic Moon almost spat out the soup in his mouth when he heard what Lin Yuan said. However, given that he had Di Wanmi, it would not be impossible for him to unify the Startling Lines continent. The Moon Empress was silent for a moment before she replied, "There's a stipulation at the major federation meeting that no officials from one federation can leech into another federation. All the federations agreed to this stipulation. Hence, you will only be able to rely on yourself with regards to this matter about the startling lines continent. When Mystic Moon heard what the Moon Empress said, he felt that she was trying to discreetly warn him. Yet, there was also a hint of her saying that the startling lines continent rightfully belonged to her disciple. The Moon Empress was proud yet disappointed. She clearly had not taught him much, but he managed to grow so much and become so outstanding. This filled the Moon Empress with pride. The Moon Empress felt more pride over Lin Yuan than happiness over her breakthrough. Eventually, the Moon Empress said softly, "Little Yuan, look at you. I suddenly feel my age catching up with me. This world belongs to the younger generation now." Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "Master, you aren't old. With the lifespan mouse, you'll be able to live forever. You'll always be young." The Moon Empress could not help but reach out her hand and gently touch Lin Yuan's face with a smile stretching across hers. It was almost time, and the Moon Empress started to make her way to the imperial court to attend the imperial meeting. Before she left, her expression turned stern and she said, "Little Yuan, if anyone from the Freedom Federation tries to lay a hand on someone from the Radiance Federation during this Radiance 100 sequence selection, you can end them during the spar, regardless of who they are." Lin Yuan nodded and replied seriously, "Master, I will." Mystic Moon was stunned with fright when he heard what the Moon Empress said to Lin Yuan. However, this Moon Empress was the one he was more familiar with. She had returned to who she used to be a decade ago. After breakfast, Lin Yuan left Leaning Moon Mountain and returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion. When he walked into the residence, he saw Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix seated on the water rhinoceros leather sofa. When Yu was serving them 3 treasures tea. When Lin Yuan walked in, Blood New Moon hurriedly stood up and said, "Young lord, these 2 friends of mine would like to stay here for a few days and protect your safety during the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Blood New Moon had no idea what the right way to address Lin Yuan was. He eventually settled on "Young lord." Lin Yuan anxiously replied, "Uncle Blood, your blood love's father and my senior. You can call me Little Yuan. There are many empty rooms in the main residence. Feel free to make yourself comfortable." White Phoenix and Blue Lotus excitedly made their way over to Lin Yuan. Although they had received definitive answers from Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath last night, they still could not help but say, "Little Savior, is it true that Sister Jade Sundial can be revived?" When Lin Yuan nodded, White Phoenix and Blue Lotus started laughing excitedly. Blue Lotus was so lost in her emotions that she squeezed too hard and caused the persimmon in her hand to burst, spraying the juices everywhere. It looked very comical. However, Lin Yuan knew that Heavenly Family Fays were all emotional. It was likely that the Heavenly Family Cottage was just as warm of a place as the Radiance Federation. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix could not help but slap their foreheads as they watched the cackling Blood New Moon. They completely forgot how they had been worse wrecks than Blue Lotus and had cried enough to fill a large bottle when they found out that Jade Sundial could be revived. Blood New Moon said, "Little Yuan, I already notified the head of the Heavenly Fae Cottage, Purple Love. She will send over a handkerchief that Jade Sundial used to keep with her at all times." Sister Purple Love had used soul-gathering methods to gather all the souls of dead lifeforms from the lava zone. "I hope that your Fae will be able to find Jade Sundial's soul from the handkerchief." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "That will be easy. My Fae will be able to evolve very soon and become more powerful. It will be able to sort through the souls, no matter how many there are." Blood New Moon thought about how Purple Love had howled for an hour straight when he called to tell her the news last night. Eventually, she said she would immediately bring Jade Sundial's handkerchief to the Radiance Federation. Now that Blood New Moon had found his daughter and his wife was about to be revived, his life was full of hope. He no longer needed to live solely for revenge like he used to. However, his hatred for Tower Cannon had not decreased in the slightest. Once Purple Love arrived, 2 members of Tower Cannon were going to come to the end of their lives in the Radiance Federation. When you led Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus to their rooms, Lin Yuan returned to his room and entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to increase his power one last time before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. After spotting Genius and Chimey, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before deciding to evolve the Remembrance Soul Whale to Fantasy Breed before evolving its grade. Finally, he would evolve Morbius to Gold grade. Although Morbius was still sleeping, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would become stronger when Morbius evolved to Gold grade. If the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone became larger and the Spirit Chi within it became even more concentrated, Chimey and Genius would have a less dangerous time during their bloodline transformations. An increase in the concentration of Spirit Chi would be of help in many accidental situations. Thus, Lin Yuan summoned the Remembrance Soul Whale and the Willpower Rune that was linked to the soul. He said softly to the Remembrance Soul Whale, "Remembrance Soul Whale, you are a fae from a legend." Not even the legend mentions a Remembrance Soul Whale that had comprehended a Willpower Rune. Once you fuse with the Willpower Rune, you will be rewriting the legend. Go ahead and welcome this Willpower Rune to evolve to Fantasy Breed. The Remembrance Soul Whale let out a cry and charged at the Willpower Rune. Soon, the Remembrance Soul Whale's body started to ripple like water. Soul power gathered at the Remembrance Soul Whale's horns, and Lin Yuan could see that the horn was starting to transform drastically. Previously, the Remembrance Soul Whale's horn had been smooth with faint patterns. But now, although the Remembrance Soul Whale had not grown any larger, its horn had visibly become thicker, and the patterns now protruded out. The thread-like patterns became runes that were imbued with soul power. The runes clashed against each other on the Remembrance Soul Whale's horn, and the soul power started to stick together. Once the Remembrance Soul Whale's horn was done changing, and Lin Yuan thought that it was done transforming into a bronze/fantasy fae, the Remembrance Soul Whale's body started to change again. Other people could not see the Remembrance Soul Whale, but Lin Yuan could clearly see the state it was in. The Remembrance Soul Whale resembled a translucent white whale that had a horn. But now, soul markings were slowly forming on its skin. When Lin Yuan took a closer look at the soul marking, he saw that most of the souls were the ones that the Remembrance Soul Whale had collected from the lava zone. Besides Jade Sundial's soul, the Remembrance Soul Whale absorbed all the other souls. Now that the images of the dead phase souls were carved on the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin, they lightened with every breath that the Remembrance Soul Whale took. This meant that the Remembrance Soul Whale had fully absorbed the soul power. The soul markings that were very clear came from the soul of the phase that the Remembrance Soul Whale had absorbed from the center of the lava zone. Given the Remembrance Soul Whale's current power, it would take rather long for it to completely absorb all these souls. But Lin Yuan was about to use the Spirit Chi crystals to evolve the Remembrance Soul Whale's grade. At that point, the Remembrance Soul Whale would be able to absorb soul power at a much faster rate. Soul Knot and Burning Soul New Life were not strong enough to produce such markings on the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin. It was likely that the changes to the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin were linked to it evolving to Fantasy Breed and gaining a new exclusive skill. At this moment, Lin Yuan realized that the complete souls on the Remembrance Soul Whale's skin were compressed into imprints on its tail as it started to shrink. As the Remembrance Soul Whale evolved to Fantasy Breed, it started to shrink from its original 3-meter size to around 1 meter. Even when its horn was accounted for, it was still less than 2 meters. After evolving, the Remembrance Soul Whale flew around Lin Yuan. The Remembrance Soul Whale was still a life form that had been born from a whale soul. It gained very high intelligence, although it had only just evolved to Fantasy Breed. The Remembrance Soul Whale communicated to Lin Yuan, "Master, can you hear my voice? I can use the voices in the memories of the souls that I absorbed to communicate with you. You should be able to understand me." Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed as he acknowledged that soul type was the most secretive type. After absorbing the souls of the dead, the Remembrance Soul Whale now possessed a similar ability to Genius. But after communicating with it, Lin Yuan realized that the Remembrance Soul Whale's brain was not as expansive as Genius. Genius could store a large amount of knowledge, but the Remembrance Soul Whale could not. When the Remembrance Soul Whale chose to look at the memories of a specific soul, it would forget the memories of the previous soul it accessed. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan felt that the Remembrance Soul Whale's ability was very powerful. The Remembrance Soul Whale could be considered an expert in criminal investigation. It could speak to the dead by looking through their souls. The Remembrance Soul Whale had named itself Rememberling, and Lin Yuan felt that the name suited it. Remember Ling. How much of Jade Sundial's soul is missing before it becomes sufficient to awaken her past memories? Remember Ling opened its mouth, and the phantom image of a spider emerged from it. The phantom image was static and did not move at all. Remember Ling pierced the phantom image of the spider with its horn. After sensing for a while, Remember Ling said, "Master, in order for the spider phantom image to regain its past memories, at least another 9 fragments of its soul are needed. Even if its memories can be regained, it will only be able to regain the most important memories from its past life. To recover every memory, I need to absorb at least another 40 fragments of its soul." Lin Yuan nodded. He already told his caveat to the mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon. Lin Yuan did not have any other solution if this one failed. They could only hope that the handkerchief from the leader of the Heavenly Family Cottage would contain a significant amount of Jade Sundial's soul. The more Lin Yuan looked at Rememberling's shining body, the more curious he became about its new exclusive skill. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on the Fantasy Remembrance Soul Whale. He saw that the new exclusive skill was called Soul Remember Gift. Soul Remember Gift. By combining with the collected dead souls, the dead souls will eventually become soul imprints once they are completely absorbed. When the soul imprint is applied on a life form of the same species, the life form's comprehension ability will be raised, and they will be able to comprehend willpowers and laws more easily. Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless when he saw this exclusive skill. Oh my god! Soul Remember Gift can be used to help Fays comprehend exclusive skills. There were many Fays in the world. It was challenging for a Fae to comprehend an exclusive skill on their own. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had yet to comprehend a willpower rune. If he killed a fantasy breed or myth breed bee species Fae and Rememberling absorbed its soul, the Fae's soul would be left intact. Next, Rememberling would condense the soul imprint in its tail and apply it on the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. This would increase the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's chances of comprehending a willpower rune. He could even use different Fays to lead the direction of the willpower runes that a Fae comprehended when they evolved to fantasy breed. This power was too strong. It could be said that Rememberling had turned the entire main world's understanding of a concept on its head, just like Genius had. Besides some treasures that could facilitate comprehension, nothing else would be able to help Fays comprehend willpower runes. Moreover, Soul Remember Gift could be used on Fays, but what about Spirit Chi professionals? Lin Yuan asked, "Rememberling, when you searched for dead souls in the lava zone, you found the souls of many dead Spirit Chi professionals. Can you use their souls to create soul imprints?" When Rememberling heard what Lin Yuan said, the soul imprints on its body immediately started to move, and the personification of the Spirit Chi professional souls lit up on Rememberling's body. Rememberling picked one of the brighter Spirit Chi professional souls and made it into a soul imprint that it pushed onto its tail. The soul imprint formed from the Spirit Chi professional soul was much smaller than the ones from the souls of Fays. Lin Yuan could understand this because most of the soul imprints on Rememberling's tail that came from the souls of Fays were myth breed, and Spirit Chi professionals naturally had weaker soul power than Fays. Since he was only testing his hypothesis, Lin Yuan did not care what kind of willpower rune the soul had comprehended. Lin Yuan instructed, "Rememberling, apply the soul imprint on me." Rememberling gently lifted its tail and rested it on Lin Yuan's head. The soul imprint entered Lin Yuan's body, and he suddenly realized that a faint sense of comprehension was coming over his spirit. Apparently, it was impossible to use a soul imprint from a Spirit Chi professional to comprehend a willpower rune. But once a person's comprehension of willpower runes reached a peak and just needed a little push, the comprehension from the soul imprint would do just the trick. Lin Yuan looked at Rememberling in shock. Both Rememberling and Genius were forbidden beings. No one could find out about them. Rememberling was like a key, and anyone who had control of it would be able to use it to unlock the road to heaven or hell. If Lin Yuan kept Rememberling's soul remember gift a secret, he might be able to disregard the lives of Spirit Chi professionals as nothing more than tools to increase his power like Diwami had. Eventually, Lin Yuan calmed down and swore that he would never use Soul Remember Gift to kill Spirit Chi professionals. However, he would still kill any enemies that crossed his path and use Soul Remember gift on them. Lin Yuan was definitely not someone who showed mercy to his enemies, especially at a time like now when the entire world structure was about change. Rememberling's existence would benefit all the Fays in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Even if some Fays lacked natural talent, Soul Remember gift would be able to help other Fays slowly achieve comprehension and evolve into fantasy or myth breed. Lin Yuan was in no rush to return Rememberling to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Instead, he took out Spirit Chi crystals and said, "Rememberling, absorb these Spirit Chi crystals. I will evolve you to diamond grade now." While talking, Lin Yuan crushed a handful of Spirit Chi crystals. The Spirit Chi wrapped around Rememberling and caused its grade to start to increase. When Rememberling's power reached gold, the entire Spirit Lock spatial zone started to shake. Lin Yuan could sense that the Spirit Lock spatial zone was expanding, and he hurriedly left the Spirit Lock spatial zone with Rememberling. Outside the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Rememberling's grade climbed continuously. As Morbius evolved to gold, the Spirit Lock spatial zone continued to expand, and it quickly reached 320 square meters. This size was enough for Lin Yuan to put more things in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The increase in the size of the Spirit Pool and Pure Land of Bliss would also bring Lin Yuan greater benefits. At that moment, a familiar voice that he had not heard in a long time said into his ear, "Partner, long time no see." Lin Yuan immediately smiled brightly when he heard this voice. He excitedly activated his spiritual energy and started communicating with Morbius. "Morbius, I guessed that you would wake up when you reached gold grade." Morbius's calm voice was warm as it replied, "Partner, you grew quickly. You evolved me to gold grade so soon. Now that I'm gold grade, I gained a memory. It seems that the current me is incomplete." When Lin Yuan heard what Morbius said, he looked down at the Morbius bracelet on his wrist. He had noticed some time ago that there were numerous small holes on the crimson and bronze Morbius bracelet. It was likely that the small holes were meant to be embedded with something. "Morbius, is there meant to be something embedded in the holes?" Morbius shook its head and said, "Partner, it seems that the things in the holes can be replaced. However, for now, I'm not sure what is meant to be in the holes. I might be able to sense it when I encounter it. If these small holes can be filled up, you will be able to represent each of the Fays you spirit locked with one of the holes. This will remove the limit of the spirit lock." Lin Yuan was momentarily silent when he heard what Morbius said before he asked in surprise, "By the spirit lock's limit, do you think that I will be able to spirit lock other Fays besides ones with only normal abilities?" Morbius nodded and replied, "You're right." Now that he had Morbius' definitive answer, he suddenly felt as though he was raising a group of children. His children used to be disabled and trapped in wheelchairs, but now he suddenly found out that they could stand up and become normal again. Lin Yuan had put a lot of effort into nurturing all of the spirit-locked Fays and helping them evolve under the best circumstances. Lin Yuan had always been curious about what the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, and Purple Afterglow's other abilities were. Previously, Lin Yuan only had pure curiosity and no way of finding out the answers. But now, he just needed to find the things that could fill the holes in the Morbius bracelet, and he would be able to see what the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, and Purple Afterglow's other abilities were. "Morbius, when the Radiance 100 sequence selection is over, I will take you to find the things that can fill the holes. Even if you can't find what it is, we'll still sweep the main world and dimensional worlds. I believe that we'll eventually find it." A smile appeared on Morbius' stern face, and it said, "Partner, sorry to make you work so hard." Morbius was a Fae. Lin Yuan felt that Morbius had been his companion ever since he was born into this world, and a deep bond linked them. Morbius felt the same way about Lin Yuan. No one felt as deeply for Lin Yuan as Morbius in this world. However, Morbius was still a life form, and every life form wanted to trace its roots. "Partner, the day will definitely come that I'll complete you. You will be able to learn all the secrets about yourself," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spoke with certainty, and it sounded like a promise. Morbius' heart warmed when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Morbius said softly, "Partner, I will do everything to protect you for the rest of this life. At that moment, a thought seemed to strike Morbius, and it said, Partner. I used my source power to fuse and produce the sacred sword-wielding queen. My spirit lock spatial zone can produce pure spirit chi because the spirit pool can distill and purify spirit chi from the energy ores. Frankly, I think my roots power suits sacred source lifeforms. I think I can even change the energy within sacred source lifeforms at will. I think the thing I need is more likely to come from the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan nodded slightly when he heard what Morbius said. Morbius' words gave Lin Yuan a range, which made it much easier for Lin Yuan to proceed. Lin Yuan decided that after the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, he would immediately head to the Startling Lines continent to get a hold of matters. He needed to focus on developing the Marsh world before the main world was thrown into chaos. Lin Yuan would not have a chance to use abilities besides the normal abilities of the phase he had spirit-locked during this Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, Lin Yuan hoped that his spirit-locked phase would be able to shine to their greatest extent during the major Federation meeting. Morbius, you should be able to sense that there are two souls in my brain. They are currently separate but can be combined. But the soul from my previous life and my current soul are my soul. I think my soul can contract another sacred source lifeform. Partner, you can indeed use your soul to contract another sacred source lifeform. However, your first sacred source lifeform is formed from a combination of two sacred source lifeforms. The Grace Queen is the main lifeform, and it is rather special. The aura of its roots is much higher than that of the Sword of Service. I was the one who fused the two sacred source lifeforms. It has more soul power than a regular sacred source lifeform. But you have been allowing me to allocate your spiritual power, so I can allocate my soul power to you too. Once your soul power increases and overlaps with my soul power, each of your two sacred source lifeforms will be able to contract a sacred source lifeform of its own. Lin Yuan remembered the Moon Empress telling him that people with extremely talented souls could contract two sacred source lifeforms. Both of his souls would be able to contract two sacred source lifeforms. This meant that he would be able to possess 4 sacred source lifeforms. Moreover, these sacred source lifeforms could all be formed from 2 sacred source lifeforms like the sacred sword-wielding queen was. Lin Yuan happened to learn the secret behind sacred source lifeforms in the Marsh world. It seemed that it was now necessary for him to make the trip to the Palace of Everything so that he could choose 2 sacred source lifeforms that were suitable for him and fuse them. Lin Yuan was exhilarated when he saw such a great expansion. When Morbius had been silver grade, the spirit lock spatial zone was already huge. It had come far from its initial 80 square meters. It had been difficult to ration out every inch of space. When he returned to the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan noticed that the spirit lock spatial zone had grown larger, and the spirit chi had also become much more concentrated. He could tell that the phase in the spirit lock spatial zone that could produce weather and the wind speed rapid antelope were visibly changing. The wind speed rapid antelope had started to shed its short fur, and new fur was growing out. Although its bloodline had not transformed, its aptitude had clearly increased after being nourished by such spirit chi. However, the biggest changes happened to Genius and Chimey. Genius and Chimey could only grow to such an extent because of pure spirit chi. Genius and Chimey's fur and feathers had hidden their skin by now. Lin Yuan had experienced this situation many times. After Lin Yuan took a nap and woke up, he saw that the hair that Genius and Chimey shed already took up a large part of the space on the bed. Lin Yuan was very glad that he had evolved Morbius grade first. Now, Genius and Chimey could be nourished by even purer spirit chi and improve their bloodlines. Their bloodlines would be more fully evolved when they evolved to Fantasy V. Lin Yuan had not decided what the next Fae he was going to spirit lock was. He did not have many willpower runes left over. Thus, he either had to contract a Fae like the Remembrance Soul Whale that he would eternally regret not contracting, or a suitable one like the Jasmine Lily. However, the former of the two choices was better. Now that Morbius was awake, Lin Yuan did not need to rush to evolve its grade. After Genius and Chimey's bloodlines were evolved, they would emerge from the pile of fur on their own. Lin Yuan knew that he should not disturb Genius and Chimey. He thought about the new item that Morbius mentioned. Without Morbius having to guide him, he noticed a well next to the spirit pool. Lin Yuan rushed over to the well and saw that it was bone dry. Morbius walked over to Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "Partner, I think this well will be useful to you." Morbius started to explain. This is called the element well. It can increase the activation period of elemental energy. The various elemental energies will be evenly distributed in the spatial lock spatial zone. The water in the well can also dissolve elemental energy and increase the property of elemental energy. However, there is a limit to the well water. The well water needs to be slowly replenished using the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. At most, only half a bowl can be added each day. The element well can appear on the pure land of bliss if needed. However, every second that it remains on the pure land of bliss will use up a certain amount of well water. Lin Yuan was stunned for half a minute when he heard what Morbius said. Next, surprise spread across his face. Currently, Lin Yuan wielded water dash, fire dash, earth dash, wind dash, and dark elemental energy. The water dash, wind dash, earth dash, and fire elemental energy came from the 4 elemental shellfish, while the dark elemental energy came from the dark crystal armored insect. There were many types of elemental energy. As of now, Lin Yuan had no way of obtaining many elements like gold, wood, light, and lightning. But Lin Yuan just needed to find the right spiritual ingredients and pour them into the element well to obtain concentrated elemental fluids. The element well could evenly distribute different types of elemental energy to the surroundings. This made Lin Yuan feel that the spirit lock spatial zone had become a miniature world. Phase could not solely depend on increasing the purity of spirit chi to grow. They also needed elemental energy. When special phase like the Sunlight King Lotus used light elemental energy, they could replicate the light of the sun. If the spirit lock spatial zone continued to grow larger, possibly forever, it could become a paradise for spirit chi professionals. The element well would not only allow Lin Yuan to gain elemental fluids, but would also enable Lin Yuan to produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with purer elemental energy. This broke through the shackles that the world placed on phase. The element well's appearance also allowed Lin Yuan to gain a new support ability. When the pure land of bliss was treating the roots of injured phase, the elemental well would become an aid station that further helped the phase. If an enemy sealed off a certain type of elemental energy, Lin Yuan would still be able to create a perfect elemental environment. This was an ability that not even sacred source lifeforms dared to say they had. This ability that encompassed all types of elemental energy was shockingly strong. However, this would continuously use up the element well's water. Now the well was utterly dry. Morbius said that only half a bowl of water would be added to the element well per day. Lin Yuan felt that at this rate, it would take forever just for the bottom of the well to be covered. The appearance of the element well changed Lin Yuan's understanding of Morbius. Morbius was destined to have endless possibilities. However, this did not mean that the elemental shellfish's elemental pearls were useless. But they were no longer going to be the best source of pure elemental energy that Lin Yuan possessed. However, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were still the most valuable resource for trade that Lin Yuan had. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed that there were sounds coming from the piles of white fur and blue feathers. Soon, a white cat and a light blue bird emerged from the piles of fur and feathers. The cat climbed up to Lin Yuan's shoulder while the other one flew up to his ear. Lin Yuan realized with shock that their bloodlines had clearly not changed, but they had transformed drastically. Lin Yuan would not have dared to acknowledge them if he was not very certain that they were Genius and Chimey. Genius and Chimey's changes were similar to what had happened to Lin Yuan when he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Before he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, there were still impurities in his body. It was inevitable that some impurities could not seep out of his skin. But after he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, his aura, features, and figure had not only changed significantly, but he even grew taller. Genius was still white, but previously it had been white like snow and faintly silver. But now, it was white like the shade of ivory that only existed in imagination. Genius light blue eyes used to resemble Paraiba. But now it was dark blue like topaz. Now, its eyes were so blue that they seemed to absorb all other blues, and it made Genius appear even wiser and more farsighted. Still had 8 tails. But previously its tails resembled foxtails. Now they had lost all of their volume and resembled 8 ribbons that danced agilely in the air. While most of Genius changes took place to its aura, Chimy's appearance had fully transformed. Although Chimy's feathers were still pale blue, its feathers were now constantly fluttering proudly. The rising and setting of the sun would affect the movement of Chimy's feathers. When the sun rose, its feathers would become bright gold and eventually resemble beautiful flames. Chimy reminded Lin Yuan of the legendary vermilion bird from his previous life. Yet, it was also different from the vermilion bird because the vermilion bird wielded fire elemental energy, but Chimy's power lay with light and the heat naturally associated with it. This ability was along the same line as the one that the mother of Bloodbath gained from the sky sundial jade spider. Now that Chimy's entire body was alight with gorgeous flames, Lin Yuan thought about the legend of the Golden Crow. However, it was clear that Chimy was not only going down the path laid down by the Twilight Willpower rune. When the sun set, Chimy's feathers would darken. This was a characteristic that Chimy had never displayed in the past. The cloud patterns that sloughed off from Chimy's body crawled back onto Chimy's body after its feathers darkened. Sound-type energy was intangible. But now, Chimy could control the cloud patterns and manipulate them into musical notes. The musical notes could produce any sound that Chimy wanted by clashing the musical notes together. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan used Source Sand's close guard sand to form a wall of sand. Lin Yuan said, "Chimy, try to use the musical notes to use Shatter Sound Attack." Chimy collided the musical notes together, and each collision produced a sound hammer. When the sound hammer hit the wall of sand, it broke into many smaller hammers that crashed through the wall. Source Sand was now Fantasy V. The wall of sand produced by Source Sand's close guard sand should be able to easily handle the attacks of any of Lin Yuan's phase. Every time the other phase evolved, Source Sand would help them to test their new powers. It was clear that Chimy was not using its full power when it collided the musical notes together and used Shatter Sound Attack. Although the wall of sand broke under Shatter Sound Attack's second attack, this did not mean that Source Sand was weak, but that Chimy had become stronger. However, Chimy was not done with putting on an exhibition for Lin Yuan. Many musical notes fell from Chimy's feathers and started to crash together when Chimy flapped its wings. The bounce of every musical note produced a sound hammer each time they hit against each other. When he saw the numerous sound hammers, alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's head. He hurriedly injected a large amount of spiritual power into Source Sand. Layers upon layers of walls of sand shot up. Lin Yuan lost count of how many sound hammers there were, but there had to be at least 10,000 of them. The Shatter Sound Attacks bulldozed through the first wall of sand. Luckily, some Shatter Sound Attacks broke apart after breaking through the first wall. This barrage of sound hammers was much weaker than the first attack. But when the thousands of sound hammers slammed into the sand walls, the power was so explosive that it immediately detonated 7 walls of sand. Granules of sand littered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Luckily, Lin Yuan had used a shield of close guard sand to protect all the other phase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Otherwise, Chimy would even have blown up its own nest. By now, even the block-headed Chimy was aware that it had caused trouble. Chimy just wanted to show Lin Yuan its new ability, but it had not intended to cause damage. But at this moment, Chimy did not even have the strength to apologize because the final usage of Shatter Sound Attack had sapped all of its spiritual power. Luckily, the last usage of Shatter Sound Attack had been weaker because of Chimy's lack of spirit chi. Otherwise, the thousands of sound hammers would have been difficult for even Lin Yuan to fend off. He would have had to use Di Wanmi to step in to protect him. Lin Yuan looked at the exhausted Chimy with exasperation and injected a shot of spirit chi into Chimy. However, Chimy's body was so empty of spirit chi that it would take some time to activate the cells that had been wrung dry of spirit chi. After recovering slightly, Chimy looked at Lin Yuan and the rest of the Spirit Lock spatial zone apologetically and said, "Yuan, I'm sorry. I will never again flippantly use an attack if I don't know how strong it is. Lin Yuan reached out and ruffled the feathers on Chimy's head as he replied, Chimy, you're lucky that you tested out the ability in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If they had not tested it and used it for the first time in battle at full force, the thousands of sound hammers could even produce an effect that rivaled Lin Yuan's sword skills. Thus, Lin Yuan assigned Chimy to a half-attack and half-support role. On the battleground, Chimy could use Shatter Sound Attack to counter controlling tactics. Although Shatter Sound Attack was intangible, FaZe could determine the positions of Shatter Sound Attack by sensing the pressure in the air. However, Chimy could use Shatter Sound Attack to control the direction that its enemies took. If the other party tried to use force, it would be subjected to a barrage of attacks from the sound hammers. Moreover, Shatter Sound Attack was only sound and used to be an insignificant ability. It was only when Chimy evolved to Diamond Grade and gained the ability Clear Zither Change Voice that Lin Yuan started to see Shatter Sound Attack as important. Sunlight rays would be able to weaken a target while increasing the FaZe agility. It was a perfect fit with Red Thorn. Nirvana Light Swansong could save one from death. With its other exclusive skill to create a positive environment and another to absorb the sun's power, Chimy was almost perfect at that moment. Lin Yuan was curious about how Chimy was going to change after it awoke its bloodline. The evolution of a FaZe bloodline was split into two types. The first was to evolve according to the FaZe original bloodline. This evolution would not cause the Fae to change its name and type after the evolution. But if a bloodline was changed fundamentally, the Fae's name and type would likely change after the evolution. Chimy and Genius had been following their original bloodlines. At that moment, Genius said, Yuan, my spiritual energy was previously strengthened, but now that I evolved to Diamond Grade and my tails changed, something new has happened. Previously, Genius ability Tail Trigger would use soul energy to sacrifice a tail and multiply the soul power. This ability used up Genius tails to increase its soul power but would damage its roots. After asking Genius, Lin Yuan found out that the spiritual power in its head only took up a small portion of its total spiritual power. Most of the storage space in Genius head was taken up by soul power. Genius right tails were moving storage spaces for spiritual energy. 1323 This was why using up one of the tails would increase its soul power. Each time Genius used up one of its tails, it would need to rest and recover for many months. This would also affect Genius usage of connected tails. If it sacrificed too many tails at once and its spiritual energy was seriously depleted, Genius would forget a portion of the knowledge it stored to protect itself. However, Lin Yuan did not want to see this happen. Hence, he never thought about asking Genius to use Tail Trigger. Genius went on to say, Yuan, using Tail Trigger in the past would have required me to sacrifice my tails, but now, I can use my own spiritual energy to create substitute tails that usually won't be visible. But every time a tail is used up, the substitute tail will grow rapidly to fill the gap. However, I will need to absorb a large number of spiritual ingredients every day to create a substitute tail. Lin Yuan looked delighted when he heard what Genius said. If this was true, he would finally be able to start making use of Tail Trigger and not have to worry about incurring any negative consequences because there would be substitute tails to protect Genius. As for spiritual ingredients, Gao Feng had taken over the Sea Bliss clan, and the Angelfish of Bliss that Lin Yuan had tampered with had been returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lin Yuan used Spirit Chi to change the Angelfish of Bliss and return them to normal. Lin Yuan had as many rainbow fish coats as he wanted and did not need to be afraid of running out. Lin Yuan stored the 10,000 rainbow fish coats sent over from Gao Feng in a Fey storage box. He handed the Fey storage box to Genius and said, Genius, use these fish coats. I'll give you more when you use them all up. Genius looked inside the Fey storage box and said in a childlike voice, Yuan, I should be able to produce 2 substitute tails with these fish coats. If other Spirit Chi professionals heard what Genius said, they would start spluttering with shock. What a waste. 5,000 fish coats cost an arm and a leg. When the Sea Bliss clan was still around, they would sell one fish coat for 80,000 Radiance dollars at least. Moreover, they would most likely have to sink a large sum of money to obtain a fish tablet of a respectable grade. 5,000 fish coats would cost an average of 400 million radiance dollars. No spirit chi professional would be able to afford such a cost. Even the disciples of top factions would be reluctant to spend such an amount. 400 million radiance dollars would be able to buy 10 bronze/epic phase. However, this was a small sum to Lin Yuan. At that moment, the wind speed rapid antelope also emerged from the pile of fur. Lin Yuan was shocked to realize that the wind speed rapid antelope's bloodline had not transformed at all after being nourished by such pure spirit chi. It was still an antelope. This situation was too strange. The antelope bloodline was not considered rare. The wind speed rapid antelope should have evolved or regressed to its ancestry long ago. Could it be that the wind speed rapid antelope was also going to follow in Chimy's footsteps and only stay on the path of its original bloodline? From the moment Lin Yuan started evolving phase, he had created too many miracles. He had been ready to see how the wind speed rapid antelope surprised him. The wind speed rapid antelope affectionately came over to Lin Yuan and nudged his calf. Lin Yuan massaged the wind speed rapid antelope's head and realized that the fur on its head was indescribably soft and brimming with pure wind elements. The wind elements were so pure that they already rivaled that of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls without outer layers. It was shocking that elemental energy of such purity appeared on a fae. Lin Yuan planned that after water appeared in the element well, he would toss some wind type over the rail coral elemental pearls into the water to produce even more outstanding wind element energy. He would feed the water to the wind speed rapid antelope to see if any changes took place. After all, Lin Yuan had more than enough heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to waste. Lin Yuan said softly to the wind speed rapid antelope, "Wind speed rapid antelope, control the breeze to sweep up the spirit lock spatial zone." A small gust kicked up, and within an instant, all the dust in the spirit lock spatial zone gathered by the wind speed rapid antelope's feet. Lin Yuan realized with shock that a majestic phantom image appeared behind the wind speed rapid antelope when it used wind elemental energy. This phantom image had 4 horns on its head that branched out like a tree. When the wind elemental energy gathered on the wind speed rapid antelope's body, flowers appeared on the 4 horns of the phantom image behind the wind speed rapid antelope. The phantom image was in the shape of an antelope. But unlike normal antelopes, the phantom image did not have a mouth, and wind elemental energy swirled around it. It was as though this antelope was made from wind elements. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. The Moon Empress had mentioned to Lin Yuan that some types of phase would become elementalized when the amount of elemental energy in their body reached a certain level. For example, the obsidian iron wild bull's metal elemental energy in its body differentiated when it reached a certain level. As a result, its elementalized horns could be formed at will. It seemed that the wind speed rapid antelope could be suitable for this method of evolution. However, there were some differences. Firstly, the wind speed rapid antelope had not been elementalized. Secondly, there was no phantom image when the obsidian iron wild bull used its elementalized horns. But after having so much experience evolving phase, Lin Yuan learned that no one could be certain about a phase evolution. Normal people assumed that the end of the road was reached when one became a Class 5 creation master. But not even Class 5 creation masters could produce genius and chimey in their current states. Even if a Class 5 creation master found a large whale fall, none of them would be able to find the legendary Remembrance Soul Whale if they did not contract Dark Blue or use Faith Application. Now, the wind speed rapid antelope was still the responsible manager of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. No matter what road the wind speed rapid antelope took in the future, Lin Yuan would be willing to provide it with the best resources and weather anything with it. Chimey was still waiting for its spiritual power to be recovered. Its bloodline was going to break through soon. This would be the last breakthrough that Chimey would experience before it reached Myth Breed. It might even be the last one it experienced before it reached Creation Breed because the bloodlines of phase calcified after they evolved to Myth Breed. A large opportunity was needed for this to be changed. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to help Chimey reach peak condition before its bloodline went through the breakthrough. With Morbius evolution to gold grade, the increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, and the impending change of Genius and Chimey's bloodlines made Lin Yuan think that this evolution would be much more dangerous for Genius and Chimey than before. Lin Yuan forced himself to calm down and thought for a moment before he decided to halt Di Wanmi as she was making the precious instrument. He wanted her by his side to prepare to help if anything wrong happened to Genius and Chimey. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a wail cry from the floating island whale's fetus. Lin Yuan walked up and placed his hand on the floating island whale's egg. He immediately felt the floating island whale's affection for him. The young whale in the egg was continuously banging against the eggshell in an attempt to be closer to Lin Yuan's hand. This time, the increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone sped up the hatching of the floating island whale. There was currently a large stock of water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone. The increase in the concentration of spirit chi enabled the floating island whale to absorb water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls at a faster rate. As long as Lin Yuan could ensure that the supply of water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls did not run out, the floating island whale would hatch before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. By this time, Chimey had returned to peak condition after being injected with spirit chi. It said softly, "Yuan, I'm ready to evolve my bloodline." When he saw Chimey's excited expression, he knew that it was so excited because it wanted to have its fan meet. Those who were unaware were free from fear. Genius had learned all of the information on Star Web and currently had a very stern look on his face. Genius knew that Lin Yuan had spent a lot of resources to create this opportunity for it and Chimey. It also knew how dangerous this evolution would be for it and Chimey. It was afraid that Chimey would become careless and fall into danger because it had not made the proper preparation before the evolution. Genius reminded, "Chimey, remember to stay serious when you're evolving your bloodline. Do your best to endure the pain and make sure your mind doesn't fall into confusion." Chimey nodded determinedly. Although Chimey did not know much, it still clearly remembered how painful its previous evolution had been. Lin Yuan personally harvested a few intelligent Ganoderma sinensis and handed them to Genius as he said, "Chimey, go to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and absorb the energy from strange flames. I will stay here to accompany you." Chimey flew up to its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and started absorbing as much energy from strange flames as possible. Genius picked up the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis with its claws and started shoveling it into its mouth. Lin Yuan had never eaten the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, but from Genius' troubled expression, he could tell that the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis did not taste good. It would take some time for Genius to digest the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis that it consumed. Thus, Chimey would be the one to evolve first. The entire phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was suddenly set on fire. Chimey's body was set alight with beautiful flames that enveloped the entire phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The leaves of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree contained strange flames, and they immediately exploded under the burning of the beautiful flames. The energy in the strange flames rapidly flowed into Chimey's body as it absorbed the energy as though it was a bottomless pit. At that moment, Chimey was in such pain that it started to scream that it was too hot. However, Lin Yuan could not waste time being pained for Chimey's sake because he needed to shoot a large number of strange flames at the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to replenish its energy. Otherwise, not only would the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree become drained and eventually wither as Chimey continuously extracted the strange flames, but there would also be insufficient energy from strange flames to allow Chimey to complete its evolution. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and hundreds of mid-grade strange flames spewed toward the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The strange flames that had been stored in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's leaves were pushed out by the beautiful flames. But even as the hundreds of mid-grade strange flames shot into the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, the bottomless hole that was Chimey did not show any signs of being satisfied. Lin Yuan became increasingly unsettled when such a large amount of strange flames entered Chimey's body. If such a large amount of strange flames exploded, Chimey would instantly shatter. Even a myth-I-Fey would be at risk when it was exposed to such an immense amount of energy from strange flames. But now, Chimey seemed to need the energy from the strange flames badly. Species from inside Chimey. Concern only caused mess. Lin Yuan did not know if he should continue administering strange flames to Chimey. As for now, Chimey was still not showing any signs of being annihilated. Chimey's usually bright voice became extremely hoarse. Yuan's strange flames. When he heard Chimey's request and thought about how it was working so hard to evolve its bloodline, Lin Yuan steeled himself and injected another 100 units of mid-grade strange flames into the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Although Lin Yuan was worried, there was no question that Chimey was doing much better than during its previous bloodline evolution. This was because Rememberling padded him with power. Even if something truly happened to Chimey during its bloodline transformation, Lin Yuan could use Rememberling's soul not to gather up Chimey's soul and use the Mother of Bloodbath's 10,000 medicine hot spring to revive it. However, at that point, Chimey would have to start all over. But at least it would be alive. The biggest hope of parents was not that their children would become accomplished but that they could live peacefully. This was exactly what was running through Lin Yuan's mind. The 100 units of strange flames that Lin Yuan injected were still not enough. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth and injected even more strange flames. He even put in 5 units of high-grade strange flames. When Lin Yuan thought that the energy in the strange flames was about to be used up and that he needed to put more in, a phoenix cry sounded out from within Chimey. After this phoenix cry, the aura unique to phoenix species phase appeared. This circumstance had appeared to Chimey before. However, that aura had been of the Luan species Fae. But this time, the aura was clearly of the main phoenix species Fae. Lin Yuan stared at Chimey in shock when he sensed the main phoenix species Fae aura. Could it be that Chimey's bloodline was evolving in the direction of the main phoenix species Fae because it had spent so much time evolving its power in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree? Chimey was still a fantasy breed Fae that had yet to evolve to myth breed. It would be a subversion of common knowledge if a fantasy breed Fae awakened the main phoenix species bloodline. As long as Chimey accepted the main phoenix species bloodline, it would become a main phoenix species Fae with the lowest grade in history. This meant that the purity of Chimey's main phoenix species bloodline would be higher than that of other main phoenix species Faes. However, Lin Yuan was not happy about this at all. Lin Yuan's heart panged as he knew that something was wrong. Given his understanding of Chimey, there was no Fae that was more stubborn than it. When it first started learning how to sing, Chimey could spend all night just learning how to sing one line correctly. There were many times when Lin Yuan woke up to find Chimey collapsed on the floor with exhaustion because it had been training to sing. When it unlocked its Luan species bloodline, Chimey consumed it with its sound bird bloodline. Now, Chimey would once again choose to use its sound bird bloodline to consume the main phoenix species bloodline. But how could it be easy to consume such a pure main phoenix species bloodline? At that moment, the sound bird bloodline and main phoenix species bloodline had already tangled together. Gold blood seeped out of Chimey's feathers. Lin Yuan felt like he was on a roller coaster. After one wave was over, another one rose. After consuming the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, Genius cried out pain. Lin Yuan watched as Genius' 8 long tails started to break down and dissipate as blood. The spiritual energy stored in the 8 tails flowed out. Just as this spiritual energy was about to enter the other phase in the spirit lock spatial zone, Genius meowed. Genius forcefully took control of the spiritual energy that had exploded. However, Genius lost control almost immediately as its spiritual energy erupted. Lin Yuan had never been able to fully understand the extent of the sea of Genius spiritual energy. But now that Genius spiritual energy had blown apart, Lin Yuan was suddenly frightened of Genius spiritual energy. This explosive spiritual energy was like a demon that was roaring ferociously. Once such strong spiritual energy dispersed and entered the brains of other Faes, it would ruin their minds. This would turn the entire spirit lock spatial zone into a cemetery. In an instant, the 8 tails were reduced to stumps. Chimey's body became a bloody mass again. The phoenix cry inside Chimey's body had not stopped, and Lin Yuan could hear arrogance from this phoenix cry. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and summoned the Jasmine Lily. The Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily was completely different from what it used to be. The bud of mountain jade let out 2 beams of healing light, one that fell on Chimey and the other that landed on Genius. These two beams of healing light were used in conjunction with severed limbs growth. So the decimation of genius tails and the grinding up of Chime's bone marrow were stopped. There was also a weak sound bird cry from within Chime's body. The vitality inside the jasmine lily continuously flowed into Chime and Genius. Slowly, this support started crumbling. Lin Yuan did not need to supply any of the pure spirit qi in the spirit lock spatial zone, and it was naturally the best environment for evolution. Di Wanmi listened to what Lin Yuan said and started to concoct a spirit fluid for Chime that would suppress the main phoenix species bloodline and a spirit fluid for Genius that would keep the spiritual energy under control. When Di Wanmi made use of Class 5 creation master methods, it helped significantly. A long time had passed since Lin Yuan opened the Vitality imprint. When the Jasmine Lily evolved to the limit of fantasy breed, the vitality inside the Vitality imprint became more potent. He never had more vitality in the Vitality imprint than he did at this moment. Previously, Lin Yuan planned on saving the Vitality imprint to use it during the Radiance 100 sequence selection and counter the Freedom Federation scheme. But at this moment, his two closest friends were in danger and nothing else mattered. Lin Yuan opened the Vitality imprint, and green lotus patterns moved down from his forehead and onto his face. There were also faint lotus patterns on his neck. The phantom image of a lotus flower appeared under his feet, and burgeoning vitality flowed out from his body. Thanks to the Jasmine Lily, two phantom images of lotuses wrapped around Chime and Genius. The large amount of vitality within the Vitality imprint was like water flowing toward a barren mountain. All the plants on the barren mountain were about to prosper immediately. The energy shot into Genius and Chime's bodies, and Genius' broken tails started to regrow slowly. All of Chime's broken bones were also put back together until it returned to its original shape. However, this was far from over. Lin Yuan had just let out a sigh of relief. He felt that if he used Vitality imprint, a large amount of vitality would flow into Genius and Chime's bodies, which would protect them from the negative effects of their transformations. But before Lin Yuan could relax, something else happened to Chime and Genius. But this time, Lin Yuan had no clue how he should handle the situation. This was because Genius had exploded into a rain of blood. After Genius erupted into blood, the blood solidified in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly filled with blood, and he shrieked, "Genius!" When Genius' body shattered, all the spiritual energy that it had been trying to suppress exploded. At that moment, Morbius sighed next to Lin Yuan and said, "So it's true that bloodlines cannot be continuously evolved." Morbius was the partner that Lin Yuan had contracted, and it could understand the relationship between Genius and Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan first contracted Morbius, it had used up almost all of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. During that time, Genius had been the one who stood by Lin Yuan's side. When all the blood rushed to Lin Yuan's face, Morbius reached out its hand, and crimson and golden energy flowed from Morbius' palm toward Genius' untamed spiritual energy. In an instant, Genius' spiritual energy settled down, and it was almost as though it was stewing. "Partner, don't worry. Genius is a spiritual type Fae. This evolution of its bloodline will allow it to move toward soul type. Both spiritual types and soul types require the soul. I gave out a small part of my roots, and this will enable Genius to find a way out." Although Lin Yuan was prepared, he was still worried about Genius. According to Morbius, Genius was probably going to become a bodiless life form after this evolution. Although Lin Yuan still liked hugging Genius and seeing it laze around in the sun, nothing else mattered as long as Genius could survive. Moreover, Genius' original bloodline transformation involved it losing its body. Lin Yuan suppressed his worry and asked, "Morbius, are you going to sleep again now that you gave out a part of your roots?" Morbius shook its head and said to Lin Yuan with a smile, "Thanks to you, I'm now a gold Fae. Now, giving out a part of my roots will only weaken me but not put me to sleep. I will need about another 2 months to recover my roots. But if you're able to find the things to fill the holes, filling just one will be enough to enable me to use the power of my roots as I please from now on." When Morbius said it would not fall asleep again, Lin Yuan was filled with joy. However, he could not bring himself to smile given the situation that Lin Yuan and Chime was in. Chimey had been fighting against the main phoenix species Fey bloodline in its body. The main phoenix species Fey bloodline should have lost all of its fighting spirit. The change in Genius caused Chimey to become frantic, and it wanted nothing more than to rush over to Genius. However, the phoenix cry never stopped bothering Chimey, and the main phoenix species bloodline continuously tried to gnaw up the sound bird bloodline. Chimey was furious and used the vitality injected by the jasmine lily to strengthen its body and recover the sound bird bloodline. Chimey had always cared about its appearance. Yet, it now used its sound bird bloodline to ball up the main phoenix species bloodline and clawed out the flesh where the main phoenix species bloodline had concentrated. Chimey was so frantic that it pushed itself over the edge and used its sound bird bloodline to swallow the main phoenix species bloodline. When Chimey's sound bird bloodline swallowed the Luan species bloodline, it changed. When he rode on Li Xian's Fey carriage, Lin Yuan realized that Chimey's bloodline could suppress the bloodlines of the Luan species Feys pulling the Fey carriage. During that time, he wondered if this was related to the fact that Chimey's sound bird bloodline had consumed the Luan species bloodline. Now that Chimey was consuming the main phoenix species Fey bloodline, Lin Yuan noticed that Chimey's bloody body was being suppressed. This pressure was the same feeling as the one he felt when he sensed the main phoenix species bloodline. But if he tried to make a more detailed comparison, this pressure was stronger than that of the main phoenix species Fey. It was as though there was a life form in the sky looking over the main phoenix species bloodline. Lin Yuan felt that if Chimey had the chance to encounter a main phoenix species Fey, Chimey's bloodline would be able to scare it senseless, even if it was a grade higher than Chimey. Slowly, Chimey's aura settled down. A beautiful light enveloped Chimey. There were cicada songs interlaced in the golden light. This voice seemed to break through the construct of the world. Lin Yuan listened to this voice, and it was as though he could hear the hearts of the other lifeforms in the spirit lock spatial zone. The voice in Chimey's body became increasingly stronger. Soon, a white feather poked out of the golden light. This feather was so large that it resembled a fan. There were layers upon layers of the sun on the feather and a total of 99 suns on the feather. Soon, another 2 feathers emerged. These 2 feathers were slightly longer and thinner. They were not gold but light blue. They were like 2 harps, and clouds were the strings. Soon, numerous cloud musical notes appeared, and a clear avian cry sounded out. Chimey's body broke apart with golden light. Now, the gold and blue were perfectly mixed on Chimey's body. Previously, the blue and gold had been kept separate. Chimey pushed everything related to light and the sun to its tail feathers. The sun patterns on the golden part of its body took the shape of musical notes. These musical notes solidified above Chimey's head and slowly transformed into a 5-stringed lute. The top and bottom of the lute seemed to encompass a sunset and sunrise, respectively. Chimey's 2 blue tail feathers fluttered in the wind and touched the lute atop its head. The sounds mixed together, and golden musical notes flew out of the lute and danced around Chimey. It was as though hundreds of birds were returning to ancestry. Chimey had clearly entered the final phase of the transformation of its bloodline. As Genius' spiritual energy shrunk, it started to solidify. This solidification was completely different from the hand that Genius had produced by condensing spiritual energy. When Chimey condensed a hand, it was translucent. But at this moment, the shrunken spiritual energy was tangibly real. Suddenly, this solidified spiritual energy started increasing manifold, and a meow bellowed from within the spiritual energy. A cat appeared where the ball of light of spiritual energy was. The cat was twice as large as Genius had been, and its tails reached 20 to 30 meters. Its 8 tails swung around wildly. The tails made from spiritual energy could defend against any damage. Lin Yuan held his breath. When he saw the evolved Genius, the latter opened its eyes at the same time. Lin Yuan met the pair of white eyes and saw that they looked empty. But upon closer inspection, there was endless movement in its eyes. It was as though the eyes contained all the impurities in the world. At the same moment that Genius opened its eyes, the 8 tails behind it clustered around Lin Yuan. Genius, now gargantuan, walked over to Lin Yuan. With a meow, it leaped into his arms. Although Genius was now twice as large as it used to be, it was still very pliant in Lin Yuan's arms. Previously, Genius' body had only been around the size of Lin Yuan's palm. It had been but a mere slip of a kitten. But now it finally seemed like a cat. Lin Yuan noticed that Genius did not feel heavy at all in his arms. His fur still felt as soft as it had always been. Genius said to Lin Yuan in a childlike voice, "Yuan, sorry for worrying you. For comparison, I used to only be able to remember 3 things. But now, I'm able to remember 30 things." Lin Yuan thought, can it be that this evolution enabled Genius' spiritual energy to increase tenfold? The strength of Genius' spiritual energy had already been astonishing. It had only been diamond/fantasy, but it had been able to hold its own against Myth 3 and under spiritual type phase attacks. Now that energy had multiplied tenfold. This meant that Genius was most likely impervious to the attacks of Creation Breed spiritual type phase. After evolving to Myth Breed, phase increment of spiritual energy would start to slow down. When a Fae evolved from Fantasy Breed to Creation Breed, their spiritual energy usually only increased 2 or 3 times at the very most. But with this strength of spiritual energy, Genius could be called the bane of all spiritual type Faes. At that moment, Genius said, "Yuan, I'm not afraid of psychotoxins anymore, and my soul energy is much better too. I think that I will be able to concoct spirit fluids using my spiritual energy at 5 times the speed that I used to be able to. I always have a strange feeling when I condense soul power. It's like I will be able to enter another state when I grab hold of this feeling and start to concoct spirit fluids. However, no matter how much soul power I try to condense, the feeling remains fuzzy. I think I need to comprehend something." While talking, Genius did not stop nudging Lin Yuan's face with its own. Previously, Genius liked to act coy and restrained. But this time, after so many near-death experiences, Genius just wanted to cling to Lin Yuan as much as it could. It even wanted to concoct spirit fluids next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan became delighted when he heard what Genius said. Could Genius have found the path to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master? The Moon Empress had not told Lin Yuan how Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters could become Class 5 Creation Masters. However, Genius' description had been very close to the feeling that Class 4 Creation Masters experienced when they broke through to Class 5. Lin Yuan decided that he was going to properly ask the Moon Empress about this. Mystic Moon was a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Lin Yuan knew that Fays also had the potential to become Creation Masters. However, it was much harder for them than it was for Spirit Chi professionals. 1 in 10,000 people had Creation Master talent, but only 1 in 100,000 people could become a Class 1 Creation Master. The chances of a Fae becoming a Creation Master was the equivalent of a human becoming a Class 4 Creation Master. Genius had gone down a different path than Mystic Moon in becoming a Creation Master. Although both of them were spiritual type Fays, Mystic Moon used his own talent while Genius made use of the abilities of its own kind. This was the reason all 100 Questions beasts could become Creation Masters. After learning about how Class 4 Creation Masters became Class 5 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan would also be able to help Genius with its comprehension. Just as Lin Yuan was about to check on Genius' exclusive skills to see what it had changed into, something else happened to Chimey. It suddenly tunneled into the golden lute. As its body entered the lute, the 99 suns suddenly lit up and gathered at the top of the lute. The last sun hung above the lute. Lin Yuan looked at the sun in shock. It looked no different from the normal sun except that it was much smaller. Yet, it was also able to produce sunlight. Could it be that Chimey's bloodline produced an actual sun? The lute was not done transforming. It started to play on its own, and thousands of golden birds started to fly in a circular, organized formation. Chimey had transformed into a totem that was positioned at the center of the lute. At that moment, the golden birds charged together, and the musical notes formed the figure of a golden girl. Lin Yuan noticed that the golden girl resembled the human form that Chimey had changed into when it consumed the spirit Bodhi fruit. Chimey's previous figure had been that of a servant girl. But now this girl was just like a princess. The girl picked up the lute, turned, and smiled radiantly at Lin Yuan and Genius. However, tears started falling from the girl's eyes. When the tears landed on the ground, they turned into golden flying birds and clouds that swathed the girl. Wisps of clouds seemed to be part of another world as they carried an unspeakable celestial aura. The golden birds were light and arrogant as they carried the aura of the main phoenix species phase. As the birds crashed into the figure of the golden girl holding the lute, sounds of jade falling to the ground were produced. At that moment, Chimy's tears seemed to be unable to stop flowing. Lin Yuan and Genius knew that the figure of this golden girl was the personification of the energy in Chimy's body. The tears were Chimy's way of expressing its feelings. Genius and Lin Yuan's hearts broke when they saw the tears spilling out. At that moment, Chimy said, "Genius, why did you suddenly explode into blood?" Chimy sobbed quietly, and there was both happiness and sorrow mixed in. Although Chimy was happy that Genius' bloodline was done transforming, the sight of Genius exploding into blood had been carved into Chimy's head. Chimy found it hard to get the image out of its head. This was the same scene as when Genius and Chimy's bloodlines transformed into the clear-voiced lawn sparrow and beast that connects everything a few months ago. But at that time, it had been Chimy that exploded into blood. It was because Genius had witnessed Chimy exploding into blood that Genius decided to kick its previous lazy habits and become stronger. But today, the tables were turned, and Chimy was the one who became determined to become stronger so that it would be able to protect Lin Yuan and Genius. At that moment, Chimy matured significantly. It was no longer just Sparrow Voice lowly goddess who live-streamed on Star Web. Now that it was in human form, Chimy's goal was no longer to hold an offline meeting with its fans. Nothing else mattered when it was faced with the death of its friend. It was now utterly focused on protecting those who were important to it. Chimy was going to spread its wings and stop hiding behind Lin Yuan and Genius. Instead, it was going to try to be the one sheltering them instead. The golden girl hugged the lute and became combined with it in an instant. The sun above the lute also entered the lute and turned into 99 suns. Soon, a blue and gold bird flicked its tail feathers, climbed out of the lute, and flew toward Lin Yuan and Genius. The lute dissolved into clouds when the bird flew out. Chimy landed on Genius' head. Luckily, Genius' body was solid enough. Otherwise, Chimy would have landed within Genius' body. Lin Yuan reached out and ruffled the feathers on Lin Yuan's head. He could not help but gasp at how Chimy's looks were indeed top tier. Amongst all the avian-type fays that Lin Yuan had seen, none of them could compare with Chimy's looks. The rose brocade crane was the fifth most beautiful fae in history. It was a crane species fae that could manipulate many types of elements. Amongst crane species fays, the rose brocade crane had one of the top 3 bloodlines. But regardless, it could not compare with Grey. Grey's bloodline had surpassed the ranking of crane species fays because heavenly family fays were no longer regular fays. Moreover, the rose brocade crane's appearance could not be compared to Chimy. Lin Yuan felt that the only fae that could compare to Chimy's looks was Purple Afterglow. But after closer comparison, it had to be said that Purple Afterglow won out. Chimy hopped around on Genius' head, checking to see if there were any hidden injuries left over from Genius evolution. Genius was so shy that it used its paws to cover its eyes. Chimy is too much. How can it look at the stem of my tails? Lin Yuan used true data to check on the transformed Genius and Chimy. Lin Yuan first checked on Genius. Fae name: highest access fate-knowing beast, Fae species. Fantasy cat genus / fantasy cat species. Fae grade: diamond, 10 out of 10. Fae type: spiritual / soul. Fae quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: memory deduction. When recalling something, it will be able to remember every minuscule detail. From this, it will be able to organize the information and infer the truth. Crowded cat. If it can control cat species phase and convince the cats to crowd around it, it will be able to become affiliated with all of the cat species phase elements and bodies. Every time the cat species phase crowd around, it will be weak for some time. Spiritual energy expansion. Transfer the spiritual energy into an emergency bank for the contractor. Even though the contractor cannot willfully use spiritual energy expansion to increase his own store of spiritual energy, he can use it to defend himself against spiritual energy damage. Master of Cats. As the new leader of cat species phase, It can use spiritual energy to form contracts with other cat species phase, control their lives, and share in their spiritual power. Soul permutation. Use and change different spiritual energies into soul power. Tail trigger. When using soul power, a tail can be sacrificed to increase soul power. The spiritual energy inside the body can also be condensed to produce replacement tails to be used when there are no longer any tails left, and tail trigger cannot be used. Exclusive skill. Tool transformation. Capable of transforming into a tool for the contractor to use. Tail of fate. 1. Connected tails. According to the number of tails, lives can be connected. The connected lives can share thinking and intention. 2. Highest access tail. Combine all the tails into one. If it craves for knowledge enough, it can sacrifice its spiritual energy to communicate with the heavens and request an answer. After checking, Lin Yuan realized that not only Genius Fei name had changed from beast that connects everything to highest access fate-knowing beast, but its species had also changed from spirit cat species / intelligent cat species to fantasy cat genus / fantasy cat species. Even its abilities and exclusive skills had also changed greatly. Lin Yuan did not know of any other Fei that was fantasy cat species / intelligent cat species. It was likely that this was a new type that arose due to the transformation of Genius bloodline. Genius' normal ability had been precise memory, and its elite ability had been knowledge analysis. Now, its normal and elite abilities had clearly fused together and became memory deduction. From the description of memory deduction, Lin Yuan noticed that it was much more powerful than precise memory and knowledge analysis. Previously, knowledge analysis could use details to come to the best conclusion. But now, it could organize information to deduce the truth. The truth represented accuracy. Hence, anything that Genius deduced would be accurate. Lin Yuan could already tell that memory deduction would enable Genius to create many spirit fluid recipes. It could be said that Genius was currently the strongest information sorting machine in the world. Not even the Star Web's information sorting could compete with Genius because it was not definitively accurate. Given that Genius' normal and elite abilities had combined, there was now an empty slot for an elite ability. Crowded Cat had filled this slot. Intelligent Cat Spirit had become Master of Cats. Intelligent Cat Spirit would allow Genius to use spiritual energy to form contracts with intelligent cat species phase, control their lives and deaths, and do whatever with their spiritual energy that it pleased. Intelligent cat species phase were very rare. The only one that was more common was the 100-question beast. Now, instead of controlling just intelligent cat species phase, Genius could control all phase. This meant that Genius could increase the number of 100 questions beasts in the army of 100 questions beasts by 10 times, from 100 to 1,000. Cat species phase were a large category of phase. Moreover, many of them were strong. Genius could control as many cat species phase as the spiritual energy in its body allowed. After this bloodline evolution, Genius' spiritual energy increased by 10 times. Master of Cats and Crowded Cat clearly complemented each other. However, adding the two abilities together was not a simple matter. Crowded Cat would allow Genius to control the elements that the cat species phase it controlled were affiliated with and their bodies. If Genius had just contracted a cat species Fey that had offense-type abilities, its power would not increase by much. But if it contracted hundreds or even thousands of cat species Feys that were skilled at battle and were all affiliated with different elements, it would be able to choose the best one to suit every battle. Everyone knew that cat species Feys used the elements they were affiliated with and their body to attack enemies. Cat species Feys usually had stronger bodies than dogs. Lin Yuan stared in shock as Crowded Cat and Master of Cats. Genius was no longer the helpless kitten. When those two abilities were used together, Genius would be able to become a god of war on the battlefield. Lin Yuan felt that he should build a cat area in the marsh world for Genius so that Genius would have a comprehensive pen of cat species Feys to choose from. He and the army of 100 questions beasts would nurture these cats in the marsh world. When it needed to fight, Genius would be able to tap into their elements and bodies. Spiritual energy expansion had not changed at all. Its storage space had only increased tenfold because of the strengthening of Genius' spiritual energy. As for tail trigger, it still allowed Genius to produce substitute tails. Genius abilities were already enough to astonish Lin Yuan. But when it came to the change in connected tails, Lin Yuan felt that genius bloodline was terrifying. Connected tails had become tails of fate. Connected tails' previous abilities still existed, but it became just one part of Tales of Fate. Besides connected tails, Genius Tail had also gained another ability that would allow it to combine all its tails together. By using up the spiritual energy in its body, it would request an answer from the heavens. As long as Genius could afford to pay the required spiritual energy, the heavens would tell Genius anything it wanted to know. With such an ability, the substitute tails that Tail Trigger created would become very useful. If it asked something serious, Genius would be able to use up the spiritual energy in its substitute tails to receive an answer. There was no limit to the number of substitute tails that could be produced. Could go on and on. Previously, Lin Yuan wanted to ask the Moon Empress about how Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters became Class 5 Creation Masters. But now, there was no need to do so because Genius could just use Tales of Fate to ask the heavens for an answer. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally knew why Genius Fei name had been listed as highest access fate-knowing beast on True Data. As long as Genius had spiritual energy, it would be able to use its overwhelmingly powerful abilities. Now, Lin Yuan did not have any other Fei besides Morbius that had as much overall combat, defense, and support abilities as Genius. It was definitely the Fei of his that had the strongest combat power. Morbius sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking and said softly, "Partner, Genius bloodline has reached its limit. Although there is still the possibility for its bloodline to transform again in the future, it will no longer be the evolution of Genius bloodline but its birth horoscope." This was the first time that Lin Yuan had heard the term birth horoscope. While Lin Yuan was mulling over what it meant, Morbius went on to say, "Genius isn't your strongest Fei besides me. Although Chimy's abilities could not match up to that of Genius, its attacking and controlling powers were much stronger than Genius. After all, it created a real sun that can produce light and heat. If the sun is strong enough, it might even be able to rise into the sky and become part of nature." Lin Yuan was shocked and stared incredulously at Chimy, who was swinging on one of Genius' tails. Chimy was swinging in a carefree manner as it admired its tail feathers. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on Chimy. Lin Yuan finally realized why Morbius said such a thing. Not only could Genius not compare with Chimy in terms of combat, but even Shiny might not be able to compete with Chimy when it reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. Fei name: Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow, Fei species. Sound Sparrow genus/Sound Sparrow species. Fei grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fei type: Sound/Light. Fei quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: Phoenix Cry. The power of main Phoenix will combine the Phoenix Cry into musical notes that will turn into birds. The birds will be able to pass through almost anything. After coming into contact with a target, the Phoenix Cry within the musical notes will stun and disturb the target. When the musical notes are attacked or blocked, they will separate into more birds. New Day of Light. The exquisite main Phoenix blood and sunlight will solidify into a sun. Under the light of the sun, its abilities will rapidly be absorbed by light. When the light is used up, it can replenish Phoenix blood and soul. Phoenix breed input sound. By tempering the Phoenix species Fei's soul into a Phoenix breed and injecting it into the body of an avian Fei, the avian Fei will gain the intelligence and partial abilities of the Phoenix species Fei. Setting the Phoenix breed alight will increase the power of the musical notes that had transformed into birds. Falling Sky New Day. Drop the sun in its body to create a territory full of sun energy. When the sun energy depletes, it will temporarily be immune to most physical and elemental damage. Speak Spirit Singer. Enter a song into the soul. By using up the Phoenix breed's ability to bring a song into reality, the willpowers and effects in the song can be an advantage or disadvantage to bless its friends or curse its enemies. Clear Zither Change Voice. Place an anchor on something that could release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever was connected to this entity, one's voice or voice-type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Exclusive skill. Double Sun Reigns. The stronger the power of the sun it controls, the stronger its ability to communicate with other suns. According to the strength of the rains, it can offer a song to the sun and lend energy from the other suns to replenish itself. New sun body. Fuse with the sun it produces and enter the non-burning nirvana sound sparrow. Its abilities will not change, but it will be able to switch attributes. When he saw Chimy's abilities on true data, Lin Yuan felt that even his soul was spiraling into shock. Oh my god! Are these the abilities that a fae should be having? Lin Yuan had seen the mother of Bloodbath and Grey's true data. Both of them were heavenly family faes, but Lin Yuan felt that even their abilities and exclusive skills could not compare to that of Chimy. Lin Yuan felt that Chimy's abilities and exclusive skills were on another level, even to a heavenly family fae. Heavenly family faes were the most beloved life forms in the world. They could communicate with a certain facet of nature or celestial phenomena, but this also came with them relying on one of the main world's natural resources. Yet, Chimy could use itself to produce a sun. As such, there was no doubt that it had surpassed heavenly family faes. Chimy was like genius. It used to be plume sparrow genus/plume sparrow species. But now it was sound sparrow genus/sound sparrow species. Its species had also never existed in the main world in the past. Chimy was also about to open a new path that no fae had gone down before. Chimy's abilities and exclusive skills had changed to a much greater extent than genius. Firstly, Shattered Jade Voice had changed into Phoenix Cry. Shattered Jade Voice could shoot out a loud musical note that sounded like a piece of jade shattering at a target. It would definitely bother targets and break off into 10 spiral-shaped notes that could easily pass through most things when it made contact with the target. Now, Phoenix Cry would combine Phoenix Cries with musical notes and change them into flying birds. When the birds crashed into targets, Phoenix sounds would be produced. It would not only disturb but also stun targets. After the birds were attacked, they would shatter like jade. It seemed that these two abilities did not differ by much. However, Phoenix Cry matched Chimy's power as a main phoenix. It seemed that the main phoenix species fae bloodline that Chimy's bloodline consumed had not disappeared. Rather, it had turned into a tool for it to use for attacking. Chimy's previous elite ability had been bathed in light. It could recover the vitality that Chimy used up and was considered a self-recovery ability. But now, New Day of Light allowed Chimy to use its bloodline to turn its blood into a sun. After these suns rose, they would essentially become a checkpoint for Chimy to return to. The light from the new sun would be able to quickly replenish Chimy. The flying birds from Phoenix Cry could also become more lifelike under the sunlight. If the sun energy was used up, Chimy could use Phoenix blood and soul to replenish the sun energy and recover the sun. Lin Yuan understood that New Day of Light was the reason Chimy could produce a sun. The sun was mainly made up of the main phoenix species bloodline that Chimy had consumed. Lin Yuan thought, how much does Chimy hate main phoenix species phase? In order for New Day of Light to be developed, the sun had to be stronger. He could only imagine how much phoenix blood and how many souls had to be used up. Lin Yuan had provided Shiny with dragon liver. He had specifically opened a faction with Long Tao to buy and sell dragon species fae, spiritual ingredients, by nurturing faes that had main dragon species bloodline. But now, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to contact Li Xian to ask for a faction that nurtured main phoenix species faes. After tonight, besides the main dragon species fae blood that Shiny needed, Chimy also needed the blood and soul of main phoenix species faes. Chimy's phoenix breed input sound was similar to New Light of Day. It also needed the souls of main phoenix species faes to temper them into phoenix breed. The phoenix breed would combine with the phoenix cries and enable the golden flying birds to gain intelligence and partial abilities of phoenix species faes. As such, the attack from the phoenix cry would turn into a phoenix species fae. Moreover, it would be able to increase its power through the burning phoenix breed. Lin Yuan was willing to create a fae breeding base for Chimy where it could nurture phoenix species faes. Chimy would have as many souls of phoenix species faes as it wanted in the future. Chimy could temper the phoenix breed to increase its power. Sunlight rays had turned into falling sky new day. Sunlight rays was a very simple support ability with a large range. It could weaken all the targets while increasing the liveliness of plant-type phase within the range. Now, Falling Sky New Day would increase the benefits that it could bring to their own side and combine it with Nirvana Light Swansong to create the territory of light for Falling Sky New Day. Chimey would be resistant to most physical and elemental damage within the territory. As such, Chimey would be able to do as it pleased and dominate the battlefield. Speak Spirit Singer was the ability that Chimey unlocked through its Soundbird bloodline. It would use up its soul to bring the willpowers in the song into reality while making use of its abilities. Although Chimey mostly sang older songs, Lin Yuan knew numerous special songs, such as A Bloody Love Story, that he had heard in his previous life. The more blood flows, the more the hand aches. The more empty the heart is, the more painful the flesh, the more vivid the emotion. If Chimey sang such lyrics, the enemy would immediately experience aching hands, stalled blood flow, and weakness. They would lose their faith and experience pain akin to thousands of knives. If such negative effects were applied to the enemy, they would essentially be cursed. Negative effects could be removed by purifying effects, but special phase with special abilities would be needed to remove a curse. If one did not have such phase, Chimey would be able to sing various curse songs to torture its enemies. There were also many songs of benefits that could be called blessings. Just like curses, blessings could not be easily purified. Speak Spirit Singer would enable Chimey to have endless possibilities. Clear Zither Change Voice had not changed in the slightest. Previously, Chimey's first exclusive skill was Clear Sky. It used a bird cry to dissipate the clouds and summon the sun. However, Chimey could now produce a sun of its own. Thus, Clear Sky became double sun rains. Chimey could use the sun it produced to communicate with other suns. It could even offer up a song to the sun to borrow its energy. Besides the main world, every dimensional world had its own sun. Double sun rains could be used in any world and allow the sun it controlled and its ability to communicate with other suns to become even more powerful. This meant that Chimey could depend on itself to produce a sun and communicate with suns without needing the Mother of Bloodbath's help. It would also make it easier for it to use Clear Zither Change Voice. The sun in the main world would become its anchor. Double sun rains made Lin Yuan feel that Chimey's combat style was no different from that of Heavenly Family Phase. However, Chimey did not communicate directly with the sun but with the sun in its body. The exclusive skill that Chimey obtained when it evolved to Fantasy Breed was Radiant Body. But now, Radiant Body had become New Sun Body. New Sun Body's description was very simple. Chimey would fuse with the sun it produced and enter the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow state. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw the name Non-Burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow. Lin Yuan immediately instructed Chimey to use New Sun Body. Chimey flapped its wings and fluttered its tail feathers. The 99 suns on Chimey's tail feathers fused together, and a sun rose above its head. Soon, Chimey called the sun over into its body, and it was set alight with blinding orange-red flames. Chimey turned into a sparrow with a 30-meter-long wingspan. When Chimey let out a cry, the golden birds all turned orange-red. They had the same orange-red light on their bodies that Chimey had. When Lin Yuan read the description of true data, he finally understood what it meant by not changing the original effects but only changing one's attributes. Chimey entered the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow state, and the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow's type changed from light and sound to fire and sound. All of its original light-type abilities became fire-type. This was considered an increase in its attacking power. However, it also reduced Chimey's agility and range. In a battle, deciding how one would adapt to the battleground size would dictate the real consequences of what happened. For example, the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow would not be curbed by water-type phase, while the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow would be extremely effective against plant-type phase. Lin Yuan looked at Chimey, who had suddenly turned into a giant bird, and said softly, "Chimey, change back." Usually, Lin Yuan did not use Chimey and Genius in battle. However, now that this Radiance 100 sequence selection would involve the Freedom Federation schemes, it would be a good chance for Lin Yuan to give Genius and Chimey exposure. He had never exhibited Genius or Chimey before. The evolved Genius and Chimey would become Lin Yuan's best secret weapons in any other situation. Lin Yuan's Fey evolution had reached its temporary limit until he was promoted to an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. Until then, his phase would not be able to improve by much. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had reached the peak of what the young generation in the Radiance Federation could achieve. He had 5 Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. This was already better than most members of the younger generation. However, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and He were also advancing. Moreover, their phase with the Baron bloodlines had reached adulthood. Shiny needed at least a year before it could reach adulthood. After this, Lin Yuan just needed to wait for the Radiance 100 sequence selection to take place. At that moment, at a certain corner of the main world, a pair of cold eyes flew open on the throne of a palace. There were crimson and bronze circular totems behind the cold eyes. At that moment, the clock in the palace started to ring sonorously. The rings reverberated through every corner of the palace. After the ringing was over, there was still the sound of the clock ticking. The person stood up from the throne and turned to look at the crimson and bronze round totem behind him before he fell to his knees respectfully. He sternly kowtowed 3 times. He stood up and mumbled, "Another epoch has started. Totem God, you haven't shown your spirit in almost 3,000 years." The figure raised his head to see a pair of clear eyes looking back at him from the crimson and bronze round totem. The figure hurriedly dipped his eyes as though he had just committed a crime. He kowtowed another 3 times. At that moment, someone knocked on the closed door of the palace. This figure returned to the throne. With a wave of his hand, someone opened the door, and a man dressed in black crystal armor walked in. The man anxiously fell to his knees when he saw the figure on the throne and said, "Lord Palace Attendant, the natural scales have tipped toward the east." This time, the balance of the scales broke the link between number 6 and the natural scales. Number 6 spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fainted. He is being treated by number 4 now. Lord Palace Attendant, something that shouldn't belong in this world must have appeared in the east. Number 6 sensed that the scales have tipped almost 10 times in the past 6 months. While he was talking, the man wearing black crystal armor could clearly sense the pressure around the figure on the throne drop, and a deadly air rushed out. The figure seated on the throne ignored the man dressed in black crystal armor. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go and wake up the other 3 palace attendants in Epic God Palace. We will have a secret meeting in 1 minute." After hearing what the figure on the throne said, the man in black crystal armor suddenly released a sincere light of joy. "Lord, ever since the last time Epic God Palace." Before the man in black armor could finish speaking, a light that resembled a root slapped him across the mouth. This light left the man in black crystal armor staggering, and he knew that he had done something very wrong. At that moment, the figure on the throne sneered. "Number 2, you've overstepped your boundaries. Don't you dare mention Lord Saint. The 4 palace attendants only get to mention Lord Saint 1 day a year. If Summer and Winter find out that you tried to utter Lord Saint, your birth horoscope will be destroyed. Don't forget your place. You're just a lowly servant under the totem god. After being number 2 for so long, have you forgotten the rules?" Number 2 displayed his birth horoscope and laid it on the ground before banging his head down on his birth horoscope as a way of expressing his regret for almost uttering the words Lord Saint. After 18 kowtows, his birth horoscope was covered in blood. Finally, he stood up and bowed at the figure on the throne before heading in the direction of the tightly shut palace doors. There were many clocks outside every palace that ticked away, counting down different sets of times. The ticking was so ubiquitous that it would be so easy to let oneself be carried away by it. From infancy to death, everything was but a passing slip of time. Half a minute later, a fire lit up on the large round stone tables at the center of 4 palaces. The stone tables were carved with messy lines. If any line was touched, the totems on the line would start to play out. 4 figures shrouded in mist sat at a corner of each stone table. There were 36 other figures grouped into groups of 9 kneeling on the ground next to the tables. The man in black crystal armor was among them. A figure with brimming vitality swirling around him said, "Autumn, the 4 of us record the epochs. The epoch clock outside your palace rang, so it should be time for winter to start recording. You interrupted our slumber before it was time for us to start recording. Why? The figure that had been sitting on the throne said, Spring. Nothing went wrong with the epic I recorded. However, something has happened in the East. Many things that shouldn't appear in the world have appeared. We should remove it. The figure wrapped in frigid cold said, Autumn, you could have settled this on your own. The epic started 2,000 years ago, and you took over the recording from summer. I should be awakening now, but you have also disturbed spring. If Lord Saint doesn't descend and Totem God doesn't awaken 2,000 years later, how do you expect spring to last 2,000 years without any rest? The figure who had been seated on the throne said solemnly, 3,000 years ago, Tower Cannon's first page crimson, second page warbler candle, and third page violet light green released an attack that interrupted the epic clock's time. I sensed movement with Totem God. The other three people seated at the tables started to tremble, and genuine respect appeared on their faces. Spring, who was usually the picture of composure, looked at the people kneeling on the ground and said, Pick 3 of you and immediately head to the east to investigate the situation. Lin Yuan had no time to rest over the past few days. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen still showed no signs of increasing its stars, it had absorbed world crystals and generated several new sword skills for Lin Yuan. All of these sword skills would become Lin Yuan's secret weapons. After lunch, Lin Yuan fetched several songbooks and started to teach Chimey how to sing. There was nothing that made Chimey happier than learning to sing from Lin Yuan. Now that its dream had changed, Chimey was no longer obsessed with live streaming. For days had passed since Chimey's bloodline transformed, and it had not held a live stream on Star Web since. This alarmed Chimey's dedicated fans, who waited in its live streaming room daily. While Lin Yuan was teaching the songs to Chimey, he suddenly felt that he seemed rather cruel. Chimey could use Speak Spirit Singer to bring the lyrics to life, and the enemy would have to suffer the torture of the curses. However, Lin Yuan was aware that being merciful to one's enemies would only lead to brutal consequences for oneself. Hence, Lin Yuan did not feel bad at all. Genius had been using highest access tail. Its 8 tails joined together and pierced the sky. Genius did not immediately ask the sky what it should do to become a Class 5 creation master. Genius was not stupid and knew that it would have to pay in spiritual energy to obtain an answer from the sky. But now, Genius had not prepared a sufficient store of spiritual energy. Although it could replenish itself with the fish coats, it would take a week for it to consume 5,000 fish coats to produce 1 substitute tail. It did not plan to ask the heavens anything before producing 5 substitute tails. Otherwise, it would have to use its original tails if it did not have sufficient spiritual energy. This would cause his ability to weaken. Genius knew that it was almost time for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It had never been able to help Lin Yuan during battle. As such, Genius was determined to perform with flying colors at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan had already contacted Li Xian and told him about his plan to set up a phoenix species Fey breeding base. Li Xian had the same reaction as Long Tao and agreed immediately. Lin Yuan had helped Coiling Dragon's Valley transform into one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation. Long Tao was grateful to Lin Yuan, and Li Xian felt just as much gratitude. Lin Yuan was the one who secured Li Xian's place as the young leader of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine and gave Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine golden lotus brocade pearls that enabled them to develop quickly. Li Xian had been trying to come up with a way to repay Lin Yuan. Now, the chance was finally here. There was currently no faction in the Radiance Federation that specialized in selling main phoenix species phase. Li Xian had the same idea as Long Tao. Once this faction was set up, it would immediately be able to shake up the market. The spiritual ingredients that came from phoenix species phase were just as rare as the ones that came from dragon species phase. Even if one had the money, one would not be able to buy them without special connections. Lin Yuan needed phoenix blood and souls so he could choose the ability that best suited Chimey. Eventually, after much promotion from Li Xian, Lin Yuan chose the Mystic Voice Luan, which was specially bred by Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. The Mystic Voice Luan was a rare sound-type phoenix species Fey. It had the ability to hypnotize someone with a mystical voice. This ability might not stand out on the battlefield and would only have a supporting effect. Hence, Dark Cloud's bird shrine had never paid special attention to the mystic voice Luan. However, the mystic voice Luan was very compatible with Chimy's ability. If the mystic voice Luan's soul was tempered and combined with Phoenix Cry, the controlling abilities of Phoenix Cry would be improved. Chimy could temper more than one Phoenix species Fey soul. Lin Yuan would be able to choose more Phoenix species Fey souls in the future. Currently, the mystic voice Luan would be enough for Chimy. Besides preparing Phoenix species Fays for Chimy, Lin Yuan needed to prepare a space in the marsh world for Genius Army of Cats. The cats chosen to be stored there did not have to be picked out carefully. As long as the cat species Fays had strong talent, Lin Yuan would find them acceptable. Lin Yuan called Listen. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had already become comparable to a top faction. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role was centered on luxury resources, it had not abandoned its original management style. They enhanced their management style and gathered many offline and online resources. When Listen found out that Lin Yuan needed cat species Fays, Listen personally oversaw this task. In 2 days, Lin Yuan managed to collect 500 exceedingly impressive cat species Fays. However, all of these cat species Fays were bronze grade and below. Lin Yuan had specifically requested it. He could only ensure the Fays' strength and potential if he nurtured them from young. The better the foundation that was laid for the cat species Fays, the more potential they would have. Genius could use Crowded Cat to gain the bodies and elements with which the cat species Fays were affiliated. This was how Genius would become stronger. After Lin Yuan was done teaching the songs to Chimy, Lin Yuan's phone started to ring just as he was about to evolve the cat species Fays. He picked up the phone and saw that the call was coming from Listen. Listen stammered, Young master, you said that someone would come here to use strange water to trade for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The person came and the trade was completed. However, the person refuses to leave until she sees you. Young master, I think she's an Azure envoy from the Azure Federation. What should we do? Lin was currently sitting in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, filled with nervousness and anticipation. It was the same hope she felt when she first regained her ability to see. However, the longer she anticipated, the more nervous she felt. She wondered what that person wrapped in thousands of laws and willpowers in the constellation-filled sky looked like in reality. However, Lin knew where the line was. No matter how anxious she was, she did not rush to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce the moment she arrived at the Radiance Federation. Instead, she paid her respects to the Radiance Federation's members of royalty before she snuck away. Tell her to wait for me, and I'll be there soon, replied Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already promised to meet with Lin at the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan remembered the firefly demon fetus that Lin had mentioned. It was considered an unlucky disaster by others. But to Lu Jie it could change his fate. Lu Jie's face system would become perfect. Lin Yuan did not intend to use faceless paper to see Lin this time. Instead, he was going to meet with her as the disciple of one of the Radiance Federation's members of royalty. The envoy group from the Freedom Federation had sought allegiance with the Azure Federation, and the Radiance Federation was going to do the same. During this Radiance 100 sequence selection, Lin Yuan would go for the merciless lethal blow if the envoys from the Freedom Federation tried to pull any tricks. Hu Quan had finished building Lin Yuan's Fey carriage long ago. However, he had not found suitable Feys to pull it. As such, the Fey carriage had not been used yet. The Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. After Lin Yuan saw the Emperor Armored Martial God insects, he decided that they would be the ones to pull the Fey carriage. He had managed to obtain a few of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects during the opening of the Pinnacle-class 4-dimensional rift at Coiling Dragon's Valley. One of them had mutated and sprouted black iron wings. This time, Lin Yuan was going to meet with Lin as the disciple of a member of royalty. Although he was not going to wear the imitation Moonbeam coronation costume that the Moon Empress had given him, he still needed to dress appropriately for the occasion. Lin Yuan took out the completed Fey carriage from the Diamond Fey storage box. Next, He released the Emperor Armored Martial God insects that had been trapped inside a diamond Fae storage box. All of them were controlled by the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies ordered the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to listen to Lin Yuan. As such, the Emperor Armored Martial God insects were all obedient now. They would pull the Fae carriage across the sky without putting up any protest. However, Lin Yuan still needed to let out the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. Otherwise, the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies' control over the Emperor Armored Martial God insects would weaken due to them being in different spaces. The mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect had higher intelligence than the other Emperor Armored Martial God insects. However, the higher the intelligence, the more difficult it would be to control. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies were diamond grade. It would be a challenge for them to control the Myth 3 Emperor Armored Martial God insects. However, Rememberling was around. It could help the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies to evolve to Myth breed as soon as possible. At that point, Lin Yuan would even be able to instruct the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies to control creation breed insects to pull the Fae carriage. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies could change their targets extremely easily. All they had to do was get rid of one to swap in another. The 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies landed on the Emperor Armored Martial God insects' foreheads and controlled them to put the shackles for the Fae carriage on itself. Soon, the Fae carriage that had 12 iron angels pulling it took to the sky above the return from faraway mansion. For pairs of large wings appeared on Lin Yuan's back. When the wings moved, he appeared inside the Fae carriage with a flash. At that moment, a small crimson spider appeared behind Lin Yuan and crawled into the Fae carriage. Instead of changing into human form, the small spider jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Little Yuan, I will follow you wherever you go from now on. This way, I'll be able to step in if you're ever in danger." This small crimson spider was Blood New Moon in its true form. Blood New Moon had already sworn on the sun to become Lin Yuan's protector. Now, it was fulfilling the duty of being a protector. Frankly, it did not need to cling to Lin Yuan at every moment to be his protector. However, Lin Yuan was too important to Blood New Moon. Moreover, in these uncertain times, Blood New Moon could not rest easy knowing that Lin Yuan was out on his own. Besides the arrival of the envoys from the Freedom Federation at the Radiance Federation, people from Tower Cannon might have already infiltrated the Radiance Federation. Both Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation were enemies of the Radiance Federation. By making a spectacle out of this journey, it was likely that he would become targeted by those from Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation. If any of these people tried to secretly attack Lin Yuan, Blood New Moon would be able to protect Lin Yuan. Blood New Moon was afraid Lin Yuan would be in danger. Now, Lin Yuan was key in enabling Jade Sundial to be revived. Blood New Moon had never dared to dream that Jade Sundial would be revived. But now, Lin Yuan had given it hope. No matter what happened, Blood New Moon was not going to let go of this chance. It was permitted to ride avian-type Faes and Fae carriages above the royal capital. However, avian-type Faes needed to register if they were above gold grade. If Faes above gold grade pulled a Fae carriage, it also needed to be registered. Normally, there were very few Fae carriages that were pulled by Platinum Faes. Platinum Faes were extremely expensive and required a large number of resources to be nurtured. It would require at least 3 Platinum Faes to pull a Fae carriage. This was different from just riding a Platinum Fae. Hence, the ones riding Fae carriages were usually members of factions. Nonetheless, even the members of top factions rode Fae carriages pulled by Diamond Faes at the very best. Most of them were still using Platinum Faes. Hence, Lin Yuan's Fae carriage was eye-catching when it took to the sky above the royal capital. The 12 iron angels flew in a 3-square formation with 4 of them in each group. In the blue sky, as they flapped their wings, they stunned anyone who laid eyes on them. Today was the day that the envoy groups from the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation arrived at the Radiance Federation. The entire royal capital was on edge, and spirit guards were patrolling every corner. There was a specialized department for Fae carriages and avian-type Faes in the Radiance Federation, known as the Ride Transport Department. The department consisted of ride transport guards, and they were responsible for managing and registering the Faes and Fae carriages that flew every day. The ride transport guards on duty had already seen the iron angels and the Fey carriage that they were pulling. Most of the ride transport guards were spirit chi professionals who had contracted gold phase. This level of power was sufficient to manage transport. However, the iron angels in the sky were too remarkable. Although the ride transport guards did not know what the iron angels were, they could sense that they were far from ordinary and exceeded diamond grade. Nonetheless, the ride transport guards who noticed this had already summoned their standard phase, air current hunting eagles. They leaped onto the air current hunting eagles and rode them over to the Fey carriage. Besides being able to control the Emperor armored martial god insects, the sky fragrance beauty butterflies could also use their spiritual energy to imitate exterior scenery in the Fey carriage. Lin Yuan immediately halted the Fey carriage when he saw the ride transport guards. When the ride transport guards drew near to the Emperor armored martial god insects, they thought, if these iron angels didn't retract their aura, the air current hunting eagle would probably have been sent packing with fright, and I would be left plummeting to the ground. But even though these iron angels had retracted their auras, the air current hunting eagles were still trembling to the point that the ride transport guards almost lost their footing. The ride transport guards coughed before saying in a low voice, "Did this Fey carriage register with the ride transport department? Who is inside?" Lin Yuan opened the door of the Fey carriage. At that moment, a ride transport guard immediately gasped. Lin Yuan. This ride transport guard was able to recognize Lin Yuan because of Lin Yuan's performance at the All-Star match. This ride transport guard was a loyal fan of the S tournament. He did not support any team, but he had to watch every match. He did not even miss any of the accompanying matches. When the ride transport guard called out Lin Yuan's name, Lin Yuan nodded at him and said, "This Fey carriage was registered from the moment it was built. However, the Fey pulling it had not been decided. I was just about to do the registration." Although the ride transport guard was very excited when he saw Lin Yuan, he still had to follow the rules and said, "Only creation masters are able to do last-minute registrations. If you aren't a creation master, you'll have to go to the registration department. Normally, it would take an hour at most to verify a Fey carriage. However, the Feys pulling your Fey carriage are a little strong. Hence, they need to be properly checked to make sure that they won't lose control." While they were talking, the ride transport guard started to guess Lin Yuan's identity. He assumed that Lin Yuan had to come from a veteran or top faction. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be able to own such a powerful Fey carriage. Lin Yuan's identity had been a point of discussion on Star Web for some time. The ride transport guard felt that he could make a post on Star Web when he returned, and it would probably be able to gain many fans for him. But at this moment, Lin Yuan said, "You don't have to go through all that trouble." Lin Yuan handed this creation master crest over. Initially, the ride transport guard had been shocked by how Lin Yuan was a creation master despite being so young. But when he saw the moon on the crest, his hand started trembling, and he almost dropped the crest. He never expected Lin Yuan to be the Moon Empress disciple, and that he had actually stopped the Moon Empress disciple's Fey carriage. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan just needed to reveal his identity, and he would be able to ride away in his Fey carriage. Yet, Lin Yuan turned out to be so polite and completely lacked any hint of arrogance. The ride transport guard hurriedly handed the crest back to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, please have a good journey." Lin Yuan bid the ride transport guard goodbye and rode away in the Fey carriage toward the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Normally, Lin Yuan kept his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to himself. But now, Lin Yuan felt that there was no point in hiding it because when he was faced with the Freedom Federation scheme at the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he was going to show his true power. Lin Yuan's Fey carriage arrived in the sky above the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce when he sensed a cold aura locking his Fey carriage in. This aura was very special and clearly belonged to a spirit chi professional. But at the same time, it had the untamed wildness of a Fey. This aura could only belong to an expert who had beast patterns. Lin was one of the Azure Federation's Azure envoys. Although she had secretly snuck out, she was instinctively tuned to protect. When Blood New Moon sensed an aura targeting the Fey carriage, he immediately unleashed his aura to retaliate against it. Just as the aura was about to clash with Blood New Moon's aura, Lin Yuan jumped down from the Fey carriage. At the same moment, Lin sensed the fluctuations outside the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and walked out. She immediately spotted Lin Yuan jumping down from the sky, and her expression changed. Lin stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan. However, it was not his appearance that shocked her. Many people in this younger generation of the Azure Federation had awakened their beast patterns. Usually, none of the Spirit Chi professionals who unlocked their beast patterns were unattractive. These Spirit Chi professionals' bloodlines were affected by the phase bloodlines, and their features became as otherworldly and exquisite as the phase. Lin had been surrounded by such people ever since she regained her sight. Although Lin Yuan's bone structure, features, and aura were all impressive, they were not enough to throw Lin off. Lin had reacted in such a way because Lin Yuan felt way too familiar to her. He was so familiar that she unwittingly felt a sense of affection and dependence on him. This feeling was the same as how she felt toward the figure wrapped in countless laws and willpowers. Lin rushed up to him and looked besotted as she asked in a quivering voice, "Are you Leo?" Lin Yuan nodded at Lin. Lin Yuan realized that Lin did not lose out to Su Iran at all in terms of looks. However, Su Iran's beauty was permeated by masculinity, while Lin's beauty was scholarly and elegant. Lin Yuan nodded at Lin and said, "Yes, I'm Leo. What do you think about chatting inside my Fey carriage?" Lin trusted Lin Yuan wholeheartedly and did not have any guard up with him. Lin Yuan was the one who had saved her. She anxiously nodded. Although she had agreed, the expert who was protecting her from the shadows did not agree. Lin was an Azure envoy from the Azure Federation, and the Azure Cloud Leopard Beast pattern was too important. Before the trip to the Radiance Federation, the Azure Federation had gathered all the information about the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had made his debut at the Guard Yi banquet. Hence, his appearance was no longer a secret. From the moment they laid eyes on Lin Yuan, the expert recognized Lin Yuan as the Moon Empress disciple. This was the Radiance Federation's territory. The elderly man felt that it was not safe for Lin Yuan and Lin to travel together. Moreover, there was also an expert with even stronger power on the Fey carriage. The elderly man rushed up to Lin and said, "Lordess Azure Envoy, I sense that there's another expert in the Fey carriage. I don't think it would be safe for you to be in the Fey carriage." Lin looked at the elderly man and replied, "Uncle Lei, you don't have to be worried. Nothing will happen. Wait for me here. We will return once I exit the Fey carriage." Lin did not give the elderly man a chance to continue talking at all, and just nodded at Lin Yuan. This elderly man could tell that Lin and Lin Yuan knew each other. But when he saw the way Lin looked at Lin Yuan, he immediately wanted to let out a string of vulgarities. What the hell? There's something very wrong with this gaze. No matter how you look at it, that is a loving gaze. Intimate love. Can it be that Lordess Lin is in love with this young man? This shouldn't be. Lin had been blind since birth and had not left her home. After she regained her sight, she also awoke the Azure Cloud Leopard and Spirit White Lion Beast patterns. She had not left the Azure Federation at all. This was Lin's first trip to the Radiance Federation. There was no way that she could have become acquainted with the Moon Empress disciple. Can it be that Lordess Lin fell in love with the Moon Empress disciple at first sight? This damn philanderer. How can he have such mesmerizing looks? Lin was innocent and did not have much experience with the world. What would happen if she was blinded by love? This boy was the Moon Empress disciple and was very likely going to end up as a Radiance envoy or a Radiance knight, at the very least. They were of comparable status, so they could end up in a relationship. Did this mean that Lin was going to move to the Radiance Federation to get married? This time, Lin was the only Azure envoy on the trip to the Azure Federation. Although Lan Sun was accompanying her on this trip, Lin was the one calling the shots. Lin had rejected a partnership with the Freedom Federation and offended them. It would be best if they could maintain their neutral position. But if she ended up establishing a partnership with the Radiance Federation, she would be making the Azure Federation enemies with the Freedom Federation. The Azure Federation did have a good relationship with the Radiance Federation. However, they did not have any bad blood with the Freedom Federation either. The instability of the world was caused by the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. The Azure Federation was one of the three major federations, and any decision they made would affect the entire main world. Hence, they had to proceed with utmost caution and seriousness. But now, given Lin's thoughts, was it even possible to maintain neutral? The elderly man felt that he needed to report this to Lan soon. However, Lin was an Azure envoy and had the authority to make any decision. This expert's mind was a mess. The longer he looked at Lin Yuan, the more he disliked him. But since Lin had accepted Lin Yuan's invitation, the elderly man did not have the right to interfere. Eventually, he just bowed and watched as the Fey carriage pulled by the Emperor armored martial god insects landed on the ground. Lin and Lin Yuan walked in, and the Fey carriage took to the sky. The expert inside the Fey carriage used his aura to protect the Fey carriage. As such, the elderly man's aura could not penetrate the Fey carriage or listen to the conversation that was taking place inside. There was nothing the elderly man could do about this but wait. Inside the Fey carriage, Lin said softly to Lin Yuan, "Leo, I looked through information about you before I came. However, I never expected that you would turn out to be Leo." Lin did not hold back at all in front of Lin Yuan. She had not interacted with many people in her life, and there were very few people she acknowledged. Besides her parents and the maid who had been with her all her life, the only person she truly acknowledged was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was extremely important to Lin. The first thing she saw in the constellation-filled sky was Lin Yuan's figure wrapped in willpowers and laws. Lin Yuan had saved Lin and filled her world with color. She had always seen him as an angel. Thus, the first time they met and when she became sure that Lin Yuan was Leo, she did not feel foreign at all. Besides affection and happiness, she was also extremely shocked. Lin Yuan looked 1 or 2 years younger than her. Yet, he had been able to clinch the championship of the martial arts stage. This showed how talented he was as a spirit chi professional and creation master. Lin flipped over her hand and took out the Azure Federation's spatial equipment, spatial skein. She handed it to Lin Yuan and said, "Leo, there are 6 types of top-grade strange water in the spatial skein that I especially collected. Besides the strange water that I traded for with heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. These are a gift to you." Lin found out during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting that Lin Yuan needed top-grade strange water, and she happened to have some. At that moment, Lin was not giving the top-grade strange water to Lin Yuan because she had a motive or to repay him but just because she wanted to. During the call, Listen had told Lin Yuan that Lin had traded for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with 3 types of top-grade strange water. Counting these 6 types of top-grade strange water, Lin Yuan would have 9 types of top-grade strange water. A Class 6 water world dimensional rift had opened in the Azure Federation. Ever since it opened, the 12 Class 5 families in the Azure Federation immediately took control of it. Unlike the Radiance Federation, the members of royalty of the Azure Federation did not personally clear out the dimensional rift of powerful lifeforms and set up a space where any low-class spirit chi professional would have the chance to develop themselves. This was because the water world was not like the abyssal world, where it was possible for spirit chi professionals to build cities there. In the water world, water was everywhere. Although there were phases like the oxygen sea anemone that would allow spirit chi professionals to breathe underwater, it would not enable spirit chi professionals to live there. The spirit chi professionals would not be able to sleep or rest properly in the water world, and the water pressure would quickly drain their physical energy. Thus, after careful consideration, the 12 Class 5 families in the Azure Federation decided to use the Class 6 water world dimensional rift as a well of resources that they would share and develop themselves. This was the reason Lin was able to bring out so many types of top-grade strange water so quickly. Dark blue needed to extract the characteristics inside strange water to awaken willpowers and evolve its quality. Lin Yuan needed top-grade strange water badly. As such, he did not reject Lin's gift. Lin Yuan thought about it. Although Lin had just traded for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it would be impossible for her to have enough of them. Lin Yuan took out a large brocade box and gave it to Lin. He did not tell her what was inside the brocade box. He reached out and received the spatial skein from Lin. The spatial skein and Fey storage box had the same functions, but the spatial skein could not preserve its contents as well as the Fey storage box. If something dead was placed inside the spatial skein, it would decompose quickly. However, there was an advantage to the spatial skein, which was that top-grade spatial skeins were larger than diamond Fey storage boxes. Moreover, they could connect with the exterior environment. It could be said that the spatial skein could perfectly replace the 7 states of darkness disc-shaped spatial equipment. Lin Yuan planned on asking for a few spatial skeins from Lin. As the spirit lock spatial zone evolved, the spirit pool's ability to break down energy ores had also improved. If the golden discs were used to contain high-grade energy ores, Lin Yuan would have to refill them in a month's time. The spatial skein did not take up as much space as the golden disc. Lin Yuan could fill up a few spatial skeins with energy ores, so he would not have to worry about there being insufficient energy ores for a few months. This would save Lin Yuan a lot of effort. When Lin Yuan received the spatial skein, Lin's face immediately broke into a smile. Lin did not stand on ceremony and opened the brocade box in front of Lin Yuan. She was stunned by the light that came from the contents of the brocade box. Watery blue light poured out from inside the box. In an instant, the interior of the Fey carriage was illuminated blue. Small light blue pearls shone with a light as though one was gazing at an ending from afar. This feeling reminded Lin of how she felt when she first laid eyes on him. Blood New Moon had been keeping himself hidden. After Lin Yuan returned to the Fey carriage, Blood New Moon climbed into Lin Yuan's hair. Blood New Moon was shocked by the thousands of water type over the rail coral elemental pearls inside the brocade box. He was surprised by the Moon Empress creation master level and Lin Yuan's haughtiness. He was giving away such a treasure so casually. Although 6 top-grade strange water was rare, any powerful force would be able to obtain them from Class 5 water world dimensional rifts. However, even the Moon Empress would take some time and effort to produce thousands of over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. Lin knew how precious this box of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls was. The higher the purity of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the more valuable they would become. With the outer layers, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would double in value. The different classes of outer layers were Cloud Dream Lake, Defined Life, Over-the-Rail Coral, and Heavenly Maiden Sleet. Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls were the stuff of legend. Over-the-Rail Coral elemental pearls were considered the elemental pearls with the highest purity. Lin dared not accept this box. Although she was an Azure envoy, she still felt that the contents of the brocade box were too precious. Normally, it would take 1/3 of the contents in the brocade box to trade for 6 types of top-grade strange water. When Lin Yuan saw that Lin was about to turn him down, he said, "Accept these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Truthfully, the Firefly Demon Fetus is very useful for one of my friends. The 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses will be able to change his life. Let me thank you on his behalf." Lin hastily waved her hands dismissively and said, "Leo, I should be the one thanking you. I brought up the Firefly Demon Fetus to warn you that the envoy group from the Freedom Federation is definitely planning something big for this trip to the Radiance Federation. Since it will be useful to your friend, I will give all of them to you. However, nothing can be said for certain about it. You have to proceed with care and caution." Lin's hand shook, and 12 mustard-colored fireflies appeared in her hand. The 12 mustard-colored fireflies looked extremely plain. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He really liked Lin's current attitude. She was very capable of separating personal from business, and this made it easier for Lin Yuan to discuss their collaboration. This collaboration was too important. As long as she could maintain this attitude and not bring in any other emotions, he would be able to go through with the discussions without any worries. Of course, since we're discussing a collaboration, the final result has to benefit both sides. Lin Yuan's words made Lin's smile even wider. But at the same time, she started looking at him in a different light again. Lin had been afraid that Lin Yuan would use his identity as Leo to discuss collaborations between the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. She was personally willing to help him unconditionally to repay him. However, she was still an Azure envoy and had all the responsibilities of the Azure Federation's glory on her back. If this matter went beyond her individual and family's ability and would require the strength of the Azure Federation, it would put her in a difficult position. If she used the Azure Federation's power to help Lin Yuan, she would be failing her responsibility as an Azure envoy and contaminating the Azure Federation's glory. It might even result in her family becoming humiliated and shunned in the Azure Federation. From what Lin Yuan said, Lin could sense his graciousness and attitude toward how he handled his affairs. She already felt affectionate and reliant on him. But now, she was suddenly struggling to tear her eyes away from him. She forcibly composed herself to avoid Lin Yuan's gaze and said, "If we can achieve a mutually beneficial collaboration, I can make a decision on behalf of the Azure Federation's envoy group to agree to your offer." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Lin knew what Lin Yuan was about to ask. Thus, he did not bother to waste any more time and immediately brought up the main topic. Lin was also indicating to him that she called the shots in the envoy group and that her wishes represented theirs. However, she was only able to represent them and not the entire Azure Federation. Nonetheless, Azure envoys held absolute power in the Azure Federation. However, the Azure Federation was controlled by the 12 aristocratic families. Each head of a family could be seen as a member of royalty. Hence, Lin, who had only just become an Azure envoy, had not yet participated in the major Federation meeting. She had not made any accomplishments yet. As such, she could only give suggestions regarding important decisions involving the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan did not immediately mention his goal. Instead, he said, "Although you rejected the offer of an alliance from the Freedom Federation's envoy group, without even going into a detailed discussion with them, I'm sure you know what their goal is." Lin nodded without hesitation. The Freedom Federation could not make any big waves yet. They would not dare to release the Firefly demon fetuses into the Radiance Federation because if they did, the Radiance Federation would immediately investigate the situation and link it to the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm disaster that took place in the Freedom Federation. This would only cause the royalty from the Radiance Federation to seek revenge on the Freedom Federation. Suppose the Radiance Federation's royalty was angered. In that case, they might not be able to put a stop to the disaster, but they would be able to use their 10 stars sacred source lifeforms to activate celestial phenomena to attack the Freedom Federation. Every member of royalty of the Freedom Federation was solely concerned with their own benefits. The Radiance Federation's retaliation would cut into these benefits, and none of them would want this to happen. But even if they could not make big waves, they could still unleash deadly attacks during the friendly spars at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin had received secret information that besides there being one Freedom Envoy amongst the members of the Freedom Federation's envoy group, there were also 3 new members of the Freedom 100 sequence who were also favored by the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. The Freedom Federation had not chosen their newest batch of Freedom Envoys. They did not add new members at any time like the Azure Federation did. The 3 of them would definitely become part of the new batch of Freedom Envoys. After contemplating for a moment, Lin decided to tell this secret information to Lin Yuan. When she found out how old Lin Yuan was, she felt that he was either participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection or was going to spectate as a disciple of a member of royalty. Given that 3 top young experts from the Freedom Federation had come, the Freedom Federation was definitely up to more than just attacking the 10 new members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Their real goal had to be to lure the members of royalty's disciples into battle. Only the deaths of the disciples of the members of royalty, who were the true cream of the crop of the Radiance Federation, would be worth sending out 3 of the Freedom Federation's potential Freedom Envoys. Suppose they killed one of the disciples in such a public setting. In that case, the Radiance Federation's members of royalty could not jump into action immediately to protect the pride and reputation of the Freedom Federation. They also had to protect the safety of the Freedom Federation's envoy groups while they were in the Radiance Federation, because if they were hurt due to an accidental kill, no envoy groups would be willing to visit the Radiance Federation in the future. If Lin could find out about Lin Yuan becoming champion of the martial arts stage, so could the Freedom Federation's envoy group. Thus, as the top member of the Radiance Federation's younger generation, it was natural that he would become the one that the Freedom Federation's envoy group would aim to kill. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation had a 2-year agreement, and the stakes were much too high. The Freedom Federation could not afford to lose one of their pathways to becoming a Class 5 creation master, and the Radiance Federation was unwilling to help set up Star Web within the Freedom Federation. In such a circumstance, deteriorating the power and quantity of their top young experts would undoubtedly be the best way to deliver a serious blow. Hence, they needed to do this. Lin Yuan was definitely going to become the Freedom Federation Envoy Group's target. Lin had a personal motive for telling Lin Yuan this piece of information. She wanted him to be prepared. This was the only reason she would tell him such a secretive piece of information. By revealing this information, it meant that Lin was siding with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's eyes shone when he heard what Lin said, and a plan appeared in his mind. Everything had happened as per his expectations. However, he had not expected there to be 3 potential Freedom Envoys amongst the Freedom Federation Envoy Group. All of a sudden, he felt a wave of pressure. The only 2 disciples of royalty at the Radiance 100 sequence selection would be Lin Yuan and Gao Feng. Gao Feng was a support-type spirit chi professional. Although Lin Yuan did not know how Gao Feng had trained under Cicada Song for the past few months, the strengths of support-type spirit chi professionals lay in when they performed in a team. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng could not be counted as a team with just the 2 of them. In a battle, Lin Yuan would even have to take care to protect Gao Feng. Luckily, Gao Feng had also contracted a sacred source lifeform recently. This way, he would be able to use it during the battle against the Freedom Federation Envoy Group. Every sacred source lifeform represented an inimitable ability. The 3 experts in the Freedom Federation Envoy Group, who were favored by the Freedom Federation's members of royalty, had the makings of Freedom Envoys despite being new members of the Freedom 100 sequence. As such, they definitely contracted sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan's side had 2 sacred source lifeforms, while the other side had 3. There was no doubt that they were at a disadvantage. Lin Yuan was not afraid of taking on 3 enemies, but he needed to be extremely careful in such a battle that concerned the reputation and might of federations. He could not afford to lose such a battle. Gao Feng almost had no combat ability. Although Genius and Chimey had finished their evolutions and the sacred sword-wielding queen had gained many sword skills that were fully charged, Lin Yuan still could not say with confidence that he would be able to take on all 3 of them on his own. Since the Freedom Federation was set on causing trouble, Lin Yuan saw no issue with causing an even larger issue and teaching them a good lesson that they would never forget. Lin Yuan turned and told Lin about his plan in a serious tone. Lin's eyes widened. A moment later, she regained her senses and said, "Lin Yuan, are you sure you want to do that? It will put you at the top of the Freedom Federation's kill list." Lin was shocked by how courageous, wild, and decisive Lin Yuan was. She could not believe he had made such a decision. After Lin Yuan explained his plan, he said, "Since we're talking about mutual benefits, help me to pull the strings and give the Freedom Federation a little push during the friendly spar, and give me another 12 young elemental shellfish. I will provide you 500 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers every month for the next 2 years. I cannot pick the outer layers of every elemental pearl, but there will be at least 60% of over-the-coral elemental pearls." The purity of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone allowed the elemental shellfish to produce elemental pearls at an even faster rate and their qualities to increase even further. Lin Yuan had said this after careful consideration. Only a few days had passed since the spirit lock spatial zone evolved. But in just the past 2 days, there were already 2 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone. Out of the 10 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls produced, 6 of them were over the rail coral. It would be difficult for Lin Yuan not to obtain a Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl with outer layers. Lin was once again astonished when she heard what Lin Yuan said. 12 young elemental shellfish were not rare in a place like the Azure Federation that thrived off water. Lin had many young elemental shellfish inside her spatial skein. However, the young elemental shellfish not only had to be guided to different types but also needed a large amount of creation master resources in order to produce elemental pearls. It required the power of a Class 5 creation master to produce over the rail coral elemental pearls. In order to provide 500 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls every month and for 300 of them to be over the rail coral, Even a Class 5 creation master would have to concoct pure spirit fluids endlessly for 15 days. Could be said that Lin Yuan was essentially giving her half a Class 5 creation master. She would obtain 10,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in 2 years. Even if the outer layers did not reach the level of over-the-rail coral, it was still a batch of resources that Lin could not imagine obtaining on her own for the foreseeable future. At first, Lin did not want these resources. But when she saw Lin Yuan's expression, she swallowed her rejection. If she did not accept Lin Yuan's offer, she would not be going through with the collaboration with Lin Yuan. However, Lin also planned on using the resources on her private faction. Eventually, the private faction would carry Sky City's name. In a way, the resources were going to be returned to their source. All the help that she would be giving Lin Yuan was to trigger the Freedom Federation envoy group to say that they wanted to battle to the death during the spar with the Radiance 100 sequence and to incite them to call the disciples of the members of royalty in. Although doing this would help Lin Yuan, in the eyes of the Freedom Federation, she would undoubtedly be seen as helping them. However, Lin felt that this was too dangerous. Although Lin Yuan had told Lin about his plan, he did not reveal that he was black. The Freedom Federation only cared about their benefits. When they found out who Gao Feng was and realized that there was only one disciple of a member of royalty present, they would undoubtedly try to drag in at least another disciple of royalty. This meant that they would either pull in Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, or in He. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng could form a team. This would not only enable Gao Feng to exhibit his skills, but also enable the combat power to reach a balance. 3 disciples of royalty from the Radiance Federation against 3 favored experts from the Freedom Federation. If the Freedom Federation was greedy and tried to pull in another 2 disciples of royalty, Lin Yuan did not mind a 4 versus 3. This would only make it easier to teach the Freedom Federation envoy group a good lesson. After the battle, it would be exposed that Black and the Moon Empress disciple were the same person. From then on, Black would stop existing. Lin fell silent for a moment before she looked at Lin Yuan seriously and said, "Lin Yuan, as an Azure envoy, I have no reason to turn down the collaboration you're proposing." She paused for a moment, but her tone could not hide her worry as she said, "Leo, are you sure that nothing will happen as long as I do what you asked? If the Freedom Federation has the courage to send 3 of them, it means they're more powerful than the other young experts in the Freedom Federation. This battle will pull the strings of a much larger game. It will involve the major Federation meeting 2 years later. I hope you will seriously reconsider. Leo, I don't want you to fall into danger." Lin Yuan knew that Lin was worried for his safety. The Freedom Federation had to be confident to send out these 3 young experts. However, Lin Yuan had asked Lin to cooperate with him because he wanted to increase the Radiance Federation's might. Lin Yuan was not confident that he would be able to defeat the 3 young experts from the Freedom Federation while leading Gao Feng. However, if another disciple of royalty could help, Lin Yuan's chances of victory would be pushed up. Lin Yuan was confident in everything he did. But when the matter concerned the entire Radiance Federation, he acted with only caution and even more caution. He had also considered Lin's concern, but the Freedom Federation had already cemented their scheme. It had already been set up so that Black would participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still had another path that he could go down. He could pull out of the Radiance 100 sequence selection and take himself away from the danger. However, the result of this would be that Gao Feng and others would become members of the Radiance 100 sequence and end up killed by the Freedom Federation envoy group during the friendly spar. The last thing that Lin Yuan wanted was for this to happen. From the moment that Lin Yuan understood what being a Radiance envoy meant and decided to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence, he decided to put everything he had on the line to fight for the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation's plan was made long ago. Your actions will help me greatly. It will all depend on you at that moment. Lin, I'm sure that if you encountered such a situation as an Azure envoy, you'd also be willing to die for the Azure Federation. Lin gnashed her teeth and said, "Fine. Leo, I know what to do." Even at the end, Lin could not convince Lin Yuan to just stay on the fence as the disciple of a member of royalty. When Lin agreed to help Lin Yuan, she decided that since the Freedom Federation wanted to push the Radiance Federation into a battle, she might as well drag the people from the Azure Federation in as well. When she regained her sight, her soul changed. The first sacred source life form she contracted was a functional one that could block information. However, her second sacred source life form was completely different. She felt that if she used her second sacred source life form, she would be able to reach number 1 amongst the current 5 Azure envoys. Lin could not interfere with Lin Yuan if he wanted to put himself in danger for the sake of the Radiance Federation. However, Lin could use herself as Lin Yuan's insurance on the battlefield. She stood up and said softly, "Leo, I initially planned on treating you to a meal. However, the Radiance 100 sequence selection is almost here, and I don't think you'll be in the mood to dine with me. Once matters have reached a stable point and before I leave the Radiance Federation, we can have that meal together. As of now, I don't have 12 young elemental shellfish. I will send someone tomorrow to deliver the elemental shellfish to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Let's meet again at the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Lin was about to leave the Fey carriage when Lin Yuan said, "I am in the mood to have a meal. I have a friend who is great at cooking. Before you leave, I'll make sure you get to eat his dishes. I'll also introduce Libra to you. For now, let's go and eat at the Spirit Food Pavilion. The best food in the royal capital should be from the Spirit Food Pavilion." Lin's heavy mood immediately relaxed. As she looked at Lin Yuan, she felt as though she wanted to remember him forever. Lin took out a conch shell and dug out a transparent gel from inside it. She applied this gel on her face, and her features immediately turned plain. Once she was done, she handed the conch shell to Lin Yuan and said, "Leo, this is the masked demon snail from where I'm from. The gel made from its blood will be able to change one's appearance." Lin felt that as a disciple of royalty, it would not be convenient for him to go out in public to eat. If Lin ate in public in the Azure Federation, it would definitely cause a stir. Lin Yuan also had his own way of changing his looks. Lin Yuan still had many faceless papers produced by the elemental paper. But since Lin had handed the masked demon snail to him, he accepted it and dug out a small amount of transparent gel. Lin Yuan noticed that the gel was completely odorless. Although it was a gel, it turned into water when it touched Lin Yuan's finger. Lin Yuan applied the gel to his face, and it did not take long for his features to change. Lin Yuan's looks now differed from when he applied the faceless paper. When he used the faceless paper, his features became plainer. However, the gel from the masked demon snail turned him ugly. When she saw his changed appearance, Lin immediately thought about the effects of the masked demon snail. When used on females, it would lower their attractiveness. But when used on males, their attractiveness would be lowered or raised proportionately to how attractive they were to start with. If a man started out ugly, the masked demon snail would make him handsome. But if he started out handsome, the masked demon snail would turn him hideous. Lin handed a handkerchief to Lin Yuan and said, "Leo, I forgot about the masked demon snail's effects. You should wipe the gel off." Lin was not despising Lin Yuan because he was ugly. The feeling of affection and reliance that she felt toward him had nothing to do with his looks. Moreover, she had not had her sight for long and had not formed a standard for beauty or ugliness. Lin asked Lin Yuan to remove the gel from his face because he was still the disciple of a member of royalty, and changing his appearance to this extent would not suit his image. Lin Yuan saw how he looked from his reflection in the jade-textured wood opposite him. He could not even find the strength to point out his current ugliness. As he wiped the gel away, he realized that the gel only covered the exterior of his face, and wiping it away would immediately reveal his features. Although it was effective at changing appearances, it was not sustainable and could not be compared to the faceless paper. Once Lin Yuan wiped off the masked demon snail's gel, he instructed Genius to use tool transformation and wore it on his face. He said, "Let's go and eat." Since Lin had changed her appearance, she would not be recognized as being the one who had shared a meal with him when he revealed himself to be black. Lin was stunned when she saw Lin Yuan put on the mask. She finally knew why Lin Yuan had laid out such a plan and became more determined to lead the people from the Azure Federation to participate in the friendly spar. If black was actually Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan's plan would indeed be able to kill the 3 experts from the Freedom Federation if carried out well. By putting on the mask in front of Lin and proving that he was black, it indicated that he trusted her. This made Lin smile. Blood New Moon, who was still hiding in Lin Yuan's hair, was speechless. He felt that Lin Yuan was too skilled at attracting girls. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin. A second later, Lin Yuan, Lin, and Blood New Moon appeared at the entrance of the Spirit Food Pavilion. This action immediately made Lin aware that Lin Yuan had the power to teleport. Lin Yuan was willing to show Lin that he was black because Lin had already revealed many secrets to him, and her membership in the Astronomical Parliament made her trustworthy. Moreover, he did not want to reveal Faceless Paper because it would not only be a game-changer for Sky City but the entire Radiance Federation. It was a secret that had to be kept under wraps no matter what. No matter how much he trusted Lin, this was something he could never reveal to her. The longer Blood New Moon observed Lin Yuan, the more he felt that Lin Yuan was unconsciously attracting girls. Blood New Moon thought? The expert protecting Lin from the shadows should still be waiting stupidly below the Fey carriage. Lin Yuan appearing at the entrance of Spirit Food Pavilion wearing the mask kicked up a commotion. However, it was not the type of commotion that drew a crowd to surround him, but for a cacophony of discussions to break out. Look, there's a person wearing a silver mask and pretending to be black. This is the 7th one I've seen today. 7 is nothing. Didn't you see the students of the Advanced Spirit Chi Academy? Almost all of them have a silver mask in hand. My husband is a Class 3 spirit craftsman. Yesterday, my daughter came home and insisted that he make 100 silver masks. We thought she was going to sell them at school, but it turns out that she joined Black's fan club and asked her father to make the masks for an event they were having. Did you see the battle between Black and Lu Shuang on Star Web? Given Black's power, there should be nothing standing in his way of becoming a Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lu Shuang is a nobody. Black is God class now. If not for the rule that new members of the Radiance 100 sequence can only reach ranks of between number 90 and number 100, I'm sure Black will be able to make it to the top 10. Lin was astonished. The person they were talking about was Black, and he was standing right in front of them. Yet none of them were reacting to this. Could it be that Lin Yuan was hiding his identity? It did not take long for Lin to get her answer from the crowd. In order to properly welcome Lin Yuan ordered a few special dishes. After the meal, Lin Yuan used node teleportation to send Lin back to the Fey carriage. Lin smiled and waved at Lin Yuan before jumping out of the Fey carriage. At the same moment that Lin landed on the ground, a blue cloud rose around her. This cloud made it appear as though she was walking on air. Lin said to the elderly man guarding her, "Let's go back. We already met the Radiance Federation's royalty today. Before the Radiance 100 sequence selection, I want to lock myself away for a short period. I will have Teacher Lan Sun take part in the events in my stead. What do you think?" The elderly man thought. "Lady, are you asking for my opinion or giving me instructions? If it's the latter, can you not use a questioning tone? It's not like I have the right to give my opinion in front of you." After meeting with Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion inside the Fey carriage pulled by the 12 Emperor armored martial god insects. The first thing he did when he returned was to call Lu Jie. When Yu and Lin Yuan did not tell Lu Jie about the firefly demon fetus when they first found out because they had not seen it for themselves. If they told him at such a time, it would only build up hope within him. If an accident took place and they failed to obtain the firefly demon fetuses, all of Lu Jie's hopes would be dashed. Thus, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu agreed that they would only tell Lu Jie once they obtained the firefly demon fetuses. Night Leaning Moon was the one who picked up the call and said, "Little Yuan? Little Jie is locked away trying to test the strength of a new carcinoma insect species Fey he contracted. He will probably be occupied for another 2 days." She paused before saying with utmost sincerity, "Little Yuan, I want to thank you for giving me that fan. It fulfilled one of my long-time wishes." Night Leaning Moon had only thanked 3 people in her life. One of them was the Moon Empress, and even Night Leaning Moon had forgotten the total number of times that she had thanked the Moon Empress. The second person was Iron Prison. When Iron Prison said that he would use his fae with the Baron bloodline to give vitality to the Moon Empress, Night-Leaning Moon had thanked him. The third would be Lin Yuan. Night-Leaning Moon never expected that she would one day thank a junior, and that this junior would be the Moon Empress disciple no less. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Auntie Night, congrats on your breakthrough. If you still need more of the black feathers, let me know. Night-Leaning Moon was stunned. She knew about the relationship between the Mother of Bloodbath and Lin Yuan, but she did not know that Lin Yuan could help to revive Jade Sundial. Night-Leaning Moon was confused. When did White Phoenix become so agreeable? Didn't he love nothing more than he loved his feathers? Night-Leaning Moon was about to turn him down because she did not want Lin Yuan to owe Heavenly Family Cottage a favor because of her. However, what Lin Yuan said next completely threw Night-Leaning Moon off. Every time Uncle White Phoenix sees me, he gives me a bunch of feathers. If you don't need them, I'll just give them to One Yu, so she can make them into a pillow. Recently, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon had been staying at the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lin Yuan slowly came to understand the three of them. Although they were all Heavenly Family fays and were top experts, Lin Yuan realized that their way of thinking was very innocent. Blood New Moon was usually very gentle and reminded Lin Yuan of Gu Lang. Blue Lotus was like a young maiden who lived to eat persimmons. She had a strong imagination and got along well with Wen Yu and Lu Pinru. She ended up discussing Spirit Chi clothes design with them. White Phoenix was constantly looking at himself in the mirror and admired himself whenever he got the chance. He constantly begged Wen Yu and Lu Pinru to make him an outfit of fishnets that were sturdier. It was easy for Wen Yu and Lu Pinru to make a set of Spirit Chi clothes. Hence, White Phoenix received new Spirit Chi clothes almost every day. Blood New Moon was the first one to find out that Lin Yuan could save Jade Sundial. Eventually, Blue Lotus and White Phoenix found out too. Since then, Blue Lotus would give Lin Yuan a persimmon every time she saw him. At first, Lin Yuan thought that there was nothing special about the persimmons. But when he held it in his hand and used true data to check on it, he found out that they were produced by a sacred source lifeform and carried strong recovery effects. Although they could not regrow limbs like the jasmine lily could, they could immediately heal the injuries of the person who ate them. Besides Blue Lotus giving Lin Yuan persimmons, White Phoenix would yank out a few black feathers every time he saw Lin Yuan and give them to him. The black feathers contained a large amount of pure night power. Night power was different from pure dark-type power. White Phoenix's feathers were useless to Lin Yuan. Moreover, White Phoenix's hair had been visibly thinning. Lin Yuan was afraid that White Phoenix would one day become bald because of him. White Phoenix was very vain, and Lin Yuan could not imagine the pain that White Phoenix would feel if he looked into a mirror and saw himself bald. Hence, Lin Yuan asked Night-Leaning Moon if she wanted the black feathers. Night-Leaning Moon spat out a mouthful of saliva and started coughing violently when she heard what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan was actually intending to turn something that she had been dreaming of obtaining for years into a pillow. Night-Leaning Moon had to admit that she felt rather bitter. She realized that besides the first time she met Lin Yuan outside of Indigo Azure City when the evolving Waterworld dimensional rift had heavily injured him, she felt that he never seemed like a young expert. In their interactions after that, he had saved the lives of thousands of the Radiance Federation's creation masters and had taken down the evil D. Wanmi, enabling the Radiance Federation to gain a 4th Class 5 creation master. Now, Lin Yuan was even able to obtain resources that other members of royalty could not. Lin Yuan did not seem like a junior in any way. Night-Leaning Moon decided not to think about the favor she owed Lin Yuan. She already owed him. Now that he saved thousands of creation masters, the entire Radiance Federation owed him. Night-Leaning Moon pursed her lips and said, "Little Yuan, the black feathers are really useful to me. Thank you." Although Night-Leaning Moon had accepted Lin Yuan's gift, she noted the favor in her heart. She would have plenty of chances to repay him in the future. At that moment, Night-Leaning Moon suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan had called looking for Lu Jie and asked, "Little Yuan, why are you looking for Little Jie? I can go and fetch him if it's important." Night-Leaning Moon said this casually because no one knew yet what trick the Freedom Federation was planning on pulling. Hence, everyone, including Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and he, Gao Feng, and Gu Lang were doing everything they could to increase their powers. Night-leaning Moon knew that Lin Yuan was a person who was aware of limits. At present, nothing was more important than increasing one's power. Thus, Night-leaning Moon did not expect Lin Yuan would actually ask her to fetch Lu Jie. At that moment, Lin Yuan said seriously, "Auntie Night, please call Lu Jie. When you and I found something that will help him greatly, it will change him and possibly help him create a remarkable road of his own. To save time, I'll head over to the Spirit Guard's land to give it to Lu Jie." Night-leaning Moon was stunned and immediately started guessing what the change that Lin Yuan was referring to was. Lu Jie was already going down a path that no one else had gone down before. But if Lin Yuan had obtained a special carcinoma insect species Fei, it would only be able to increase Lin Yuan's power regardless of how powerful it was and not change him in any way. Given Night-leaning Moon's experience, she still could not come up with anything. She was very curious to find out what Lin Yuan was talking about. But she would find out everything once Lin Yuan arrived. "Little Yuan, I'll go and meet you at the Iron Bridge. If you're not busy tonight, stay and have dinner at the Spirit Guard's land. There will be a 2-day-long Imperial meeting starting tomorrow. 5 days later, I'll watch you perform during the Radiance 100 sequence selection." There was one thing that Lin Yuan wanted to do with the Moon Empress. When the Mother of Bloodbath unlocked its heavenly family Fey bloodline, the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet had cracked. Lin Yuan realized that the Moon Empress controlled a moon from one of the dimensional worlds and made its power her own. There was a purple moon in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan decided to take the Moon Empress with him to the Marsh world to harvest the purple moon and take control of it. This would allow the Moon Empress to gain another moon, and her power should increase. Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix had said that there were 2 of the 8 pages of Tower Canon who would be coming to attend the Radiance 100 sequence selection, and that 3 of them were going to kill these 2 pages while they were in the Radiance Federation. It would be a clash of top experts. Lin Yuan felt that it would benefit the entire situation if the Moon Empress increased her power. Lin Yuan immediately turned Night-leaning Moon's offer down. "Auntie Night, if there will be a 2-day-long Imperial meeting starting tomorrow, I need to do something with Master tonight. Once I clinch a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence, I will go and have that meal with you." Night-leaning Moon did not force Lin Yuan. She knew that he had to have something important to do if he was going to see the Moon Empress at this juncture. However, Night-leaning Moon was still uncomfortable. This Radiance 100 sequence selection would bring glory to whoever was chosen. However, the glory was not without its risks. Lin Yuan was not even 19 years old, yet he was already going to fight under the watchful gazes of thousands for the sake of the Radiance Federation's glory. All of these young people had done everything they could to improve themselves. Cicada Song had mentioned that Gao Feng had contracted an impressive sacred source lifeform. Cicada Song was very pragmatic. If he praised Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform, it meant that this sacred source lifeform had to be very powerful. Night-leaning Moon took a deep breath and said, "Once the Radiance 100 sequence selection is over, I will prepare all the ingredients and ask you Jie to prepare a feast for you and little Jie." Night-leaning Moon never excelled at cooking. In order to cook porridge for the Moon Empress, Night-leaning Moon had sought Chef Supreme's tutelage. In the end, she accidentally set Kitchen Fragrance Palace on fire. This was the reason for the grudge between Chef Supreme and Night-leaning Moon, and why he had not spoken a word to her in 5 years. Night-leaning Moon was never going to learn how to cook. However, Yuzha perfectly made up for this area where she was lacking. Night-leaning Moon felt that Yuzha might not be as good as Lu Jie, but he did not lose out to Kitchen Fragrance Palace in any way. After ending the call, Lin Yuan used node transportation and sent himself to the edge of the Spirit Guard's land. The ethereal jellyfish had reached Diamond X/Legend. Although it still showed no signs of comprehending a willpower rune, the ethereal jellyfish already had more than 1,000 tentacles. When any tentacle was broken off and an item-storing walnut was used, the ethereal jellyfish would be able to grow another one out in 2 days. This meant that Lin Yuan could have 2,000 tentacles every 2 days if he wanted. With so many tentacles, Lin Yuan would not have to be so frugal with his usage of them. It could be said that there was no place in the royal capital that Lin Yuan could not teleport to. However, this was the first time that Lin Yuan had come to the spirit guard's land. In order to express his respect, he was going to walk in. There seemed to be no one guarding the spirit guard's land, but there were actually countless guard envoys hiding in the shadows to protect the spirit guard's land. These guard envoys all recognized Lin Yuan. If anyone else tried to walk into the spirit guard's land, they would immediately stop him and investigate him thoroughly. Lin Yuan realized that there were almost no decorations within the spirit guard's land. Everything was designed very minimalistically and was permeated with the smell of metal and blood. When he walked to the iron bridge, he saw that night-leaning moon was waiting for him at the center of the bridge. The spring breeze was gentle, yet the bridge was swinging violently. Nonetheless, this did not affect Lin Yuan. Close guard sand appeared by his feet and helped him find balance in accordance with the swinging of the bridge. Thus, no matter how the bridge swung, Lin Yuan continued to walk as though he was on flat ground. But even without close guard sand, Lin Yuan would not be afraid. He had obtained combat skills and fighting strategies after he ate the muscle hyperthymesia grass. Even if the bridge started swinging 10 times more violently, Lin Yuan could continue walking steadily on. When Lin Yuan drew nearer to night-leaning moon, she acted as though she had just seen a junior she was very familiar with. She gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "I already informed little Jie." However, the side effects of the insect species carcinoma phase left him completely drained of spiritual power. Hence, he couldn't come out and see you with me. But by the time you arrive in the spirit guard's land, he should have recovered. Night-leaning moon did not tell Lu Jie that Lin Yuan would be bringing him something transformative. All she said was that Lin Yuan was coming to see him. She did not expect her silly disciple to become so excited that he would move his focus off of the spirit-burning prion insect. Once he lost focus, he would have to return all of the spirit chi that he took from the spirit-burning prion insect. Luckily, Lu Jie had only been trying to take on 500 of the spirit-burning prion insects. If there were 2,000 of them and he suddenly lost focus, he would be incapacitated for 4 hours. Lu Jie had always worked hard as Lin Yuan's retainer. In the beginning, Night-leaning moon felt that Lu Jie's goal of wanting to protect a singular person reminded her too much of the old her. If something happened to that person, their faith would crumble, and that would be the end of their lives. But now, Night-leaning moon felt that this road of singular faith was not a bad thing for Lu Jie. It was just like how the person that Night-leaning moon wanted to chase was not bad for her either. While Lin Yuan walked next to Night-leaning moon, he pondered for a moment before he took out the firefly demon fetus and handed it to Night-leaning moon as he said, "Auntie-Night, look at this source time item. Do you think it will be able to help Lu Jie like I said it could?" Night-leaning moon was a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Although her talent prevented her from advancing further and becoming a class 5 creation master, she was already satisfied. After all, Mystic Moon was also a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Although she was not stronger than Mystic Moon, she did not lose to him in terms of creation master talent either. This was enough. Hence, Night-leaning moon immediately recognized the firefly demon fetus abilities. At this moment, Night-leaning moon's body started to tremble. A blueprint that sent shivers up Night-leaning moon's spine unrolled in front of her eyes. Lu Jie was walking down this path because Night-leaning moon had laid it out for him. She had gotten the inspiration to turn Lu Jie into the ultimate weapon from 7th Page War's Nightmare Squad. Although insect species carcinoma phase could cause disasters, they were also resources for war, and it would be difficult for regular people to control them. The insect queen had mutated and could now contract insect species carcinoma phase. As the insect queen became stronger, Lu Jie was now able to use it to control insect species carcinoma phase. However, Lu Jie had not been walking down this path for long before Night-leaning moon found a loophole. The insect queen's power could be increased alongside Lu Jie's spirit chi professional rank, could potentially break through to creation, immortal, or even eternal. However, the most powerful insect species carcinoma phase that the insect queen could only take control of were Diamond X/Legend because of their intelligence levels. The insect species carcinoma phase muddled intelligence prevented them from comprehending willpower runes. A few years ago, before the spirit guards fully banned carcinoma phase, a few factions would feed soul-strengthening spiritual ingredients to carcinoma phase. This could enable the carcinoma phase to gain slight intelligence. However, conventional methods could no longer control the slightly intelligent carcinoma phase. The untamed carcinoma phase would undoubtedly start disasters. This was the reason for the disaster that took place in the Radiance Federation and led to the banning of carcinoma phase. Thus, Night-Leaning Moon assumed that Lu Jie would only be able to contract Diamond X/Legend insect species carcinoma phase. She never expected that this limit could be exceeded. If the insect queen contracted the firefly demon fetuses, Lu Jie would be able to choose the strongest insect species carcinoma Fae that he contracted and combine it with the firefly demon fetus. This would turn the insect species carcinoma Fae into a source-type lifeform. Just as Night-Leaning Moon was about to burst with joy about this opportunity for Lu Jie, Lin Yuan went on to say, "Auntie Night, I have a total of 12 of the firefly demon fetuses. It might be dangerous for the carcinoma insect species phase to combine with the firefly demon fetuses. You will need to watch over Lu Jie." At that moment, Lin Yuan took out the remaining firefly demon fetuses and handed them to Night-Leaning Moon. Night-Leaning Moon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the 12 mustard-colored firefly demon fetuses in his hand. One of them was already enough for Lu Jie to transform. With 12 firefly demon fetuses, not even Night-Leaning Moon would be able to estimate how far Lu Jie could go in the future. Previously, the firefly demon fetus would be Lu Jie's final weapon. But with so many firefly demon fetuses, Lu Jie would be able to become the master of disasters. He would be able to create insect species carcinoma Fae disasters whenever he wanted to. Ever since Night-Leaning Moon accepted Lu Jie as her disciple, she saw him as her heir. Night-Leaning Moon was not adept at expressing himself. However, she treated him just as well as how the Moon Empress treated Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan not only gave her an opportunity to transform but was also giving a similar opportunity to her disciple now. Night-Leaning Moon reached out and accepted the firefly demon fetuses. She said with brimming sincerity, "Little Yuan, from now on, I will unconditionally support you in anything that you want to do as long as it doesn't hurt the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard what Night-Leaning Moon said, and he smiled brightly. "Auntie Night, I am good friends with Lu Jie, and you're my senior. I can't accept such words from you. The world is so messy now that the stronger you are, the safer the Radiance Federation will be." Night-Leaning Moon could tell from Lin Yuan's words that he did not intend to go to her for help in the future. This was exactly so. The Moon Empress power had increased, and her lifespan was restored. With her around, there was no need for Night-Leaning Moon to help Lin Yuan. But it was not a matter of whether or not Lin Yuan needed her help. When she said those words, she decided that she would carry them through when the time was right. As she held the 12 firefly demon fetuses, she felt that her hand seemed rather heavy. Once the insect queen contracted the firefly demon fetus and changed into human form, Lu Jie would become the most powerful group combat expert in the Radiance Federation. Even if a member of royalty tapped into a celestial phenomenon and decimated a piece of land, it might not be able to compare to the effects that Lu Jie could produce. Lu Jie's faith lay in Lin Yuan. Night-Leaning Moon felt that if Lu Jie had to make a choice between Lin Yuan and the Radiance Federation, it was very likely that he would choose Lin Yuan. This meant that if anything ever happened to Lin Yuan in the future, Lu Jie would definitely involve himself. The firefly demon fetuses were so important that Night-Leaning Moon felt that she needed to discuss them at tomorrow's Imperial meeting. Night-Leaning Moon was reminded of the Freedom Federation's Firefly Fantasy Earthworm. The Firefly Fantasy Earthworm had just evolved to myth breed and was rumored to be a source-type life form that was native to the Freedom Federation. Night-Leaning Moon wondered if the Firefly Demon fetus was of the same species as the source-type life form that had mutated the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm. She felt that she needed to look into this. "Little Yuan, where did you obtain the Firefly Demon fetuses from?" Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment before revealing everything Lin had told him to Night-Leaning Moon. Night-Leaning Moon's brows furrowed tightly. The Radiance Federation's royalty already knew about what Lin Yuan had just told her. However, this matter concerned the Radiance Federation's reputation. If the Freedom Federation proposed a friendly battle, the Radiance Federation would have to accept. Night-leaning moon was also going to present the information that Lin Yuan shared at tomorrow's imperial meeting and discuss it with the other members of royalty. However, she did not expect Lin Yuan to have a direct line of communication with Lin. If Lin could reject working with the Freedom Federation and give something like the Firefly Demon fetuses to Lin Yuan, it showed that they were on good terms. Night-leaning moon did not think about it in any other way. After all, there was no tradition of marriages of convenience in the Radiance Federation. Source Lifeform. Forage Moon Lin Yuan followed Night-leaning moon into the Spirit Guard's land and saw the pale and sweat-covered Lu Jie standing at the door. Lu Jie's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yuan, and he rushed up with a worried expression as he said, "Lin Yuan, the period after the Radiance 100 sequence selection will be very dangerous. As your retainer, I will fight by your side." Night-leaning moon immediately snapped, "Nonsense! Creation masters could call on their retainers to fight with them in a battle to the death." However, the Freedom Federation envoy group would only be proposing a pretend friendly match. In such a situation, Lin Yuan would not allow his retainer to participate even if he was a creation master. Lu Jie was usually composed, but whenever the matter concerned Lin Yuan's safety, he immediately lost his head. Night-leaning moon said, "Little Yuan knows more than you do. Let me come up with a way for you to join the fight when the Freedom Federation suggests a friendly match." At that moment, Night-leaning moon handed the 12 Firefly Demon fetuses to Lu Jie and said, "Lin Yuan is giving these to you for your transformation. Little Jie, I only have one request for you." Night-leaning moon's expression turned stern, and Lu Jie was stunned when he saw this. He had never seen Night-leaning moon talk to him with such a demeanor. Lu Jie hurriedly said, "Master, please speak." Night-leaning moon looked deeply into Lu Jie's eyes and sighed before she said, "Little Jie, your current personality makes you unsuitable to be a Radiance envoy. You are more suited to be Lin Yuan's Radiance Knight." She paused before saying slowly and punctuating each word, "If ever such a day comes, I hope that you won't do anything that endangers the Radiance Federation." Lu Jie's eyes widened, and he did not understand why his master was saying such a thing. He had never thought about harming the Radiance Federation. Rather, he always wanted to protect it. However, the first part of what Night-leaning moon said made him let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he became Lin Yuan's retainer, his thoughts were preoccupied with how he could best protect Lin Yuan. He never wanted to become a Radiance envoy. He would prefer to be one of Lin Yuan's 2 Radiance Knights. Lu Jie knew that Night-leaning moon had high hopes for him. Thus, he never knew how to broach the subject with Night-leaning moon. But now that Night-leaning moon had said it, he could set his mind at ease. Lu Jie knelt on the ground solemnly, just like he did when he became her disciple, and said, "Teacher, I will never do anything in my life that puts the Radiance Federation at risk." Night-leaning moon helped Lu Jie up and said, "Little Jie, your change started with the Blade Queen Bee. I suggest that you combine the first Firefly Demon fetus with the Blade Queen Bee. Once it transforms, its psychotoxins will be improved. Its psychotoxins are the roots of its mutation. The Insect Queen has always reacted to the Blade Queen Bee's psychotoxins. There's a possibility that after the Blade Queen Bee transforms, its venom will enable the Insect Queen's bloodline to mutate again. It might be able to gain its 3rd pair of wings." As Lu Jie's master, Night-leaning moon already knew what the best choice would be for him. Before she accepted a disciple, she did not care about anyone else in the Radiance Federation besides the Moon Empress. But now, Night-leaning moon felt that she had changed. She did not know when it started, but Lu Jie became almost as important or just as important as the Moon Empress to her. Night-leaning moon could die for the Moon Empress, and she could also do the same for Lu Jie. She formed an unbreakable bond with the Moon Empress when they were young. This was the same for Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. It was like a cycle. Night-leaning moon could no longer protect the Moon Empress. After her breakthrough, the Moon Empress was now more powerful than Night-leaning moon. Night-leaning moon could only hope that she could properly nurture Lu Jie, so that he would not end up like her and become unable to protect the person he wanted to protect. When Lu Jie heard Night-leaning moon say that she would arrange for him to fight alongside Lin Yuan against the Freedom Federation envoy group, He was immediately put at ease. No matter what happened on the battlefield, even if he failed to protect Lin Yuan, he could still use his body as a latch-ditch attempt to shield Lin Yuan like he had done in the evolving Waterworld dimensional rift. Lin Yuan did not stay long in the Spirit Guard's land. Now, he had nothing left to do but wait for the Radiance 100 sequence selection, where he would clash with the Freedom Federation envoy group. But it was currently a key time for Lu Jie to increase his power. If time was managed well, Lu Jie would be able to increase his power using the Firefly Demon Fetus within 2 days. While Lu Jie returned to seclusion, Lin Yuan returned to the Radiant Moon Palace and spotted the Moon Empress when he arrived. She was hugging a little rabbit and sitting next to the lotus pool as she observed the spirit siphon goldfish swimming within. When she sensed that Lin Yuan had returned, she stood up and said, "Cold Moon is going to bring Chu Ci back today. I haven't seen Chu Ci in many days, but I heard from Cold Moon that she has improved significantly. And now you're back too. Let's go up the mountain to pick some fruits. I miss Cold Moon's cooking." Cold Moon was one of the 2 Moon envoys and usually stayed with the Moon Empress. But ever since she accepted Chu Ci as her disciple and brought her out to train, she rarely had time to spend in the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan called Chu Ci almost daily and knew that Chu Ci was returning today. He missed her badly but had something even more important to do. Lin Yuan said softly to the Moon Empress, "Master, is the red moon inside the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet you gave to the mother of Bloodbath from the abyssal world?" The Moon Empress replied honestly, "My sacred source life form is called Forage Moon. One of its abilities is that it can take control of moons." The Moon Empress was usually a very private person. Not even Night-Leaning Moon knew what the Moon Empress' sacred source lifeform's name was. This was the first time the Moon Empress revealed the name of her sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Master, I think I should give you a light green moon." Light green moon? Every dimensional world had its own moon, just like the abyssal world's red moon that had been consumed by Forage Moon and became its puppet. Forage Moon did not consume all the energy of the moon but just made use of its body. It could construct its own energy using the roots of the moon's body. This was the only way Forage Moon could truly take control of the moon for the Moon Empress usage. Hence, although the Moon Empress had taken the red moon from the abyssal world, the power from the red moon still remained in the abyssal world. Although the dimensional lifeforms from the abyssal world could no longer see the red moon in the sky and use it to keep track of time, the abyssal world was unaffected by the disappearance of the red moon. The environment in the dimensional rift was a projection of the environment in the dimensional world. The light green moon belonged to the marsh world, so the Moon Empress expression froze. The Class 6 dimensional rift that had opened in the Freedom Federation was the Marsh dimensional rift. If Lin Yuan said he would give her a light green moon, did that mean he had a way of entering the marsh world? The most habitable dimensional world was the marsh world. The Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift was linked to the marsh world, and it was possible to build representative cities within. However, they could not expand agriculturally in the abyssal world as only fire and plant-type phase could survive there. Nonetheless, the environment in the marsh world was invaluable to fire-type phase. On the other hand, any plant-type phase could be planted in the marsh world. Although fire-type plant-type phase would not receive a natural boost from the environment in the marsh world, the marsh soil from the marsh world could perfectly make up for this. The Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift in the Freedom Federation had opened 2 years earlier than the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened up in the Radiance Federation. In the past 2 years, the Freedom Federation had managed to make use of it to expand rapidly. Although there had been 2 incidents similar to the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm's premature death. Due to the contamination from the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm, nothing could be grown on the ground. But the Freedom Federation could easily cross this hurdle by making use of the marsh world. The Class 6 Dimensional Rift had been the Freedom Federation's biggest secret. The Freedom Federation had not built mirror cities in the marsh world to boost their Spirit Chi professionals' activity space like the Radiance Federation was planning to do in the abyssal world. The royalty from the Freedom Federation immediately took control and sealed up the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. They told their citizens to make a choice about whether they wanted to live in the marsh world or the main world. Once they decided to live in the marsh world, they would not be able to change their decision and would have to stay there for the rest of their lives. This gave the Spirit Chi professionals from the Freedom Federation who had been seriously negatively affected a way out, and the royalty from the Freedom Federation used this method to move 1/3 of the Freedom Federation's population to the Marsh world, where they could continue developing. This way, no one would be able to sneak past the Freedom Federation's royalty and enter the Marsh world. All the shrine attendants who processed resource trading at the border of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift were from the Freedom Federation's royalty's personal team. Hence, the Freedom Federation had even invited almost 100 Class 5 spirit craftsmen to build large spatial equipment using myth-breed spiritual ingredients. Every time resources were traded between the Freedom Federation and Marsh World, only 3 of this spatial equipment were needed. Thus, the Moon Empress never dared to set her sights on the Marsh World's moon. Frankly, she had not targeted any other dimensional moon. The only way to enter dimensional worlds was through Class 6 dimensional rifts. If a Class 6 dimensional rift opened and was not fortified with high-grade spatial spiritual ingredients within a year, it would start to slowly disappear. The main world had federations that were able to take control of Class 6 dimensional rifts. These federations all had Class 5 creation masters, and they would never allow the Moon Empress to enter the Class 5 dimensional rift that they had control of. If the Moon Empress tried to force her way in and used Forage Moon to harvest the dimensional world's moon, a war would undoubtedly break out. As the Radiance Federation's Moon Empress, she could not drag the entire Radiance Federation into a war because of her selfish demands. Thus, despite Forage Moon's harvesting of moons being able to greatly increase her power, the Moon Empress did not insist on going down this path. At that moment, Lin Yuan went on to say, "Master, I have a way to enter the Marsh world. The method is very simple. I'll take you there now." Lin Yuan did not intend on using the jeweled cave golden toad with the Moon Empress. But if he allowed her to enter the spirit lock spatial zone, Morbius would be exposed. Morbius was extremely important. Moreover, Lin Yuan realized that it was definitely linked to a big secret in the dimensional world. Keeping it a secret would be advantageous but also disadvantageous because it came with risks. After some contemplation about the Moon Empress treatment of him, Lin Yuan decided that he would allow her to enter the spirit lock spatial zone. At that moment, the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, you either need your sacred source lifeform's ability or a secret weapon that you've never revealed before to enter the Marsh world. Regardless, you know which is the safest way for yourself. You have the ability to revive Jade Sundial's soul. If you tell me this secret and I end up killed, an enemy might be able to learn your secret through my soul." The Moon Empress handed Lin Yuan 2 silver and gold bells and said, "Chef Supreme gave you the precious instrument made from the jeweled cave golden toad's stomach. When the jeweled cave golden toad died, Chef Supreme obtained its skin and stomach, while the bamboo monarch obtained its eyes. Its eyes also have storage abilities and are able to store much more than its stomach. I asked for the eyes and made them into a precious instrument for you. You can store the balls over the brocade pouch. Both of them came from the same source and could be used at the same time. Little Yuan, I will enter the bells and wait for you to take me to the Marsh world." When Lin Yuan heard the Moon Empress mention her death, his eyes welled up with tears. "Master, you have an endless lifespan now that you contracted the lifespan mouse. How will you die?" When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's state, she gently tousled his hair and realized that he had grown taller again. When Lin Yuan asked about the Red Moon, she also hesitated because her secret weapons were her biggest secrets that she only utilized at the right times in order to fix crises. A decade ago, the Moon Empress had been a member of royalty for less than 20 years. Yet, she had been able to take down a previous member of royalty from the Freedom Federation who had been a member of royalty for more than 2 centuries. Despite being seriously injured, she managed to live and used her remaining 13 to 14 years of life to find an heir. This was the reason why she never told anyone about her secret weapons. However, she hesitated when Lin Yuan asked her and decided to tell him eventually because she trusted him and understood what it meant to pass down a legacy. A legacy needed to be nurtured. When she had been locked away, and the incident happened at Whale Ocean Commerce, Lin Yuan proved that he had become a pillar of the Radiance Federation and was able to pull off something that not even the royalty could do. However, the Moon Empress could trust Lin Yuan implicitly yet did not want to find out what his secret weapons were. While nurturing him, she decided to do only what was best for him. This was in spite of how curious she was about the method he used to enter the marsh world. Silly child, I was just explaining a principle to you. I have never taught you a more sincere lesson since I accepted you as my disciple. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He was already fully satisfied with his current power. But the Moon Empress' words made him abruptly aware that he could not set his sights on only the younger generation. His true enemies were not the people who were in his generation but the Freedom Federation's Freedom Envoys and Royalty, the First Emperor Shark Clan and Tower Cannon. Hence, Lin Yuan was far from being sufficiently powerful. The Moon Empress placed Zishi on the ground and said, Zishi, go and pick some fruits while you're waiting for little Yuan and me to return. Zishi scratched its ears and knew that the Moon Empress was not taking it along because it could not control its curiosity. At that moment, Zishi was rather jealous of Lin Yuan. She was treating him so well that she was practically spoiling him. Luckily, Lin Yuan had not become warped by her spoiling him. Rather, he became almost all-powerful in spite of the Moon Empress spoiling him. Lin Yuan tied the bells the Moon Empress gave him around the jeweled cave Golden Toad and pulled the Moon Empress in. Lin Yuan also checked on the space in the bells and saw that each had a space of 50 square meters within. This meant that each of them was 5 square meters larger than the jeweled cave Golden Toad's stomach. At that moment, Lin Yuan could freely manipulate the space and increase it by 4 times. This was a similar amount of space that the Spirit Lock spatial zone originally had. Lin Yuan would not have to be afraid of inconveniencing anyone he took with him between the Marsh World and Divine Wood Federation anymore. Moreover, the 2 bells were very advantageous to him because they were separate spaces. As such, the Moon Empress would not have to share the same space as the Smelly Turtle. The Moon Empress had just taught Lin Yuan how to remain austere, and he would not dare to take the lesson lightly. Lin Yuan first went to his breeding room and closed the door before he entered the spatial lock spatial zone. He entered the Marsh World through Klein Hub and released the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan's territory in the Marsh World was completely covered by a thick carpet formed by the marsh ground sphagna. As such, it was no longer muddy and dirty like it used to be. The Medusa snake demons naturally liked plants, so Lin Yuan brought many types of flowers to the Marsh World. The marsh ground sphagna had carefully planted the flowers and was happy to supply them with energy. Klein Hub was surrounded by pavilions built by the spirit craftsmen. The area looked like a classic garden with all the blooming flowers. The space in the Marsh World was enormous, and Lin Yuan could use it as he pleased. Thus, every building here was spaced far apart in case any had to be expanded. Currently, a few Medusa snake demons were fortifying the pavilions with jade-textured wood shelves. There were climbing jadeite grapes planted on the shelves. The jadeite grapes were the favorite of the 100 Questions beasts and could nourish their spiritual energy. Lin Yuan had specially selected a few bronze/legend jadeite grapes and nurtured them to diamond grade. It was very extravagant to evolve fruits to such an extent. A few life forms with human bodies and crocodile heads were holding buckets of water next to the Medusa snake demons. The Medusa snake demons were scooping out water and watering the jadeite grapes. All of these life forms with human bodies and crocodile heads were the marsh crocodiles that White Pavilion had transformed using its natural skill. They had all been working hard on the territory but had not felt a shred of exhaustion. The Moon Empress sniffed the humid air brimming with the fragrance of flowers. When she looked up and saw the light green moon in the sky, she was finally certain that she had entered the Marsh World. The environment was already set up so beautifully that it proved that Lin Yuan had already been expanding in the Marsh World for some time. Lin Yuan said softly, "Master, you should absorb the light green moon." The Moon Empress nodded and said, "I will only need 2 hours to absorb the light green moon. However, the people from the Freedom Federation are also bathing under the light of the light green moon. If I absorb it, they will definitely sense it. However, I have a good idea. It will be an insurance that I leave in the Marsh World for you." The Moon Empress paused before she gave out an instruction. "Sacred tears. After I absorb the light green moon, you shall condense its power and put up an imitation version in the Marsh World's sky. The Moon Empress did not make this decision just because she was afraid that something out of the ordinary would take place in the Freedom Federation. She had not used Forage Moon's ability in a long time, or rather, no one who saw her use it had lived to tell the tale. Hence, even if the Freedom Federation truly realized that the moon in the Marsh world had disappeared, they would not link the incident to the Moon Empress. As the Radiance Federation explored the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, the Moon Empress discovered that there were also clear ranks in the dimensional world. However, these ranks were special and dependent on worship. Apostles were above dimensional life forms, and dictators were above apostles. This distinct ranking made everything that took place in the dimensional world seem organized. Apostles and dictators were no different in terms of power from Eternal Phase. Moreover, the Moon Empress believed that there had to be an even more powerful rank than dictator in the dimensional worlds. Thus, it would be possible for these powerful life forms to trigger the power of celestial phenomena. The Moon Empress had said what she said and decided to leave the sacred cry Moon Beast in the Marsh world because she wanted to give Lin Yuan a safety net. There were many experts in the dimensional worlds, and she had to look out for her disciple. With the sacred cry Moon Beast around, it would be able to protect Lin Yuan even from life forms that were more powerful than it. The world was currently in the midst of messy change. It was very likely that members of Tower Canon would appear at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In the past, the Moon Empress would not have left such a powerful combat power like the sacred cry Moon Beast in the dimensional world because she had to look out for the Radiance Federation. But now, she and Zishi had taken that step. The sacred cry Moon Beast used to be extremely useful to her, but it was no longer as necessary. While the Moon Empress was talking, a large white wolf appeared next to her. The giant wolf recalled its aura and was less than 3 meters long. From every angle, it had a sacred and majestic aura about it. There was a long tear stain below its eye that extended to the corner of its mouth. The tear stain shimmered blue. Lin Yuan knew that this white wolf had to be the sacred cry Moon Beast that had chosen to follow his master. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data to check on it and realized that everything was question marks besides its name. Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's head. Partner. This heavenly family Fae only just broke through to Eternal, is still unable to condense its birth horoscope. If you want to check its data, I can use some of the energy of my roots to exceed grades. Lin Yuan hurriedly said to Morbius, You don't have to use the energy in your roots. Morbius would go to sleep if it used too much energy from its roots. It had already used some of the energy of its roots when it helped Genius to evolve its bloodline. Unless the situation absolutely called for it, Lin Yuan did not want Morbius to use any more of the energy in its roots. Although Lin Yuan had a very curious nature, he would not sacrifice his friend to satisfy his curiosity. The sacred cry Moon Beast turned and changed into a tall young girl wearing a white fur cloak. The fur on the cloak was as thick and voluminous as that of a wolf's hide. This made the sacred cry Moon Beast's face appear even smaller. It bowed to the Moon Empress and said, I shall do as you say. Sacred Cry looked at Lin Yuan and smiled gratefully. It saw Lin Yuan as its savior. Sacred Cry's increase in power was completely owed to the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan gave the Moon Empress. If not for the pure spirit chi, Sacred Cry would not have been able to make it this far. It could be said that its transformation was thanks to both Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress. Additionally, Lin Yuan had saved the Mother of Bloodbath and helped it to unlock its heavenly family Fae bloodline. When the Moon Empress saved the Mother of Bloodbath, she had not accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple, nor had she even had the idea of accepting a disciple yet. Hence, she would not have thought about paving the way for her disciple. Sacred Cry had been the one who begged the Moon Empress to save the Mother of Bloodbath. Although Sacred Cry had left the Heavenly Fae Cottage because of its talent and how it wanted to seek out more opportunities for itself by following the Moon Empress, the Heavenly Family Cottage was still very important to it. It did not have a softer spot for anyone than Jade Sundial, who had carried it back to the Heavenly Family Cottage and brought it up. These few days, Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix had been meeting with Sacred Cry every day. Sacred Cry found out from Blue Lotus that Lin Yuan had the ability to revive Jade Sundial's soul. When Sacred Cry learned about this, it became so excited that it asked White Phoenix to gather up a jug of tears. Once Sacred Cry could no longer shed any more tears, White Phoenix told Sacred Cry about how there was a possibility that Lin Yuan would be able to bring Jade Sundial's body back to life as well. However, White Phoenix ended up collecting another 2 jugs of tears. When Sacred Cry saw White Phoenix's wry smile, it grabbed his clothes made out of fishnets in annoyance and poured its tears out of the 3 jugs and into White Phoenix's mouth. It was very aware that its tears contained light-type energy and vitality. White Phoenix's body contained night power and was incompatible with Sacred Cry's energy. The vitality in its tears would be significantly beneficial to White Phoenix, but the light-type energy would give him stomach discomfort. By pouring the 3 jugs of tears down White Phoenix's throat, White Phoenix ended up spending the next few days in the Return from Faraway Mansion's bathroom. His digestive system was taking so much out of him that it left him as pale as a ghost. Jade Sundial's death had caused the cold and aloof Sacred Cry to lose the only pillar of support in its life. It had been in the pits of despair then. Now it was infinitely grateful to Lin Yuan. Sacred Cry said to Lin Yuan, "I will stay in the marsh world and become a temporary light green moon. If you need me, you can look to the moon and summon me." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Anti-Sacred Cry, it will be up to you." Sacred Cry was stunned by the way Lin Yuan addressed it. Although it had been alive for more than 1,000 years, it had the mentality of a child. Otherwise, it would not have done something like pouring its tears down White Phoenix's throat. When Sacred Cry saw the Mother of Bloodbath, the Mother of Bloodbath addressed it as Senior Sacred Cry. However, Sacred Cry had not thought much of it at the time. "I've lived for so long while the Mother of Bloodbath only just started its life. I am indeed its senior." Since Sacred Cry was a wolf, it had a faithful yet indifferent nature. Although Jade Sundial had died, Sacred Cry did not transfer how it felt toward Jade Sundial to the Mother of Bloodbath. Hence, Sacred Cry still had not fully acknowledged the Mother of Bloodbath. But since Lin Yuan was able to revive Jade Sundial, Sacred Cry did acknowledge him. In such a circumstance, Lin Yuan addressed it as Anti-Sacred Cry. This made Sacred Cry feel very grown up. It was well aware that the Moon Empress was leaving it in the marsh world because she wanted it to protect Lin Yuan. Sacred Cry would not shirk this duty from a logical standpoint and because it was grateful toward him. Sacred Cry decided that as long as Lin Yuan was in the marsh world, it would keep its gaze fully trained on him and do whatever it took to safeguard him. The Moon Empress looked up and surveyed the light green moon in the sky before she said, "Little Yuan, I am going to swallow the moon. Feel free to do whatever you want. I will need about 2 hours." The moment she was done speaking, she lifted her hand, and a staff made of moonbeams appeared in her grip. There were 2 gems, one white and one red on top of the staff. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan realized that the 2 gems were 2 miniature moons. It was likely that they were puppets of the moon from the main world and the moon from the abyssal world. Clearly, the staff was not Forage Moon's original appearance. However, Forage Moon's moon power was too concentrated that it covered the staff with a layer of moonbeams. Given Lin Yuan's current power, he could not break through the moonbeams layer to check for Forage Moon's original appearance. However, he could faintly sense that Forage Moon's original body was not in the staff. Something else had curved himself into a staff. This was because Lin Yuan noticed that the staff's shape was changing slightly with every passing moment. Soon, Lin Yuan watched as the Moon Empress raised the staff into the sky, and it immediately turned into a shroud of moonbeams that covered the light green moon in the sky. This made the light green moon appear more blurry yet clear at the same time. As Lin Yuan stared at the light green moon, he made out a twisting figure within. A snake? Lin Yuan felt that the figure seemed more and more like a snake. He had learned about the formation of sacred source lifeforms from Whitespeak. In order for a sacred source lifeform to consume celestial phenomena as sustenance, it had to be on a higher level than all the sacred source lifeforms that Lin Yuan was familiar with. Since the sacred sword-wielding queen was formed from 2 sacred source lifeforms, it was impossible to give it a ranking. However, Lin Yuan felt that it had to be at a lower level than Forage Moon. Lin Yuan had assumed that the Grace Queen had been formed from a dead dictator's totem. This meant that Forage Moon was a dictator that had entered the Turning Wheel realm. Or rather, a sacred source lifeform transformed from a dimensional lifeform that was of a higher level than dictator. The Moon Empress had been lucky to catch a sacred source lifeform of this level from a Class 5-dimensional rift. At that moment, the Moon Empress' eyes were closed, and moon energy, spirit chi, and spiritual power were overflowing from her. It was as though she had become one with the light green moon in the sky. However, because of the screen that Sacred Cry put up, not even Lin Yuan nor the Medusa snake demons, who were not far off, could sense anything. When he saw that the light green moon and the Moon Empress had fully fused together, Lin Yuan smiled brightly. Lin Yuan did not think of the pure spirit chi that he gave the Moon Empress as a gift. But this light green moon was definitely considered one. The Class 6-dimensional rift that had opened in the Spirit Mother Federation was an alien insect dimensional rift. Once Bu Pa became the Spirit Mother's disciple, it would be possible for him to enter the alien insect world with Lin Yuan's help. There was also a high chance of Lin Yuan gaining access to the water world through Lin. The subterranean world also had a black moon. However, Lin Yuan still did not have access to that backward world. Regardless, Lin Yuan now had a new goal of helping the Moon Empress staff gain the complete set of 6 moonstones. He knew how much the Moon Empress spoiled him. Previously, he had been powerless. But now that he was capable, he was going to properly repay his master. Night had fallen in the Radiance Federation's royal capital. The fiery clouds on the horizon were breathtaking but were such a common sight in the royal capital that its citizens were already used to it. However, although the sun had not fully set, the sky had already darkened. Black clouds gathered in an angry swirl as torrents of rain fell in a crashing waterfall onto the royal capital. At that moment, toward the west of the imperial court inside the visitors' lobby, a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes was listening to a report from an elderly man as he massaged his temples with his fingers. A moment later, the elegant man wearing a blue robe raised his head and asked the elderly man suspiciously, "Are you saying that the 4th Azure envoy Lin already secretly met with the Moon Empress disciple Lin Yuan long ago, and that they've developed feelings for each other?" The elderly man nodded seriously, but at the same time, a voice bellowed into his ears. "He Chuan, do you think that I'm incapable of reprimanding others? You are not only making a mountain out of a molehill but might even be stirring trouble out of nothing and besmirching Lordess Lin's name. If news of this gets out, not only will Lordess Lin have your head, but the Azure Cloud Leopard aristocratic family and the entire Azure Federation will destroy you." The elderly man's eyes widened. Making a mountain out of a molehill? Stirring trouble out of nothing? I saw it with my own eyes. You didn't see how Lordess Lin acted and the way she gazed at the Moon Empress disciple. Moreover, I only got to see what took place outside of the carriage. Who knows what happened inside the carriage? The longer the elderly man thought about it, the more hurt he felt. "Lan Sun, you're the one who asked me to stay by Lordess Lin's side. Am I not supposed to tell you about such a matter? You even brought up how Lordess Lin will have my head, and the Azure Cloud Leopard family and Azure Federation will destroy me? What did I do? All I did was lay out the events that took place." The elderly man shot a begrudged look at Lan Sun. At the same time, he knew that Lan Sun had said that to remind him to filter his words. The elderly man was not stupid. He was a pinnacle immortal expert who was only one step away from eternal. As such, he knew his role well. For the past decade, even before the next Azure envoy had been confirmed, he had been Lin's protector. Nothing was more important for a girl than her virtue. It would be fine if she fell in love with one of the elites in the Azure Federation. But the reality was that she was in love with the Moon Empress disciple. Regardless of whether Lan Sun believed him, the elderly man was certain that Lin was interested in the Moon Empress disciple. Otherwise, she would not have looked at him in such a way. When he saw the way that the elderly man was looking at him bitterly, Lan Sun's fist itched. He waved his hand and said, "Elder Meng, you should return. Lordess Lin is going to be locked away for a few days, and you should watch over her. I will take that group of brats with me to go on the tours." The elderly man pouted. He had no choice but to do as Lan Sun said. After he left, Lan Xun frowned. He knew that although Elder Meng's words were exaggerated, he would never stir trouble out of nothing and lie about Yin Lin. It was very likely that he was speaking the truth. Lan Xun was well aware of Yin Lin's background. He felt that there was no way that Yin Lin could have known Yin Lin for some time. But why did she act so familiarly with Lin Yuan if this was the case? Could it be that Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform had the ability of allurement? Impossible. Yin Lin's contraction of 2 sacred source lifeforms was a major secret of the Azure Federation. With her second sacred source lifeform, no one in her generation would be able to control her. The longer Lan Xun mulled over it, the more confused he became. It was not like he could go and ask Yin Lin. Yin Lin and the Moon Empress disciple had had a secret discussion. Elder Meng had not sensed any spies from the Freedom Federation envoy group, so it was unlikely that they had gleaned any information. What did the Moon Empress disciple invite Yin Lin into his Fey carriage to talk about? There was no question that it was related to the Radiance 100 sequence selection. When Lan Xun saw Yin Lin refuse to work with the Freedom Federation envoy group, he assumed that it was because Yin Lin did not want to get involved in the mess. But now it seemed that she had other intentions as well. Was it possible that she had been leaning toward the Radiance Federation from the beginning? The Azure Federation had always remained neutral and worked with both the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. But once the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation truly started crossing swords, it would be impossible for the Azure Federation to remain on the fence because the other 2 federations would force them to make a decision. The 12 aristocratic families in the Azure Federation were split on which side they were going to take. The goal of this trip to the Radiance Federation was to debut Yin Lin as the 4th Azure envoy. She was the leader of this envoy group. Although Lan Xun was her teacher, he was only accompanying her on this trip. Thus, no matter how Yin Lin felt or what decision she made, it would represent the will of the entire Azure Federation envoy group. Lan Xun did not intend to think too much about it, because all he needed to do was protect Yin Lin. Lan Xun was very confident about being able to accomplish this. After the Freedom Federation envoy group came to the Radiance Federation, they did not stay at the accommodation that the Radiance Federation had arranged for them. Rather, they chose to stay at a villa at Flowing Rocks Mountain. Evidently, the Freedom Federation never bothered to act like they trusted the Radiance Freedom Federation. Although the Freedom Federation had come to the Radiance Federation with a special intention, they were also afraid that the Radiance Federation would tamper with the arranged accommodations. A powerful shield had been set up in the villa at Flowing Rocks Mountain and locked in the entire mountain. At present, the Freedom Federation envoy group was having a meeting. Thanks to the shield, the contents of the meeting would not be leaked to outsiders. As the official Freedom envoy amongst the Freedom Federation envoy group, Qian Yu sat on the main seat. 3 elderly men were standing next to him. Yu Changjian, Yanling, and Kai Hua sat around the table, and the rest of the Freedom Federation's chosen members of the Freedom 100 sequence all held their breaths and lowered their heads. The members of the Freedom 100 sequence did not have the right to participate in this meeting. Yanling serenely said, "Big Brother Qian, I think you're making a much bigger issue out of this than it actually is. How strong can the new members of the Radiance 100 sequence be? There's no need for Changjian and Ahua to join in. I will be able to handle it on my own." Qian Yu's face fell and he said to Yanling, "Yanling, if you continue to be so arrogant, I will report this to the members of royalty when we return. The 3 of you are aware of our purpose for coming here. Anyone out of the 3 of you will be enough if we're just killing the 10 new members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Besides the 3 of you, High Run might be a better choice. The 3 of you were sent out because your sacred source lifeforms can work together. Suppose your arrogance causes us to fail in our purpose and affects the members of royalty's plan to attack the current Radiance envoys. In that case, you will have to deal with the consequences when you return to the Freedom Federation." Yanling's expression froze when she heard what Qian Yu said. Although she still felt that she was strong enough on her own, she no longer dared to act in such a manner. She was haughtier than Yu Changjian and Kai Hua because she was favored by 3 of the Freedom Federation's royalty, while Kai Hua and Yu Changjian were only favored by 2. However, she could not act in a truly superior way. If she really flipped the table on their plan in the Radiance Federation, Qian Yu would report the chain of events to the royalty in the Freedom Mystic Temple. Freedom Mystic Temple. Yan Ling would definitely be reprimanded by the members of royalty and possibly punished as well. If that happened, it would be very difficult for her to become a freedom envoy. Yu Changjian, Yan Ling, and Kai Hua's confidence came from the cooperative abilities of their sacred source lifeforms. When they acted together, they were much more valuable than they were on their own. The Freedom Federation's royalty never favored one young expert. For example, Du Miao had the favor of 6 members of royalty. Yan Ling knew that she was important but not irreplaceable. Hence, she conceded and said, "Big Brother Qian, I underestimated the Radiance Federation's young generation. Since you're the one leading the envoy group, the 3 of us will listen to you." Kai Hua and Yu Changjian's expressions soured when they heard what Yan Ling said. Qian Yu had been trying to obtain speaking leadership the entire trip. But the fact was that being favored by the members of royalty meant that the 3 of them also held considerable authority. If the 3 of them agreed on something, Qian Yu might have to listen to them even if he held an opposing opinion. But now, Yan Ling gave up all 3 of their authorities just because of one thing that Qian Yu said. The more disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty that they could kill, the weaker the Radiance Federation would become, and the more accomplished the 3 of them would be. Qian Yu was very selfish and put his benefits above everything else. Their team had to hunt down the Radiance Federation's younger generation during this battle, no matter what. But if the Radiance Federation's younger generation turned out to be stronger, they would change from the hunters to the hunted instead. Thus, they needed to preserve their authority. Kai Hua hastily said, "Big Brother Qian, I heard that there is a man called Black amongst the Radiance Federation's younger generation, and that he's very powerful. We saw many people dressed as him on the streets while on the way here. Although we have not looked into him, he must be a top expert to be put on such a pedestal. I suggest we deal with him like he's a disciple of a member of royalty. He wears a mask, so it's likely that he truly is a disciple of royalty. Hence, I suggest pulling in another disciple of royalty into the battle. If we take down Black, another disciple of royalty, and the 9 members of the Radiance 100 sequence, we will fulfill the task given by the members of royalty." When Kai Hua said what Yu Changjian wanted to say, he did not pile anything on. If Qian Yu had a different opinion, and he spoke in support of Kai Hua, then his words would pack more punch. When Qian Yu heard what Kai Hua said, he felt that Yan Ling, Yu Changjian, and Kai Hua's dynamic was rather interesting. Yan Ling was arrogant, Kai Hua was conservative, while Yu Changjian preferred to take a step back once one of his teammates had a stronger voice. The 3 of them could perfectly make up for what each other lacked. Qian Yu did not plan on doing as Kai Hua said. The royalty from the Freedom Mystic Temple would never agree to treat Black as a disciple of the Radiance Federation's royalty. That would make this a wasted trip, and the other 4 Freedom Envoys would mock him. Thus, Qian Yu decided that he had to do something big. Nonetheless, he was in no rush to reveal his plan. Instead, he said, "I received news today that Cicada Song has accepted a new disciple. He is a support-type spirit chi professional named Gao Feng, and will be participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Qian Yu paused before he went on to say, "Cicada Song's disciple is purely support type. I think that both he and Black can be seen as one disciple of royalty. Yan Ling, what do you think?" Qian Yu knew that the hubristic Yan Ling would definitely agree with him. Just as he expected, she said, "Unless there are 2 powerful combat forces, there's no point in there being a support-type spirit chi professional. It would be an overestimation to treat Gao Feng and Black as one disciple of royalty." Qian Yu looked at Kai Hua and saw that his expression had soured. Kai Hua was also a pure support-type spirit chi professional, just like Gao Feng. Yu Changjian could no longer hold back and said, "If this is the case, if we involve another disciple of royalty, we will have to face 2 disciples of royalty and the mysterious Black at the same time." Qian Yu shook his head and said, "Not 2, but 4. Now, even the haughty Yan Ling's face fell. How were the 3 of them supposed to defeat 4 disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty? Just as the 3 of them were about to protest, Qian Yu said, I'm only 28 years old this year and am the youngest of the current Freedom Envoys. Do you think the Radiance Federation will agree for 3 of their royalty's disciples to take on one of me? Yanling, Yuchangjian, and Kai Hua were astonished. That's right. There's no way the Radiance Federation knows who the 3 of us are. There was already a disciple of royalty amongst the Radiance 100 sequence. If another 3 were also called into battle against Chen Yu, there was no way that the Radiance Federation would disagree or risk tarnishing its reputation. Chen Yu's age was still within range for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If he managed to take down 4 disciples of royalty in black, the power of the Radiance Federation's younger generation would definitely be seriously affected. Once they returned, the 3 would definitely become Freedom Envoys. Moreover, Chen Yu would definitely leave a way out for himself. As the Freedom Federation's youngest Freedom Envoy, he had to value his life. Thus, Yanling, Yuchangjian, and Kai Hua nodded and said, "We shall go with your plan." Yuchangjian pondered for a moment before he said, "Big Brother Qian, if the Radiance Federation rejects it, I can still call down another disciple of royalty. Given that quantity, I'm sure the members of royalty who favor me will understand if I don't participate." Chen Yu did not respond. Rather, the 3 elderly men felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. Chen Yu dragged them into such a serious situation. Once they returned to the Freedom Federation, all the pressure would fall on their shoulders. No, they had to report this to the Freedom Mystic Temple. Just to be safe, a member of royalty had to come to the Radiance Federation. It was always daytime in the marsh world, and the sky never darkened. Actually, this was not fully accurate. According to Lin Yuan's observation, the marsh world did have night and day. During the day, the sky was light green, but at night, it became faintly purple, and both the moon and sun hung in the sky side by side, with the moon slightly brighter. None of the life forms in the marsh world could sense a difference. By now, the Moon Empress body had disappeared. In her place was the energy from the moon. The sacred cry moon beast had turned into a moon and gathered the moon energy from the marsh world to camouflage itself so that it could stay in the marsh world to protect Lin Yuan. The light green moon seemed brighter than usual. The moonbeams that fell tangled together and formed a staff in the Moon Empress hand. The staff used to only have 1 white and 1 red stone. But now there was another light green one as well. The light green stone was evidence that Forage Moon had gained another moon puppet. At that moment, the Moon Empress opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Little Yuan, thank you for bringing me this opportunity." Lin Yuan hastily replied, "Master, you don't have to thank me. You saved my life countless times. I should be the one thanking you." The Moon Empress did not thank others easily and had only uttered the words a few times in her life. She said it to Lin Yuan because he had truly given her major opportunities. He enabled her to have an endless lifespan, pure spirit chi that she used to cross that step and gain a 3rd moon puppet. The Moon Empress felt that she would not have been able to achieve these 3 things on her own. But Lin Yuan was right as well. It seemed overly polite for her to thank her disciple. Lin Yuan went on to say, "Master, I can now produce even purer spirit chi. Additionally, I can produce even purer elemental energy than that within heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I've already harvested more than 1,000 spirit-mouthed peonies. You can take them now." Lin Yuan handed a diamond Fey storage box to the Moon Empress. When the Moon Empress received the diamond Fey storage box, she felt as though Lin Yuan had become her master instead. Where did he go to obtain such treasures? By being able to produce elemental energy even purer than what was within heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, he could already be considered a Class 6 creation master. The Moon Empress did not stand on ceremony because she could do many things with the pure spirit chi. Mystic Moon had also reached that step. With pure spirit chi, Cold Moon would also have the ability to take that step. The Moon Empress had learned about Chu Si's talent from Cold Moon. She had been shocked by what Cold Moon told her. Despite not having even reached 16 years old, she was already a B-rank spirit chi professional. Although the rate at which one's spirit chi professional rank was raised could not be a measure of strength because their power could be limited by their inability to provide their Fae with resources, this was not the case for Chu Si. Chu Si had an endless supply of resources. As long as her spirit chi professional rank continued to rise, her phase would also become stronger. Cold Moon had helped Chu Si to roll grades. As such, Chu Si was now on par with most members of the Radiance 100 sequence. In another year, she would be able to study at the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi University and take part in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Chu Si was supposed to participate in this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection along with Lin Yuan. However, Cold Moon had opposed the idea because she did not want Chu Si to become involved in the conflict between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation at such a young age. Cold Moon was already worried enough that Lin Yuan was involved in it. She could not bear to allow Chu Si to join the fray as well. Moreover, she felt that she would not be able to answer Lin Yuan if she allowed Chu Si to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Cold Moon estimated that even at the slowest rate, Chu Si would become an A-rank spirit chi professional within 5 years. At that time, Chu Si would be able to possess a myth breed fae. Cold Moon had never gauged Chu Si before, but now, she felt that Chu Si might have the ability to join the Radiance Envoy selection 2 years later. Or, at the very least, she would become a Radiance Knight. But eventually, Cold Moon decided not to allow Chu Si to participate 2 years later. Chu Si would turn 26 years old 10 years later, and it would not be too late to become a Radiance Envoy then. Becoming a Radiance Envoy directly rather than a Radiance Knight was much better. Cold Moon could dedicate her whole life to the Moon Empress and the Radiance Federation. When it came to Chu Si, all she hoped was that Chu Si would be able to lead a carefree life. The Moon Empress received Lin Yuan's diamond face storage box and said, "Lin Yuan, let's go back." By this time, Cold Moon and Little Si should have arrived back at the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave Golden Toad and stored the Moon Empress within before he returned to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone through Klein Hub. He jumped out of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and back into the breeding room before releasing the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress became more curious about Lin Yuan's method when she found herself back in the Radiant Moon Palace in an instant. Nonetheless, she was not going to ask Lin Yuan about it. Rather, she would help him to keep his secret. When he pushed open the door of the breeding room, he saw Chu Si standing there. She had clearly been waiting for him. The instant that she spotted Lin Yuan, Chu Si smiled innocently and spread her arms. Lin Yuan took a step forward and hugged her. He picked her up and spun around. This was when he realized that Chu Si had grown taller. Previously, she had only reached his shoulder. But now she was up to the height of his face. Additionally, she seemed lighter. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, "Chi Si, have you picked up your bad habit of being picky again? I've always told you to eat whatever you're given and not to be picky." Chu Si pouted and thought, "I haven't been picky. I didn't know better when I was young. Whenever I saw food, I would eat it because I was afraid that I wouldn't get to eat it again. I know how to control myself now." The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan with shock and thought, "Lin Yuan, you're pretty smart. So why do you act like a dumb boy sometimes?" Girls naturally become vainer as they grow older. It's normal for her to want to watch her weight. However, Chu Si was visibly skinnier. The Moon Empress reached out and patted down the stray hairs on Chu Si's head as she said, "I will go and help Mystic Moon and Cold Moon prepare dinner. The two of you should have many things to talk about." The Moon Empress turned and left the breeding room. Mystic Moon had heard about the Moon Empress lifespan being reduced to 3 years from Cicada Song. If not for Cicada Song, Mystic Moon would not have learned about it until the end. Mystic Moon did not want to tell Cold Moon about this. However, Cold Moon was also a Moon Envoy and deserved to know. Luckily, the Moon Empress was no longer in danger and had returned to her regular state. Mystic Moon said seriously, "Cold Moon, when you called me last month, you asked me why I seemed listless. I didn't give you an answer then, but I can tell you why now. 10 years ago, the Moon Empress roots were injured during battle. As a result, she was only left with 3 years of her lifespan. Cold Moon had been cooking soup with the intention of having Chu Si drink it later. But when she heard what Mystic Moon said, fury immediately filled her gaze. It was as though all her blood had gathered in her pupils. When Mystic Moon saw this, he hurriedly said, Luckily, young Lord found a way out for her, and she's fine now. She even gained a blessing and managed to increase her power. The red in Cold Moon's eyes did not diminish at all. She picked up the ladle and thrust it into Mystic Moon's hand as she said, "Can you get to the point and mention the conclusion first next time?" Mystic Moon immediately recoiled and thought, "I did pause while I was speaking, but that's because her eyes went red. I didn't get a chance to get to the ending because I was worried about her." The little white rabbit saw all of this. It lazily gnawed on its carrot and thought, given how Cold Moon feels about the Moon Empress, she won't forgive Mystic Moon for making her worry. This is definitely not over. It so happened that the Moon Empress walked over at this moment. Cold Moon pushed Mystic Moon aside and asked the Moon Empress, "Moon Empress, you?" When the Moon Empress saw the expression on Cold Moon's face, she knew that she had learned about everything from Mystic Moon. The Moon Empress never intended to hide this from Cold Moon. She knew that Cold Moon would not want her to keep it a secret. Mystic Moon knew, but Cold Moon had not been informed of it. As such, the Moon Empress had intended to ask Cold Moon to admire the night scenery with her and tell her then. The Moon Empress shook her head at the worried-faced Cold Moon and said, "I'm fine now, Cold Moon. I'll be at the Imperial meeting for the next 2 days. Mystic Moon will help you with your breakthrough." Cold Moon asked with worry and shock, "Moon Empress, in order to break through Spirit Chi?" Before Cold Moon could finish speaking, Mystic Moon cut in and said, "My powers have already advanced. I definitely needed more pure Spirit Chi than your phase need to break through." This revelation made Cold Moon start to ponder. When she last sparred with Mystic Moon, he always easily dodged her jade staff. Cold Moon immediately asked the Moon Empress with delight, "Moon Empress, has your creation master power improved again?" The Moon Empress remained silent but did not deny it. She felt that the pure Spirit Chi was also one of Lin Yuan's secret weapons, so the fewer people knew about it, the better it would be. The Moon Empress started to personally prepare dinner while Cold Moon and Mystic Moon assisted her. They watched as the Moon Empress started cooking the tendons of a creation breed Fae. Lin Yuan had been chatting with Chu Ci for some time. He listened to her happily announce that she had been promoted to a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. Lin Yuan almost did not believe his ears. He was currently a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. Chu Ci was 2 years younger than him but had already caught up to him. Chu Ci went on to say, "Lin Yuan, Master has evolved my 2 fantasy breed phase to Diamond X. Like you, Master told me not to evolve the Burning Sunflower Twins grade until they comprehended a willpower rune. However, I haven't comprehended a suitable willpower rune for it yet." However, Chu Ci did not appear sad at all because there was something else that came out of her improvement that she wanted to show Lin Yuan. With a wave of her hand, a white crystallized willpower rune shot out of her spiritual spatial zone and started circling her finger. Lin Yuan did not expect Chu Ci to have comprehended another willpower rune already. Lin Yuan immediately sensed the willpower rune and found that it was very similar to the one that she comprehended from Iron and gave to the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. It was clear that it was suitable for defense-type phase. When he checked on this willpower rune, he remembered the pink piercing crystal oyster that he had prepared for Chu Ci. This willpower rune was very suitable for it. It was practically made for the pink piercing crystal oyster. As of now, Chu Ci had comprehended 3 willpower runes. This rate was staggering. Lin Yuan always credited his strong sensing abilities to having souls from 2 worlds. But now it seemed that that was not the full story. Judging from Chu Ci's comprehension of willpower runes, their parents' genes had to be remarkable. His genes played a big role in his strong comprehension powers. Lin Yuan did not take out the pink piercing crystal oyster immediately. Instead, he said, "Summon the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly." It could be said that Lin Yuan was the one who had molded the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly. When the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull had only been the Sharp Rock Bull, it had been injured by the open alien insect dimensional rift. At that moment, Yang Mingkai had not been able to do anything about the seriously injured Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. He almost ended up consuming it as beef. It was Lin Yuan who had discovered the obsidian iron wild bull's ability sacrifice and saved it. He also gave Chu Xi the chance to change her life. Lin Yuan had only just realized his body was special at that time, and it would have been impossible for him to gather the money to buy a high-quality bronze fei within a short span of time. Lin Yuan had also traded for the yellow jadeite golden butterfly from Lu Jie when it was still a larva. At that time, Lu Jie had been in the pits of despair because the insect queen had been about to die, and he was about to lose his chance to become a spirit chi professional. He had put on a mask and hid his identity as he went up a mountain to collect spiritual resources. He had not only been supporting himself but also many orphans. He had even educated them. At that time, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had been a small pink larva. Later, it evolved into the Vajra butterfly and eventually managed to use the pollen of the golden curtain peony and pure spirit chi to mutate away from the path of becoming the jadeite butterfly. This was proof that the metal-type yellow jadeite golden butterfly was even more suited for Chu Xi than the wood-type jadeite butterfly. The yellow jadeite golden butterfly had even stronger defensive and combat powers than the jadeite butterfly. However, it was not perfect. The jadeite butterfly had a certain level of supporting effect. According to Chu Xi, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had evolved to diamond grade. This meant that the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's bloodline had evolved. However, there was still the question of whether the yellow jadeite golden butterfly would be able to maintain the mutation that the golden curtain peony's pollen had brought it when it evolved into the tourmaline emperor butterfly. Under Cold Moon's guidance, Chu Xi started to understand how important being able to keep one's lips sealed was. If she leaked information about her phase and happened to be faced with an opponent who could counter her phase, she might be defeated even if her opponent was objectively weaker than her. If any outsider wanted to see Chu Xi's phase, she would never summon them. However, she did not put up any guard when she was with Lin Yuan. Although people on StarWeb called her the Radiance Federation's youngest genius, she knew that all the glory she had came from Lin Yuan. She would never forget how Lin Yuan supported her despite being so weak that he was prone to fainting spells. When the two of them were fending for themselves and were so poor that they could only afford one bowl of porridge, Lin Yuan had given that bowl of porridge to her. He had snuck off in the middle of the night to eat the usnias. The usnia was not as soft or palatable as the soldier ration radish. The leaves of the usnia would prick one's stomach and often leave the spirit chi professionals who ate them with painful stomachaches because they did not have strong stomachs like herbivorous phase did. Hence, no matter what happened, Lin Yuan would be the most important person in Chu Xi's life. With a wave of her hand, Chu Xi summoned her two fays. Lin Yuan was immediately faced with a 5-meter-long and 2-meter-tall bull. The bull's skin resembled the silver surface of a mirror. Its tough and sinewy muscles could be seen under its skin. Amongst all the fays that Lin Yuan had seen, not even tiger species fays were as magnificent as this bull species fay. Its 1-meter-long tail swayed gently and created waves of noise. At that moment, Chu Xi crossed her legs and gently patted the bull's face as she said, "Little iron block, I know you're happy to see Lin Yuan, but I've told you many times not to swing your tail. Don't learn from that hippopotamus. People might think you're farting." The obsidian iron wild bull mooed twice in reply, stopped moving its tail, and stared at Lin Yuan joyfully. Lin Yuan's lips twitched when he heard the way Chu Xi addressed the obsidian iron wild bull. How can this be considered a little iron block? It's just a bull-shaped tank. Since the obsidian iron wild bull had turned silver, it meant that its bloodline had evolved. The obsidian iron wild bull's new skin was only the third most shocking change that had happened to it. There were also black clusters of gems embedded all over its body. The gems refracted rainbow light. The color was similar to the obsidian iron wild bull's original color and appeared like colorful patches. It was likely that the obsidian iron wild bull stored the energy from its original bloodline within the black gem clusters. The biggest change had to be the obsidian iron wild bull's horns. The obsidian iron wild bull's horns used to be made of elements and were not connected to its head. However, the black horns flashed on its head intermittently, but its shapes changed each time. In a battle, the obsidian iron wild bull could choose the best shape according to the fey that it was facing off against. Although it charged with brute force, it could change the shape of its horns to inflict the most damage on its enemy. If any other cow species Fae charged against the obsidian iron wild bull thinking that it was hornless, it would end up with a hole in its body from the impact. The obsidian iron wild bull could protrude its horns from next to its eyes to pierce through the eyes and cleanly into the skull of the opponent cow species Fae. The obsidian iron wild bull's horns were enough for it to be deemed a killing machine in the form of a defense-type Fae. Now, Lin Yuan realized that the obsidian iron wild bull's elemental horns remained mostly silver. Only a small part of it was black. A few of the horns were covered with a layer of black on silver or a layer of silver on black. Evidently, the evolved obsidian iron wild bull could actively make use of the power in its bloodline. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the obsidian iron wild bull. Fae name: Mirror silver obsidian bull, Fae species. Horn species/bull species, Fae grade, diamond grade, 5/10. Fae type, metal, Fae quality. Fantasy 3. Abilities: piercing horn, hold the horns in position and charge at a target without holding back. Sacrifice: when the contractor is injured, automatically split the damage with the contractor. If the contractor is injured, it will feed the contractor with its vitality. Pain buffer: when damaged by elemental energy, form a shield of elemental energy on the surface of the body that will slow the elemental energy damage for a period of time. Further damage will only be incurred after the shield breaks. Mirror surface skin: change the body's skin into a mirror-like texture. When attacked by elements, the mirror skin will be able to reflect elemental energy and send a portion of the elemental attack back at the opponent. Sun's angry horn: draw out energy from metal and combine it with sunlight. The sun energy will activate the energy within the metal and break through physical entities. When used against an enemy, the metal energy will spread throughout the target and condense within the target. Taste of pain: each time it is used against a target, the pain experienced will multiply. The pain will train one's willpower to temporarily increase one's spiritual energy. Exclusive skill: pain absorption. When receiving damage, absorb a portion of the damage and turn it into vitality. Annihilation gaze: domineering battle consciousness and war fervor drive its instinctive footsteps. The mirror silver obsidian bull instantly transforms all the damage taken in a battle into a mental impact on the opponent. Lin Yuan noticed that the obsidian iron bull's name had changed to the mirror silver obsidian bull. Its Fae type was still metal type, but its Fae grade had changed to diamond V/fantasy 3. With this power at her age, Chu Xi had surpassed all who came before her. Besides truly top experts like Zhongzhe and He, there was no other young expert whose Fae's power fell below that of Chu Xi. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could easily find resources to evolve the mirror silver obsidian bull to diamond X/fantasy V. However, even if the mirror silver obsidian bull did evolve to diamond X/fantasy V, Chu Xi still could not be compared with the likes of Zhongzhe and He. Firstly, she did not have a Fae with the Baron bloodline. Secondly, she was too young to form a marrow contract with a sacred source lifeform. Forming a marrow contract with a sacred source lifeform too young could harm one's soul. The soul was the most important part of a person. No one who truly had her best interests would be willing to let her take on such a risk. Its abilities piercing horn, sacrifice, and pain buffer had not changed much. This was to be expected because it was in a different situation from Chimey and Genius. Previously, Chimey and Genius were not even Faes. They managed to evolve continuously by tapping into their bloodline's potential. The mirror silver obsidian bull's bloodline had been set from the beginning. It managed to evolve to this point thanks to the help of Lin Yuan's pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan wanted to help Chu Xi to evolve her Faes using pure spirit chi. The improvement of one's bloodline would generate more opportunities for evolution. However, Cold Moon had already evolved Chu Xi's Faes. Chu Xi's Faes would still be able to achieve the same outcome when they were nourished by spirit chi in the future. Lin Yuan would evolve the mirror silver obsidian bull and try to trigger an evolution of its bloodline after Chu Xi became an A-rank spirit chi professional. All of the mirror silver obsidian bull's gold abilities emerged while Chu Xi was out training, and Lin Yuan had never seen them before. It was likely that mirror surface skin emerged because Cold Moon had used mirror silver on the obsidian iron wild bull. which led to the transformation of its bloodline and obtaining this ability. Mirror surface skin perfectly complemented pain buffer and increased pain buffer's sustainability. It also greatly increased the mirror silver obsidian bull's resistance against elements. When used alongside pain absorption, the mirror silver obsidian bull's overall power would increase and recover at the same time. This would undoubtedly make the mirror silver obsidian bull a greater force to be reckoned with during battle. At the same time, the mirror silver obsidian bull could also reflect elemental damage back at its opponents. It could be said that even without explosive shield counterattack, the mirror silver obsidian bull could still reflect damage and become a true gasoline tank. If anyone lit a flame, it would stay in its place and burn alongside everything. The mirror silver obsidian bull was already very resistant to physical entities. Now that its elemental resistance was also increased, it would be difficult for Fays of the same grade to cause it pain. Sun's angry horn allowed the mirror silver obsidian bull to gain another combat attack. It was extremely powerful and could not only damage and support but also control. The black gem clusters on the mirror silver obsidian bull could activate the metal energy within its body. By condensing the metal energy into its horns, it could charge at enemies and break through its enemies' defenses. It would be able to support any Fey that mainly caused physical damage. Through condensing the metal energy in its body, the mirror silver obsidian bull could condense a 7 to 8 meter long metal horn that could pierce through its target, leaving a deep hole in its wake. After the horn pierced through its target, it would fuse with the target's body like mercury. When the metal energy condensed inside a target's body, it would essentially be like burying a sword within a target. Such an attack could cause unimaginable damage to a target. Sun's angry horn sealed the mirror silver obsidian bull's role as Chu Si's main combat Fey. Taste of pain seemed ordinary or even useless. It was basically torture to feel multiplied pain when being attacked. It would be considered a very negative ability to most Fays because pain was a type of spiritual damage. But to the mirror silver obsidian bull it was a godsend. The mirror silver obsidian bull could temporarily rely on such pain to increase its spiritual energy. Moreover, Annihilation Gaze would enable the mirror silver obsidian bull to use all the damage it received, including the multiplied pain, and reflect it back at its opponent as spiritual damage. This ability would strengthen the mirror silver obsidian bull's accumulation of pain and shorten the time needed to accumulate the pain. The mirror silver obsidian bull would be able to absorb high amounts of pain and use Annihilation Gaze. Now, the mirror silver obsidian bull was almost too well-rounded. At that moment, Chu Si said, "Lin Yuan, amongst my two Fays, Little Iron Block isn't the one with the bigger change. Little Gold Block's changes are even more impressive. With Little Gold Block, my little mine will be even more powerful during battle. Little Iron Block might seem boorish, but it can't last long during battle. But with Little Gold Block, Little Iron Block will be able to last much longer now." Lin Yuan's gaze moved away from the mirror silver obsidian bull and onto the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. The yellow jadeite golden butterfly's appearance had changed completely. The most significant change was the color of its body. Previously, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had been translucent. It looked like flowing gold and had dark gold peony patterns on its wings that made it look like a blooming peony when it was flying. Now, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly was almost fully transparent. It only glowed mesmerizing gold under the sunlight. When it flapped its wings and dispersed scale powder, patterns of peony petals glittered under sunlight. The crossing peony patterns enabled the shining yellow jadeite golden butterfly to shoot out rainbow beams of light. It resembled tourmaline. At the same time, the tentacles on the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's head formed a crown. When he saw this, Lin Yuan became certain that the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had evolved into the tourmaline emperor butterfly. It looked like this because it retained its original mutation. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. Fey name: Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly. Fey species: Nymphality/Heliconius. Fey grade: Diamond, 1/10. Fey type: Metal. Fey quality: Fantasy 3. Abilities: Wing block: Congeal hard metal on its wings for blocking. While blocking, there will be a certain level of rebounding attacks. Golden Seal Shield. Rapidly produce a strong mobile shield in front of a target that will move in accordance with its movements. Mystified Butterfly Dust. When flapping its wings and dispersing dust, the butterfly dust can protect a target by providing it with natural elemental separation effects. It can also replenish the metal energy of metal-type phase. Butterfly Fantasy. Apply itself to a target of the same type. If the target is friendly, metal energy can be transferred into it to give the target the abilities of flight and temporary shielding. If the target is unfriendly, the metal energy in the target will be locked, and the target will become susceptible to injuries. Butterfly Wings Sacrifice. By sacrificing parts of the butterfly wings, the shielding effects will be temporarily improved. The longer the effects, the more parts of the wings will be sacrificed. Tourmaline Revival Shield. Form a sturdy shield in front of a target. As the shield sustains more and more attacks, its shielding abilities will weaken. When the life form that the shield is protecting starts to lose its life force, the shield will absorb the life force and be strengthened by it. Exclusive Skill. Counterattack Tremor. When attacked, it will rebound a portion of the damage from physical attacks or elemental attacks in the form of an energy tremor. Explosive Shield Counterattack. Explode the target's shield while combining all the attacking power that the shield can handle into launching a deadly blow. Lin Yuan noticed that the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's name had changed to the Gold Sea Emperor Butterfly. The Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly had one of the most elite butterfly species bloodlines. If it could advance another step forward, its bloodline would become even more elite than that of the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly and Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Its Fey type was still metal, but its grade had changed to Diamond Eye/Fantasy 3. Wing Block and Golden Seal Shield have not changed. When Mystified Butterfly Dust was used, the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly's golden rain of butterfly dust that was produced when it flapped its wings would be able to protect a group as well as support them. Defense was useful to any type of Fey. By being able to separate from elements, the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly would be able to reduce its opponent's Fey's reliance on elements during battle. It also had a similar effect on friendly parties. But its friendly parties would not only be protected by the ability, but Chu Ci could also manipulate its range so that it would help other gold-type Feys. The Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull was a metal-type Fey. When Mystified Butterfly Dust was used on it, its defense would be improved, and it would also essentially gain a moving battery. It was no wonder that Chu Ci said that the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly would be able to help the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull last longer. Butterfly Fantasy further evidenced this claim. When the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly applied itself to the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull, the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly could rapidly transfer the metal energy in its body to the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull. Mystified Butterfly Powder was a battery that took a long time for its effects to be seen. But the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly could use Butterfly Fantasy to transfer its abilities to the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull and give it the ability to fly as well as temporary shielding. Flying would improve the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull's agility as well as speed. The Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull would be able to take on flying targets as well. Now, besides being unable to go underwater, there was no environment where the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull would be at a disadvantage. Besides being able to apply itself to friendly targets, Butterfly Fantasy also allowed the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly to apply itself onto enemy metal-type Feys and lock the metal energy within their bodies while making them more susceptible to damage. Although this controlling ability had its limits, it could be coupled together with the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly's other effects to turn Butterfly Fantasy into an impressive ability that fit perfectly with the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull. In order for a Spirit Chi professional to become strong, his Phase abilities needed to be complementary. This was very important enough to produce compounded effects. Tourmaline Revival Shield was a very strong individual defensive ability. After applying a shield onto a target and the target's life force starts to diminish, the lost life force would reinforce the shield. It would be able to help a Fey to take on more damage. This was the strongest individual defensive ability that Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Butterfly Wings Sacrifice would sacrifice a portion of the butterfly wings to toughen the shield. This was directly correlated to the shield's defensive ability. Amongst all of Chu Ci's Feys, the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly was the one that Lin Yuan was most satisfied with. The Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly seemed more like a girl, Previously, when the mirror silver obsidian bull was still the obsidian iron wild bull, Chu Ci had been called Princess Iron Bull because of her performance during the All-Star Matches Challenger fight. Although the mirror silver obsidian bull was much more attractive than the obsidian iron wild bull, Chu Ci's title would only be changed to Princess Silver Bull. It did not sound much better than Princess Iron Bull. Could even lead to some inappropriate thoughts. The Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly would allow Chu Ci's combat style to not only be impulsive but also work seamlessly together. All of the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly's shields and the increasing toughness would strengthen the effects of counterattack tremor and explosive shield counterattack. As Chu Ci looked at him with shining eyes of anticipation, Lin Yuan did not hold back the praise. Chu Ci, you're amazing. With your current power, you'll be able to make it to the top 20 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence if you participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. From the way that Chu Ci's power increased to such an extent in such a short period, Lin Yuan could only imagine how difficult her training had been. Now, she really needed to gain validation through praise. One could only be satisfied with the effort put in and gain the motivation to work even harder to achieve one's goals when one felt validated. Moreover, Lin Yuan's praise was not a lie. Chu Ci pouted and said with disappointment, "Teacher won't let me participate in this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection. Otherwise, I would have been able to fight side by side with you." Lin Yuan's mood immediately improved, and he felt immensely grateful to Cold Moon. If Chu Ci had registered to take part in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, there was no way she would be eliminated, given her current power. If Lin Yuan was faced with her during the selection, he would immediately do all he could to eliminate her. As her older brother, he could put himself at any risk but would never allow the 16-year-old Chu Ci to be in any danger. She was still underage. Since their parents were gone, he needed to ensure her safety as her older brother. Once Chu Ci came of age, she would be able to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection or even the Radiance Envoy selection. She would then be free to choose if she wanted to sacrifice herself for the sake of the Radiance Federation. If she decided to do so, Lin Yuan would smile with pride before going off to take revenge. But as of now, he would never allow her to be in such danger. He would protect her no matter what. Since Cold Moon had stopped Chu Ci, there was nothing more for Lin Yuan to say to Chu Ci. He took out the pink piercing crystal oyster he had prepared for her. Now that the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly was so impressive, his plan to change his sister was well underway. When Lin Yuan took out the pink piercing crystal oyster, Chu Ci let out a squeal. She was not a creation master and could not tell what the pink piercing crystal oyster's abilities and exclusive skills were. However, the pink piercing crystal oyster's appearance was pleasing to everyone. Lin Yuan had not picked the pink piercing crystal oyster for Chu Ci just for its exclusive ability tool transformation but also because of its outstanding abilities. Iron Thorn Cross would be able to defend as well as shoot out spikes for defense. When the spikes hit a friendly party, their bloodthirst would rise. This suited the mirror silver obsidian bull well, as it would make it even wilder. When the spikes hit an enemy, they would become enamored. This would lower their motivation for battle. Bubble Crystal Shield could be used on a group and increase their defenses. Multiple layers could be applied on a target. Although the defensive effects were not strong, it could be used in conjunction with the Gold Seal Emperor Butterfly's explosive shield counterattack and increase the damage caused by the explosion of the shield. Lin Yuan said to Chu Ci, "This is the new Fei I prepared for you. It just so happens to be very compatible with the new willpower rune you comprehended. The pink piercing crystal oyster has reached Bronze X/Legend. You can form a contract with it now." Chu Ci gave Lin Yuan a big hug before she used her spiritual energy to form a contract with the pink piercing crystal oyster. Once the contraction was done, she flipped over her hand, and a pink sword appeared in her hand. She flicked the sword and sent a shower of sparks flying through the air. Chu Ci could use the sword to utilize the pink piercing crystal oyster's abilities. The pink piercing crystal oyster's tool transformation form was also extremely sharp and strong. When it was swung, the strength of its abilities would match its grade. Chu Ci did not immediately combine her willpower rune with the pink piercing crystal oyster. Instead, She wanted to familiarize herself with using the pink-piercing Crystal Oyster's abilities first before evolving it to fantasy breed. Taking it step by step was the most reliable way to improve one's battle skills. Lin Yuan picked up Chu Si's hand just like he did when they were children and led her out of the breeding room to have dinner with the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, and Mystic Moon at the Inner Palace. Meanwhile, a plain-looking girl with glasses and dressed in a gray robe clutched a black-bound tome tightly. Her head was cocked as she was deep in thought. A moment later, the patterns of scars appeared in her eyes. The images disappeared as quickly as they appeared. A spirit guard spotted the girl and walked over to ask, "You can't play around here. Where are your parents? If you're lost, I'll take you home." The spirit guard squatted down to wait for the girl's reply. At that moment, a bizarre smile appeared on the girl's face. Ever since the incident at Whale Ocean Commerce and Night Leaning Moon found out about it from Lin Yuan, she immediately instructed the spirit guards to lock down Whale Ocean Commerce's residence. When the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, she would launch a thorough investigation and wipe out Whale Ocean Commerce's old site. The spirit guards who were stationed here were all the cream of the crop. Although they had not reached King class, all of them had a Platinum Fae at least. There were also many people who had come to Whale Ocean Commerce's residence looking for information. Whale Ocean Commerce was a top faction in the Radiance Federation, and they worked with many other veteran factions, top factions, and even rising factions. All the members of these factions who had come to investigate were turned away by the spirit guards. However, this was the first time a young girl had appeared in the area by herself. Hence, the spirit guard on roster first assumed that the little girl was lost and was not on his guard against her. But when he saw the bizarre smile on the girl's face, his expression immediately changed, and he knew that he had been careless. This smile had extremely dark undertones. It carried a complete disregard for life and cavalier contempt. She was definitely not an innocent young girl. But before the spirit guard could put distance between them, the little girl reached out and grabbed hold of his belt. Her hand seemed to have endless strength. No matter how hard the spirit guard pulled away, he could not get free of her hand. Just as the spirit guard was about to call out to his companions, he suddenly felt something enter his body and start moving around within him. This thing choked him and froze every joint and blood vessel in his body. The young girl said in her innocent voice, "Big brother, you're so nice. Why don't you lend me your body?" This shocking statement took the spirit guard by such surprise that he did not even have time to blink before he felt something pry open his brain, and he lost consciousness. The people who saw this only saw a sweet man squatting on the ground, trying to help a young girl. It made for a heartwarming picture. At this moment, the man squatting on the ground suddenly jumped to his feet and grabbed the young girl's black-bound tome and gray robe. In an instant, the girl disappeared, and it was as though she had never existed. The spirit guard returned to his original station, and he looked as though he had found out something. He continued patrolling his route and greeted the several colleagues he encountered. Everything went on as it usually did. At this point, Second Page Revival had fully assumed the Spirit Guard's identity and infiltrated the Radiance Federation. This was a complete deviation from Second Page Revival's original plan. Second Page Revival wanted to investigate Whale Ocean Commerce, but this was not the time. According to the plan, she should have waited until the Radiance 100 sequence selection began. All the Radiance Federation's royalties' attention was fixed on the Freedom Federation envoy group, and Second Page Revival would be able to move more freely during her investigation. She should be working together with Sixth Page Lashing and activating the Black Mass Cup. But to Second Page Revival's frustration, Sixth Page Lashing was missing. He had not turned up at their agreed-upon meeting place. If Second Page Revival activated her sacred source lifeform, the Death Declaration Angel, she would be able to sense Sixth Page Lashing's position. However, she would not dare to do so in the royal capital because the Radiance Federation's royalty would instantly pick up on her. Moreover, after Second Page Revival came to the Radiance Federation and realized that Sixth Page Lashing could not be found, she started to secretly consume the Radiance Federation's spirit chi professionals. Second Page Revival was certain that Diwanmi was dead from this small section of route. Second Page Revival had not expected the Radiance Federation to be so powerful that they actually managed to kill a Class 5 Creation Master. Second Page Revival instinctively knew that the Gardener Konjak's Rammet and seeds had fallen into the hands of the Radiance Federation's royalty. If this was so, the soft way would no longer do. In order to retrieve the Gardener Konjak's Rammet and seeds, they would have to grab hold of the Radiance Federation's life vessel, so that they had no choice but to give up the Gardener Konjak's Rammet and seeds. A moment later, a plain-looking girl dressed in a gray robe and carrying a black-bound tome walked off in the direction of the Freedom Federation Envoy Group's accommodations. At that moment, a righteous-looking man was voraciously digging into a candied pork chop, roasted ham, and fish in the Spirit Food Pavilion while gulping down the Spirit Food Pavilion's signature beer. Many people were staring at the man, but it was hard to be annoyed by his face. They instinctively associated him with kindness. At that moment, a middle-aged woman holding a pearl-like precious instrument while playing with a chain of jade in her hand appeared in front of the man's table. She shot him a sultry look and said, "I'm sure you won't mind if I take a seat and have a few drinks with you." The woman took out an elemental pearl and tossed it into the man's beer mug. The men around them all became jealous. Feng Ro was a Class 2 Creation Master. After Feng Luan died, Feng Ro inherited an immense inheritance. She was a Class 2 Creation Master and already had an income of her own. She had spent a significant amount of money in the past few years to become desirable to the opposite gender. It seemed that this righteous-faced man was Feng Ro's next target. Once Feng Ro set her sights on someone, she would not force them but become extremely clingy. If anyone ended up following her home, she would surely be seen on the prowl again at the Spirit Food Pavilion less than a week later. There was no helping it. She could do anything she wanted with her money. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sustain such a luxurious lifestyle as a Class 2 Creation Master. She always bought the trendiest clothes and added her own precious gems to them as accessories. To her, the more there were, the merrier. With such an aura of opulence, it was difficult for the Spirit Chi professionals who spent all their days trying to increase the power of their phase to tear their eyes away from her. Who did not like a rich woman? Moreover, she was a rich woman who was willing to splurge on her men. They were all jealous that the first thing she offered was already an elemental pearl. The man opposite Feng Ro had such a righteous expression that everyone assumed that he was going to turn her down. Yet he said, "Ma'am, I fell deeply in love with you the moment I laid eyes on you. You're like an epiphyllum blooming at night." The crowd watched as the man raised his glass and poured the contents out into his hand until the elemental pearl fell out. He pocketed the elemental pearl. This action that did not match his face could only be described as obscene. With his righteous features, it would be difficult for people to dislike him even if he did such a thing. Feng Ro did not expect her hunt to be over so soon. Given his appearance, she expected at least 2 weeks' worth of effort. She stood up and said, "Why don't we order a dish and take it home to eat?" The man picked up her ring-covered hand and said, "Beautiful lady, let me feed you when we get back." As Feng Ro walked out of the Spirit Food Pavilion next to the man, she completely missed the look of amusement in his gaze. His gaze was that of a butcher, and Feng Ro looked like a helpless rabbit to him. As he looked at the night sky, a strange smile appeared on his face. When he flipped over his palm, a black crystal cup that shone with blurry gray fog appeared in his hand. He spun his finger and the black crystal cup also started to spin. The gray fog around the cup did not dissipate and had an ominous aura. The man sighed to himself. "It looks like I'll have a place to go for the next few days." Second Page Revival. I want to see just what about First Page Crimson makes him worthy of you addressing him as Lord. As one of the 8 pages of Tower Canon, shouldn't I know all the secrets about Tower Canon? Otherwise, what's the point of me being the 6th page? For the next step of my plan, the Radiance Federation is going to dig out all of First Page Crimson's secrets for me. If First Page Crimson doesn't appear, you're dead. Second Page Revival. I wonder if someone new will take your place as second page after your death? Lin Yuan did not stay in the Radiant Moon Palace for long after dinner. Chu Ci had wanted to return to the mansion with Lin Yuan but was held back by Cold Moon. The Radiance 100 sequence selection was about to begin, and Cold Moon did not want Chu Ci to distract Lin Yuan. On the way back to the return from faraway mansion, Blood New Moon climbed out from Lin Yuan's hair, leaped onto his ear, and whispered, "Lin Yuan, I spoke with the Moon Empress. During your fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, I will remain hidden in your hair like I have been doing, but remember that I will not step in if nothing out of the ordinary happens during the fight, even if you end up losing." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he asked, "Uncle Blood, do you think that the Freedom Federation envoy group will try something?" Blood New Moon shook his head and replied, "I will not need to step in if it's only the techniques of young experts. Tower Cannon hasn't shown itself yet." The Moon Empress guessed that Tower Cannon will collude with the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. According to Blood New Moon, it was the Moon Empress' idea to have him hide in Lin Yuan's hair during the fight. Although Blood New Moon could be certain that he would not step in during a regular battle, it was likely that the Freedom Federation envoy group would criticize them if they found out about this. They could even use the matter to incite a witch hunt against Lin Yuan. Evidently, the Moon Empress was worried about Lin Yuan's safety. For some unknown reason, Lin Yuan had had an ominous feeling for some time. At that moment, delight abruptly spread across Lin Yuan's face, as he sensed that the floating island whale's shell was starting to crack. Lin Yuan said to Blood New Moon, "Uncle Blood, accompany me to the outskirts of the royal capital. No matter what you see, don't be surprised." Blood New Moon could not help but chuckle when he heard what Lin Yuan said. There were very few things in this world that could shock him. The only times he was shocked were when Lin Yuan said that he could gather Jade Sundial's soul and awaken the memories within the pieces, and when Bloodlove said that her sacred source life form could help to recreate Jade Sundial's body. This was because both the revival of a soul or body went beyond Blood New Moon's knowledge. Not even Purple Love, who had power beyond eternal, had this kind of ability. If she did, she would have done whatever it took to revive Jade Sundial. Blood New Moon had seen Bloodlove's sacred source life form and realized that it was not the 10,000 medicine hot spring that could revive Jade Sundial's body, but the vitality that could trigger genetic models that Lin Yuan released. During the time that this thought passed through Blood New Moon's mind, he was brought by Lin Yuan to the outskirts of the royal capital using the ethereal jellyfish's node teleportation. This was the place where endless summer had evolved to creation breed, and what used to be a desolate wasteland was now a thriving forest. Lin Yuan lifted his hand and summoned the floating island whale that had absorbed its fill of water and wind elemental energy and spirit chi. From the moment that the egg cracked, the floating island whale fetus stopped absorbing water and wind elemental energy and the spirit chi. All it needed to do now was struggle slightly, and it would be able to hatch out of the shell. A second was all Blood New Moon needed to recognize that this was the island whale and that it was in the process of hatching. The Heavenly Family Cottage was well aware that spirit chi professionals were searching the seas for the island whale fetuses and hatching them. Was the surprise that Lin Yuan was referring to just the island whale? He underestimated Blood New Moon. But after observing the island whale fetus for a while more, Blood New Moon realized that the island whale fetus contained not only water elemental energy but also wind elemental energy. But how could wind elemental energy appear within the island whale fetus? The island whale fetus was not blue but light green. Blood New Moon's expression turned solemn, and he was filled with surprise. He was now certain that the island whale in Lin Yuan's hand had mutated. At that moment, a whale cry filled the area and the sound of cracking echoed. It was as though there was something inside the egg that was trying to break out of it. Lin Yuan could sense the floating island whale inside the egg calling him through its bloodline. After strengthening their bloodline link numerous times, Lin Yuan and the floating island whale were practically family. Lin Yuan encouraged the floating island whale and said, "Go slowly. There's no need to rush. Get used to the power bit by bit. You don't have to force it. Just use your body to break the shell, and you'll be able to get out." Although Lin Yuan was not a traditional creation master, he had learned from genius knowledge that breaking out of the shell was the most important part of the island whale's growth. If someone helped the island whale break out of its shell, it would not hurt the island whale, but the life form that touched the shell would drain away the energy within the shell. The shell was the most important source of nutrients for a newly hatched island whale and could help it to quickly evolve. If the floating island whale could evolve to Diamond X/Legend, it would be able to easily comprehend its own willpower rune from nature and evolve to myth breed. It did not need to slowly comprehend willpower runes like other fays. This was likely the way that nature showed its love for the island whale. A newly hatched island whale was not large. It was only around 2 to 3 meters long. It would be able to fit perfectly back into its shell. Its size would only start to grow rapidly when it reached fantasy breed. It would quickly be able to reach a length of 1,000 meters. This applied to the floating island whale. Under normal circumstances, the island whale would eat its shell after it hatched and could evolve from normal to silver grade. It took a lot to hatch the island whale, and it was also a large undertaking to nurture it. However, Lin Yuan was not worried about having to nurture it. The Spirit Lock spatial zone was currently 960 square meters. This was enough space for the floating island whale until it reached fantasy breed, and there was practically an endless supply of pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After all, he could have as many energy ores as he wanted. Given the concentration of the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the rate at which the Celestine elemental shellfish and aquamarine elemental shellfish produced elemental pearls would be able to match the rate at which the mother of Bloodbath ate. Additionally, Lin was going to give him another 30 young elemental shellfish. Once the floating island whale hatched, Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to evolve the floating island whale to Diamond X/Legend and comprehend a willpower rune to evolve to myth breed within 3 months. At that time, the true Sky City could be built. Another whale cry filled the area and attracted many fays. Blood New Moon immediately used his aura to set up a shield as he continued to observe what kind of island whale this mutated fetus would hatch into. He was also keeping watch on any enemies that could appear. The Radiance Federation was currently very messy, and many factions were pulling strings from the shadows. The Freedom Federation and Azure Federation had gathered in the Radiance Federation. A fight between the 3 federations was about to break out. There was no way that the other factions like the Spirit Mother Federation, Sand Island Continent, Violent Wind Federation, Ancient Abyss Federation, and Extreme Ice Federation that had Class 5 Creation Masters would be able to ignore the situation in the Radiance Federation. At that moment, more whale cries sounded out from inside the shell. Every time the floating island whale struggled, more cracks would appear on the shell. Suddenly, there was a shattering noise, and pieces of the shell fell away and landed on the ground. The pieces shone with a faint light green light. It was as though the floating island whale could see the light at the end of the tunnel and was doing all it could to dash toward the light. Finally, after another strong push, the floating island whale managed to emerge from its egg. According to the nature of the island whale, it should consume its shell the moment it hatched. But instead, the floating island whale hugged Lin Yuan and started wagging its tail at him. It was as though it was asking Lin Yuan to get on its back so it could take him out for a ride. Blood New Moon's eyes widened to such an extent that they almost fell out of their sockets. What's going on? Since when are island whales able to fly? Blood New Moon finally knew why there was wind elemental energy inside the shell. The wind elemental energy allowed the island whale that should belong in the sea to become a creature of the sky. The island whale that was confined to the sea had a completely different connotation from the one that could exist in both the water and sky. The newly hatched island whale should not have such high intelligence. Intelligence would dictate a Fae's thoughts and enable the Fae to know what to do to evolve itself. A high intelligence proved that the island whale had endless evolutionary possibilities. There was even a chance that it could become a heavenly family Fae. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the floating island whale's head. He realized that the feelers on the floating island whale's head felt different from flesh and almost like jade. In Lin Yuan's previous life, the blue whale would be the closest thing to the floating island whale. However, the floating island whale's body was not as streamlined as the blue whale. The floating island whale's body was very broad and not swollen at all. Due to its mutation, the floating island whale had a wingspan 3 times larger than the regular island whale, and it was much larger than the floating island whale's own body. Lin Yuan said softly to the floating island whale that was still acting affectionately toward him. "Do you still remember the name I gave you before you hatched? I called you Universe." After you eat your shell, I'll take you to the place where you'll be able to grow quickly. Universe reached out its find and hugged Lin Yuan for a moment before elegantly raising its body, opening its mouth and chomping down on the shell. During this entire process, Lin Yuan could feel Universe's aura rising continuously. Suddenly, 3 options appeared. This proved that Universe had reached Elite X/Epic after eating the shell and was evolving toward bronze grade. Lin Yuan started to look into the 3 exclusive skills and was extremely solemn. Universe was a Fae and also had its own abilities and exclusive skills. Different exclusive skills would result in different development results for Universe. This was the reason not every island whale had the same quality. Although they were all mature island whales, some island whales were given the rank of S rank while others were only B rank. They differed in their abilities and exclusive skills. Evidently, the island whale's abilities and exclusive skills were vital to it. Out of the 3 exclusive skills, the first one was Giant Whale's Body. By absorbing more energy, its body will grow past its limits and become even more gargantuan. This was the ability that allowed an island whale to be ranked S rank. Although it would take up more energy and resources, the island whale that had this ability would be able to become 1/3 larger than its original size. The effects would not be visible if it was used on an ant. If a wingspan of over 100 meters increased by 1/3, its wingspan would increase by just over 30 meters. However, a mature island whale could easily reach a length of 30,000 to 50,000 meters. An island whale nurtured by someone would be larger than a wild island whale. If a 90,000-meter-long island whale used Giant Whale's Body, its body would grow by 30,000 meters. At the same time, its width would also increase by 1/3. The island whale's original purpose was to deliver goods. The island whale that had multiplied in size could be utilized as 2 island whales. Moreover, the larger the island whale, the heavier it would be. The island whale's main method of attack was using its body to slam against targets. The larger its size, the stronger its combat and defense would be. The larger it was, the more stored fats it would have. The island whale's fats enabled it to travel long distances without eating. The more fat it had stored up, the further and longer it would be able to travel. This was the reason the island whale with Giant Whale's Body could be ranked S rank. It could be said that regardless of what the 2 remaining exclusive skills were, Giant Whale's Body was already enough to enable the island whale's development to be remarkable. Giant Whale's Body greatly appealed to Lin Yuan, but he did not choose it immediately. Instead, he went on to check the next exclusive skill, Pilot Whale Master. When swimming in the sea, it will be able to lead the other island whales and gain their conviction. When they swim as a group, they will be able to move faster. Lin Yuan could not help but slap his leg when he saw Pilot Whale Master. Pilot Whale Master was the ultimate dream skill for every federation. When the federations were nurturing the island whales, they all hoped that the island whales would be able to gain the exclusive skill Pilot Whale Master. Pilot Whale Master did not raise the island whale's own ability by much, but it made the island whale a dictator in a group of island whales. When an expert with the island whale with Pilot Whale Master was traveling the seas, there was a large chance that he would be able to gain a group of the island whales. Moreover, when the island whale with Pilot Whale Master was leading a group, the group would be able to move about 10% faster. The goods delivered by a group of island whales would reach the trillions. This meant that the island whale with Pilot Whale Master could lead a group to deliver 10 times the amount of resources and reap the profits all at once. This was why the island whale with Pilot Whale Master was ranked S+. It was even more valuable than Giant Whale's Body. Normally, one would have to grab the opportunity that was Pilot Whale Master when it was given. However, Pilot Whale Master did not fit with the role that Lin Yuan wanted Universe to play. Although Universe could also swim in the sea like any other island whale, it would be holding up Sky City in the sky and spend almost no time in the water. There were no other island whales in the sky that Universe could lead. Lin Yuan did not intend to change Universe's role. If he decided to move Universe to the water just for Pilot Whale Master, it would be a waste of its extremely rare mutation. Given a choice, Lin Yuan would not hesitate to choose Giant Whale's Body. He stopped struggling over his dilemma and decided to look at Universe's 3rd exclusive skill, He immediately widened his eyes because this exclusive skill was not recorded in the Hidden Moon Palace's secret accounts of the island whale. Lin Yuan was certain that this exclusive skill had come from the island whale's mutation into the floating island whale. Floating Island Secret Realm. A special space will be opened within the whale's abdomen by swallowing wind elemental energy. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space will be. But the space will not exceed twice the size of the body. By swallowing water elemental energy, the flesh will gain powerful fusion abilities that will enable the fats to stick to any life form, dead or alive, and drain nutrients from them. The purer the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability will be. Floating Island Secret Realm used both wind and water elemental energy. Normally, the island whale did not contain wind elemental energy. After Universe flew into the air, Lin Yuan would have no need for it to have strong combat and defense power. Dark blue and gray would be able to protect Universe well. Moreover, the island whale that had been nurtured by someone would be fitted with protective phase on its back that had predictive abilities. Giant whale's body appealed to Lin Yuan because it could expand Universe's size. Lin Yuan wanted to build a new sky city on Universe's back. As such, the larger the size of Universe's back, the better it would be. If Universe chose Floating Island's Secret Realm, it would be able to use wind elemental energy to open a secret realm in its abdomen. This would essentially increase the size of Universe's back. It was just like how both increasing the size of a space and building a second floor on top of it were the same in that the space would still be increased. Universe needed to stay hidden when it was in the air. If Universe could gain more space without increasing its size, it would be good news to Lin Yuan. After all, the larger its size, the bigger the target it would be. It would also put a lot of strain on Gray to cover an overly large floating island whale. Additionally, the secret realm in Universe's abdomen was a hidden space. It would be a safe place to store resources or do other things. Lin Yuan would be able to use Space Tunnel to set up a link between the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's basement and Universe's abdomen. Both Floating Island Secret Realm and Giant Whale's body had their own pros and cons. Both could increase space. Floating Island Secret Realm would provide secrecy, but Giant Whale's body would increase endurance, combat, and defense. Ever since the element well had appeared in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, no one in the world had more wind elemental energy than Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to increase the space in Universe's abdomen to its greatest extent of 2 times Universe's size. This meant that choosing Floating Island Secret Realm would increase Universe's size slightly more than Giant Whale's body could. Additionally, Floating Island Secret Realm had another ability. By consuming water elemental energy, Universe's flesh would become a bonding agent. When building on top of Universe, the building materials would be practically planted into Universe's flesh. This would make the structure extremely sturdy. During this process, Universe's body started to expand. However, it did not expand to a large extent as it stopped once it reached a length of 6 meters. At this point, there was no eggshell left to eat. Lin Yuan immediately used true data to check on Universe's abilities. Fey name: Floating Island Whale, Fey species. Large winged whale species / island whale species. Fey grade: Silver, 6/10. Fey type: Water / wind. Fey quality: Elite. Abilities: Whale blood screen. Set fire to the essence blood inside its body and form a screen that can protect everything on its back. Water vapor whale feelers. Transform its feelers into water vapor and use them to gather nutrients from the environment to recover itself. Whale spout empowerment. Through the blowhole in its head, it can shoot out the energy from its body and supply it to the entities fused with it to replenish their energy or fix them up in other ways. Exclusive skill: Floating Island Secret Realm. A special space will be opened within the whale's abdomen by swallowing wind elemental energy. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space will be. But the space will not exceed twice the size of the body. By swallowing water elemental energy, the flesh will gain powerful fusion abilities that will enable the fats to stick to any life form, dead or alive, and drain nutrients from them. The purer the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability will be. When Lin Yuan saw Universe's 3 abilities, he balled his fists as excitement spread across his face. Normally, the Island Whale's normal and elite abilities were set, and any changes were slight. The normal abilities could be Whale Blood Screen, Whale Fat Screen, or Elemental Screen. Out of the 3, Whale Blood Screen was the best. Elemental Screen would use up the elemental energy inside its body, while Whale Fat Screen would use up the Island Whale's fat. After these 2 were used up, they would not be as easy to replenish as blood was. The mature Island Whale's heart was bigger than a house, and there were 4 spleens next to the heart. Every time the heart contracted, the 4 spleens would pump out fresh blood. Once the Island Whale grew to full size, it would be able to use Whale Blood Screen as a triggered ability. It would not cause much damage to the Island Whale if the ability was turned on for an entire day. Rather, its metabolism would speed up. The elite abilities were usually Strengthen Whale Feelers, Extend Whale Feelers, Tentacle Whale Feelers, and Flowing Water Feelers. All these abilities would be able to replenish the Island Whale's energy and increase its endurance. However, Strengthen Whale Feelers, Extend Whale Feelers, and Tentacle Whale Feelers could not escape their original limits. However, one increased the feeler's filtering abilities, the other increased the feeler's ability to cover an area, and the last increased the feeler's agility. Still, all 3 of them could not compete with Flowing Water Feelers. Flowing Water Feelers filtered the energy in the environment through the flowing water. As such, Universe would not have to open its mouth to filter food and absorb energy. This would improve not only the Island Whale's appearance but also its body to heal itself. Water Vapor Whale Feelers was an extended version of Flowing Water Feelers. Since Universe controlled 2 types of elemental energy, its feelers could turn into both of these types of elemental energy to filter food. When water and air combined, they turned into clouds. Universe would be able to spread the filtered clouds so that it mixed with gray in cloud form. The Island Whale with Flowing Water Feelers would be given the title of A rank even if its other exclusive skills and abilities were useless. This was because the Island Whale would be able to travel endlessly as long as it did not encounter anything urgent that used up a large amount of its energy. It would not need someone to replenish its energy. Both Universe's normal and elite abilities were the best. Lin Yuan felt that Whale Spout Empowerment was an ability that would only be used in crises. Firstly, all of the energy in Universe's body would be released, and it would take a very long time to recover. Whale Spout Empowerment's effects depended on the amount of energy in Universe's body. When phase of the same grade were side by side, the larger one would contain more energy. No Fae in the world was larger than the Island Whale. There was a terrifying amount of energy inside the Island Whale's body. When the Island Whale released all of the energy in its body, the damaged buildings built into its fat would immediately start to rebuild. When faced with an enemy, the Island Whale would be able to play a game of tower defense. In a battle, plant-type phase that used elemental attacks were the most important. However, the plant-type phase that relied on elemental energy could only release a few attacks before they were spent. Now, with Whale Spout Empowerment, Universe's attack and defense structures on its back would be able to rapidly explode outward to produce the strongest effects. It took a large number of resources to build battle structures on an Island Whale's back. Even a Federation would have to carefully consider before spending such resources. However, Lin Yuan did not need to think that much about it. After interacting with Universe for a while, Lin Yuan returned Universe to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Blood New Moon was stunned for a moment before he said, "Lin Yuan, the Island Whale's mutation is definitely a gift from nature. Despite being newly hatched, it has the intelligence of a mature Island Whale. I think that it only needs one opportunity to become a heavenly family Fae." Blood New Moon had wanted to go on but decided not to because no one could say if Universe could evolve into a heavenly family Fae. Every natural environment had its own heavenly family Fae. It was possible for one natural environment to have 2 heavenly family Faes, but it was very rare. Even if it did happen, it would just be an overlap in a certain area. The heavenly family Fae that was affiliated with the Earth had appeared, and Blue Lotus controlled the sea. However, there was still no heavenly family Fae affiliated with the sky. If Universe could truly become a heavenly family Fae, it would definitely be able to subjugate the sky. When Lin Yuan returned to the mansion, He received Gao Feng's call before he even reached his room. Gao Feng had been locked away training for some time, and there had been no activity from him in the group chat since. Now that Gao Feng was calling Lin Yuan, it had to mean that he was done evolving his power and contracting his sacred source lifeform. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, he heard Gao Feng sob. "Lin Yuan, Master finally let me out. I have been working like a dog. Although I was only locked away for 2 months, it felt like I'd been training for 2 years. Lin Yuan smiled when he heard what Gao Feng said. Gao Feng was already hardworking by nature. In order to increase his power, he sought out a better team to fight in the all-star match with. He had been training consistently for a long time. Without all his efforts, he would not have been able to seize the opportunity at the Guard Yi banquet and become Cicada Song's disciple. It seemed that Cicada Song had been putting Gao Feng through the ringer for the past 2 months. Gao Feng wanted to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. As a disciple of royalty, he shouldered a heavy responsibility. Cicada Song did not know that Lin Yuan was black, and Lin Yuan had not told Gao Feng about it either. It was likely that Cicada Song was placing all the responsibility of taking on the Freedom Federation envoy group on Gao Feng's back. It seemed that Gao Feng's power had reached a whole new level. Before Lin Yuan could ask about what was new with Gao Feng, the latter went on to say, "Brother, I'm done with what I need to do here. All of you will probably have to come and spectate the Radiance 100 sequence selection. You'll be able to see me fight." Lin Yuan did not hear the relief of being let out after 2 months. Rather, he had a strangely heavy tone. Gao Feng said hoarsely, "Brother, if you're not too busy, I would like to ask you out to have a few drinks together." Lin Yuan immediately realized why Gao Feng's tone was so austere. The root of the matter lay in the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Gao Feng had either guessed this result on his own or was told by Cicada Song. Regardless of which it was, Gao Feng had definitely decided to take on the responsibility. This was part of his duty as a disciple of royalty. Since he was about to fight side by side with Gao Feng, Lin Yuan decided that it was time to tell Gao Feng some things. Thus, Lin Yuan said, "You've been to my mansion before. The last time you came, the submerged flood dragon lake was still being constructed. But now, many pavilions sit on the Sunlight King Lotus and glitter under the sunlight. I will prepare wine and wait for you on the lake." When you had used the cinnabar sweet osmanthus flowers to brew a wine that did not have high alcohol content, Lin Yuan had been intending to use this wine but eventually decided against it. Instead, he chose the Flames wine that Zhongzhe had served during their previous gathering. The Flames wine was a strong wine brewed from various fire elemental spiritual ingredients and fire element energy. When drunk, one would feel as though their throat was on fire. In the past, Zhongzhe relied on the Flames wine to suppress the bad luck that plagued him. Lin Yuan walked toward the submerged flood dragon lake with the Flames wine in hand. When Blackie sensed Lin Yuan approaching, it flew out of the water and charged at Lin Yuan. Every time Lin Yuan came to see Blackie, he would leave completely drenched. However, Lin Yuan had business to attend to at this time and hurriedly used wings made of the day and night spirit silver and flew away from Blackie. After he shook off the water that Blackie had splashed onto him, Lin Yuan landed on Blackie's neck and said, "Blackie, I am meeting a friend for drinks at the pavilion tonight. Be good, and stop chasing the angelfish of bliss around the lake." Blackie replied gently, "Okay, I will take it as you spending time with me as you're drinking on the surface of the submerged flood dragon lake. I'll nap underwater." Lin Yuan admired the beauty of the submerged flood dragon lake. The Sunlight King Lotus absorbed the sunlight and looked like another sun that was resting on the lake. The rainbow angelfish of bliss swam around in schools in the water. They looked like rainbows adorning the sun. There were over 100 pavilions on the leaves of the Sunlight King Lotus, and flowers surrounded each pavilion. It looked like a bona fide celestial realm. Blackie sent Lin Yuan to a pavilion. Lin Yuan did not have to wait long before he spotted Gao Feng at the edge of the submerged flood dragon lake. Gao Feng waved at Lin Yuan. Without Blackie having to fetch him, he waved his hand and summoned a 3-meter-tall rose. This rose was the breeze hibiscus. Lin Yuan noticed that the breeze hibiscus had evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V, the highest level a young expert could attain. The breeze hibiscus leaves swayed, kicking up a breeze that blew Gao Feng over to Lin Yuan. Gao Feng was smiling, but Lin Yuan could sense from his gaze that he was holding himself back. Lin Yuan handed the flames wine to Gao Feng and said, "You said you wanted to drink, so I prepared this for you. Tonight, I will drink with you for the entire night. You can say whatever you want to say." Gao Feng reached out and hugged Lin Yuan before he took a swig of the flames wine. This mouthful of wine seemed to set all of Gao Feng's blood on fire. Usually, Gao Feng was not very expressive. Although he saw Lin Yuan as a good friend, he would normally never do something like hugging him. Gao Feng took a deep breath and said, "Let me tell you a story. There was a little boy who was beloved by his grandfather from the moment he was born. He could have anything and everything that he asked for. Although his father was unreasonable and his mother was strict, he could still do whatever he wanted. When he was young, this boy did not have any friends. But once he came of age, he managed to make a few good friends. Because of these friends, he suddenly found himself the disciple of an expert. Now, the father who never acknowledged him is putting him on a pedestal. This delights the boy. But one day, the boy will have to put his life on the line as a disciple of royalty for the glory of the Radiance Federation." Gao Feng took another gulp of wine and went on to say, "Although that boy is of age, he still feels like a child. Do you know how that boy felt when all that pressure came crashing down on him?" Lin Yuan did not respond because he knew that Gao Feng was not looking for a reply. He just needed someone to vent his true feelings to. It was clear that Gao Feng was talking about himself. Gao Feng picked up the jug of wine and took a few more gulps before he started to cough violently. As he coughed, he said, "This boy is terrified of death because it will mean that he will no longer be able to see this world, eat good food, take part in the all-star match, or have drinks with his friends anymore." However, when the boy found out that the matter concerned the pride of the Radiance Federation, he felt all the blood rush to his head for some reason. He became willing to safeguard the Radiance Federation. Even if it means that he won't be able to see the world, eat good food, participate in the all-star match, or have drinks with his friends anymore. He's willing to accept all of it. Don't you think that this boy is really stupid? Lin Yuan stared at Gao Feng's eyes, which had gone red from spluttering and coughing. At that moment, Gao Feng seemed less like he was venting and more like he was bidding goodbye. Although he was a disciple of royalty, and it was his duty to take on all of this, he did have the option to say no. Being a support-type spirit chi professional, he would have plenty of opportunities during the Radiance 100 sequences qualifying rounds to get himself eliminated. Once he did that, he would have nothing to do with everything that came next. However, Gao Feng would not do so. No matter how attached he was to the world or how afraid he was of dying, he was willing to take on all of the responsibility. This meant that Gao Feng was worthy of his title. Now that he knew Gao Feng's choice, Lin Yuan gave him an internal thumbs up. At that moment, Lin Yuan did not know how he should comfort Gao Feng. He summoned Genius and instructed it to use tool transformation. Lin Yuan put on the silver mask. When Gao Feng saw the cat that Lin Yuan summoned, he was immediately stunned. After Gao Feng accepted his duty, he regarded Black as his teammate. Gao Feng was a support-type spirit chi professional. When he chose this path, he would need to trust his teammates during battle. After he became a disciple of royalty, his horizons were expanded. Thus, he tried to find someone exceptional among those who were participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Eventually, Black caught his eye. Hence, Gao Feng searched for Black's Celestial Stairway battle recordings so that he could study Black's power. He wanted to find the best way to support Black. Gao Feng had watched Black's battles many times. The only thing that he remembered was the phantom image of the cat that had appeared behind Black. Gao Feng had not managed to pick up on anything else. This frustrated Gao Feng. Black had only shown a few of his phase. If Gao Feng did not even know what phase Black had, how could he come up with a plan to support him? The cat that Lin Yuan summoned did not resemble the phantom image of the cat that had appeared behind Black. However, both had 8 tails. Before Gao Feng could ponder even further, the cat used tool transformation and turned into a mask that Lin Yuan wore. In an instant, a name flew out from Gao Feng's lips. Black. Lin Yuan nodded at the stunned Gao Feng and said, "That's right, I'm Black. I will be by your side not just tonight over drinks but also during battle." Gao Feng had been excited when Cicada Song arranged for him to contract a sacred source lifeform. But when he learned his sacred source lifeform's abilities, he almost exploded on the spot. "I'm a pure support-type spirit chi professional. I don't have any combat abilities, so all I can do is get beaten up. Unlike defense-type spirit chi professionals, I can't hold out against enemies using my phase defense abilities. It would be fine if my sacred source lifeform was combat-type. At least I would be able to retaliate. But what am I supposed to do with a support-type sacred source lifeform?" This was the reason Gao Feng looked like he was holding back when he came to see Lin Yuan. At the break of dawn, he thought about how he would be sacrificed and was headed for his inevitable death. He cared about the type of his sacred source lifeform because he was afraid that he would not be able to do anything other than get beaten up and humiliate himself in a fight that involved the Radiance Federation's pride. Gao Feng also came to see Lin Yuan to bid him goodbye. So how did Lin Yuan suddenly become his teammate? If Lin Yuan was Black, this meant that the person he would have to support during the fight was Lin Yuan. Gao Feng had witnessed Lin Yuan's power for himself at the Guard Yi Banquet's martial arts stage. A strong wave of confidence rose within Gao Feng. But his face fell again when he thought about the sacred source lifeform he had contracted. He scratched his head and said uneasily, "Lin Yuan, the sacred source life form I formed a contract with is too lousy. I might end up being dead weight during the battle. I have no clue why Master said it's the strongest support-type sacred source lifeform he's ever seen." Gao Feng's words immediately piqued Lin Yuan's interest. Cicada Song was a member of royalty and had seen more than the average person would see in their entire life. If Cicada Song acknowledged it as the strongest support-type Fae, it definitely had incomparable abilities and merits. The Moon Empress had once mentioned to Lin Yuan that the strongest support-type Fae on record was Cicada Song's Alleviating Wind. Yet, Cicada Song chose to remove the title from his own sacred source lifeform and hand it to Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform. This meant that Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform had to be extraordinary. So why did Gao Feng think of his sacred source lifeform as useless and dead weight? At that moment, Gao Feng said, "Lin Yuan, have a look at my sacred source lifeform. Although neither of us will be able to depend on it during battle, the breeze hibiscus and spirit spring lily will still be able to help to recover spirit chi, while the yellow spring lily will be able to extend your phase lives." While Gao Feng was speaking, a crystal box that shone with rainbow light appeared in front of him. The shining rainbow crystal box was intricately made, and there was a fairy engraved on it. The fairy seemed to be harvesting something while howling. It was as though there was something within her body that was trying to get out. It could be said that the image engraved on the crystal box was peculiar. However, Lin Yuan was not the most curious about the image carved on the crystal box but the rainbow light. This light was very similar to that of an uncontracted sacred source lifeform. Gao Feng noticed Lin Yuan observing his sacred source lifeform and said, "Lin Yuan, Master was willing to use his sacred source lifeform's roots to evolve this thing to 6 stars. I have no idea what's going through his mind. How many of the young experts from the Freedom Federation that we'll be facing even have a sacred source lifeform?" Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard what Gao Feng said. He could not believe that Cicada Song was willing to use his sacred source lifeform's roots to evolve Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform. This meant that Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform had to have very strong abilities. A sacred source lifeform's roots took a long time to recover after they were used. After using this method to evolve Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform, Cicada Song's sacred source lifeform would not be able to evolve for another 2 years. According to Gao Feng, his sacred source lifeform's abilities targeted other sacred source lifeforms. Clearly, Gao Feng had no clue about the strength of the enemies that they would be facing. Lin Yuan could bet that there would be at least 3 of them who had sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan could not help but be curious about Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform and used true data to check on its abilities. Sacred source name, Memory-consuming 8 tunes box, sacred source species. Source genus/sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 6 stars, sacred source type, light/soul, abilities. Memory magic cut. Pick a sacred source lifeform and cut its memory of one of its abilities. The target sacred source lifeform will be unable to use that forgotten ability. Every time the life rank is raised, the memory-consuming 8 tunes box will be able to lock away another ability. Exile tuning. Exile itself outside of a memory. Every time its life rank is raised, it can choose another target sacred source lifeform to be exiled as well. Lin Yuan's jaw dropped open in shock, and he blinked mutely. If Lin Yuan did not know Gao Feng well and know that he was not one to humble brag, he would be wondering if Gao Feng was humble bragging at that moment. It could be said that the memory-consuming 8 tunes box was the bane of every sacred source lifeform. Just memory magic cut alone would be a nightmare for countless sacred source lifeforms. When others were using their sacred source lifeforms, Gao Feng would be able to use the memory-consuming 8 tunes box to restrain them. Sacred source lifeforms below 4 stars only had one ability. This meant that Gao Feng could now use his sacred source lifeform to cut other sacred source lifeforms' memory of their abilities. Sealing the abilities of other sacred source lifeforms seemed almost perverse. Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform had reached 6 stars, which meant that it had entered the adolescent stage. Gao Feng could use memory magic cut to target 2 sacred source lifeforms at once and cut their abilities. The extent to which sacred source lifeforms could restrict each other was linked to their stars. Normally, Phase with controlling abilities would struggle to control Phase that were higher stars than them. But the memory-consuming 8 tunes box would be almost invincible against Phase of the same or lower stars. No matter how strong the experts in the Freedom Federation Envoy group were, they could not be more than 6 stars. This was unless the Freedom Federation's royalty were also willing to give up their own benefits to help their disciples. Although Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform did not have strong combat abilities, memory magic cut would cause other sacred source lifeforms to forget 2 abilities. Although every sacred source lifeform had a different comprehension ability at each stage, all of them had a main ability. If the main ability was sealed off, the sacred source lifeform's power would be greatly depressed. If the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt was sealed off and it forgot that ability, all the worlds and laws engraved on the skirt would become useless, and Lin Yuan would not be able to utilize any of the sword skills. That was not even the clincher. The clincher was the memory-consuming 8 tunes box's second ability, exile tuning. Memory magic cut could adjust its control over sacred source lifeforms when faced with many enemies. His battle style was very dynamic. When the memory-consuming 8 tunes box used exile tuning, it could exile 2 sacred source lifeforms of equal or lower stars. If the enemy's Fey had reached between 4 and 6 stars, Gao Feng would be able to use his sacred source lifeform to take 4 abilities. Now, Lin Yuan finally knew why Cicada Song had said that Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform was the strongest support-type sacred source lifeform. The memory-consuming 8 tunes box was currently only 6 stars. It might not be able to trigger celestial phenomena when it reached 10 stars, but it would be able to restrain 4 sacred source lifeforms that could activate celestial phenomena. This Fey might not be able to increase Gao Feng's battle power, but it still represented immense strategic significance. No matter who Gao Feng encountered in the future, he could confidently say, "My sacred source lifeform might not be strong, but it's definitely stronger than yours." Lin Yuan patted the despondent Gao Feng's shoulder and said, "Gao Feng, as a disciple of royalty, you'll eventually have to try and become a Radiance Envoy or at least a Radiance Knight. Your enemies at the major Federation meeting will be other elites. Don't you think that they'll have sacred source lifeforms?" After being enlightened by Lin Yuan, Gao Feng immediately understood what he meant. Shameless, then the master? After a moment, Gao Feng suddenly felt that the memory-consuming 8 tunes box was not as terrible as he originally thought. Lin Yuan went on to say, "You're walking the path of support type. You would have to be worried if your sacred source lifeform had strong combat abilities because it wouldn't gel with your combat style and would mess up your team. Now, you don't have to worry about that." Gao Feng felt that what Lin Yuan said was very reasonable. Previously, all his thoughts had surrounded the upcoming fight. But now they went beyond that one fight. His sacred source lifeform was actually pretty good. After all, it was difficult for support-type abilities to be of any use against sacred source lifeforms. But now, Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform could. Gao Feng immediately felt a burst of confidence. As a pure support-type spirit chi professional, Gao Feng had not participated in the S tournament because he could not find suitable teammates. The teammates that he had managed to cobble together were all too lousy and could not match up to his power. But now that his horizons were abruptly expanded after meeting Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, and the rest, Gao Feng was afraid that he would be a burden to other disciples of royalty and that they would think of him as a piece of trash. Gao Feng's confidence has been low for the past few months. This was because Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Lin Yuan, who had all shown incredible power at the martial stage and martial arts stage, would be participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. But now that he had regained his confidence, he was about to ask Lin Yuan to have a few drinks with him when Lin Yuan said, "We will have to enter the dueling ground in 2 days." At that time, Zhongzhe and Gu Lang should have returned from their training in the abyssal world. It seems that he has been staying in the royal capital. Lu Jie should be able to return to the mansion tomorrow night. I think that we should have a gathering. Lin Yuan told Gao Feng about his plan. After Gao Feng found out that he was going to fight side by side with Lin Yuan, all the fear within Gao Feng vanished. When he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to involve the other disciples of royalty to take on the young experts from the Freedom Federation envoy group, Gao Feng could not help but feel a rush of motivation. As a support-type expert, the more teammates he had, the more valuable he became. He would not be able to demonstrate his greatest value if he was only going to help one person. Rather, it would cause him to become the enemy's first target. With strong teammates, Gao Feng would be safer. Gao Feng learned from Lin Yuan that 3 of the experts from the Freedom Federation they were going to be faced with were favored by the Freedom Federation's members of royalty, and that all 3 of them had sacred source lifeforms. This meant that the memory-consuming 8 tunes box would definitely become a key player. Gao Feng nodded and said, "Sounds good. I will go and contact Gu Lang and Zhongzhe now." However, Zhongzhe and Gu Lang have never been on good terms with he. Will it really be okay to call he over too? Lin Yuan gently shook his head. No matter how much 2 people disliked each other, they would have no problems joining hands as long as everyone involved was rational. Zhongzhe and Gu Lang saw he as an enemy because he was a rival young expert, and they competed for resources. During such a circumstance, Zhongzhe and Gu Lang would also invite he for a chat even if Lin Yuan did not initiate contact. Since the Freedom Federation had sent their young experts to stir trouble, the Radiance Federation would have to respond in kind. The Radiance Federation would definitely not sit by and watch mutely when they knew that the Freedom Federation had tricks up their sleeve. It was always said that no one would be a sitting duck when they knew they were being hunted. Gao Feng called Gu Lang and Zhongzhe, while Lin Yuan called he. Presently, he was speaking to an elegant-looking middle-aged man. "Master, I need much more pure water and earth elemental energy in order for the sudden hibernating wetland dragon and country governor Kuei to take the next step." The elegant-looking man put down the book he was holding, and frustration flashed across his face. He had to attend the imperial meeting tomorrow, but in such a situation, he could not ask Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, and the Moon Empress for pure heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Although he was extremely powerful as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, he still had to seek out the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters in order to obtain such elite resources. Ji Chongdeng had no choice but to say, "I don't think the sudden hibernating wetland dragon and country governor Kuei will be able to evolve before the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Ji Chongdeng immediately thought of Elder Gu's report and asked he, "I heard that you clashed against the Moon Empress disciple. Is this true?" And he retracted his neck. As Ji Chongdeng's disciple, he knew the feelings that Ji Chongdeng had for the Moon Empress well, and he felt that he and Lin Yuan had forged a bond through their rough encounter. They had even exchanged contact details and could be considered friends. Hence, he replied, "Master, the Moon Empress disciple is named Lin Yuan, and we're friends now." Ji Chongdeng immediately felt that he was even more shameless than he had been when he was courting the Moon Empress. How is that normal? You fought but became friends afterward? I fought so many battles with the Moon Empress, so does that mean she should be in love with me now? At this moment, Anhe's phone rang. Anhe's phone only rang every few days because he had not given his number to many people. Now that his phone was suddenly ringing, his eyes lit up when he saw who the call was coming from. He showed the phone to Ji Chongdang and said, "Look, Lin Yuan is calling me." Ji Chongdang suddenly felt that fighting seemed like a good way to pull two people closer together. And he picked up the call, and Lin Yuan asked him to come to the mansion for a gathering and discuss their plan for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Since this involved the Freedom Federation envoy group, and he waved at Ji Chongdang. He did not care if Lin Yuan had set the meeting time as tomorrow afternoon. Despite it being night, he followed Lin Yuan's address and arrived at the return from faraway mansion. During the journey, Anhe's smile never left his face. This was the first time that a friend had invited him over to their house as a guest. It felt good. A thought struck him, and a sharp gleam streaked across his gaze. Ever since the Freedom Federation envoy group arrived at the Radiance Federation, and he had been suppressing his urge to kill. But once he stepped onto the dueling ground, he would definitely use his secret weapon that he had kept to himself during his fight with Lin Yuan and wipe all his enemies out. And his role model was his senior brother, who was now the third Radiance envoy. As such, Anhe's ambition had always been to become a Radiance envoy, and he knew that Lin Yuan would definitely invite Zhongzhe and Gu Lang to this meeting as well. Recently, Anhe had snatched a sacred source lifeform from Gu Lang. Although Anhe ended up surrendering the sacred source lifeform to Lin Yuan, the grudge between him and Gu Lang had already materialized. He had already had many negative encounters with Zhongzhe and Gu Lang, and he had an explosive temper. Usually, he was the one who provoked the grudges. But this time, he was determined not to rile up Zhongzhe and Gu Lang. When they had serious business to attend to, it had to take priority. From the moment that Anhe arrived at the return from faraway mansion, he immediately attracted the attention of Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, Blue Lotus, and the rest. Luckily, the Mother of Bloodbath was acquainted with Anhe. When the Mother of Bloodbath unlocked its heavenly family Fae bloodline, Anhe had even helped the Mother of Bloodbath to keep the aquatic phase at bay. Thus, the Mother of Bloodbath reasonably felt indebted to Anhe and decided that it would go and greet Anhe personally. When Anhe saw the Mother of Bloodbath, his eyes lit up. "Lin Yuan invited me to a banquet. Take me to him." The Mother of Bloodbath looked at Anhe strangely. Why would Lin Yuan be inviting you to a banquet in the middle of the night? Moreover, isn't Lin Yuan already drinking with Gao Feng on the submerged flood dragon lake tonight? Lin Yuan probably asked to meet with you in the daytime. But since Lin Yuan did know Anhe, the Mother of Bloodbath said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see Lin Yuan." This was the first time that Anhe was at the return from faraway mansion. Before he could even marvel at the return from faraway mansion's decorations and design, he spotted the glittering submerged flood dragon lake that was as bright as day. The Mother of Bloodbath led Anhe to the edge of the submerged flood dragon lake. Gao Feng and Lin Yuan immediately spotted Anhe with the Mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Gu Lang had just ended the call with Zhongzhe and Gu Lang, while Lin Yuan had also only just finished his call with Anhe. So why was Anhe already here? At that moment, Anhe waved at Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, count me in if you're drinking." And he was very hard to get close to but warmed up quickly to those who he acknowledged. This was the reason Anhe had called Lin Yuan his friend in front of Wang Su. Lin Yuan knew what kind of person Anhe was, so he said with a smile, "There's no question that we have enough alcohol. Let me introduce you to a new friend." The sudden hibernating wetland dragon had the ability to change water and earth into each other. And he lifted a leg and started walking on the surface of the submerged flood dragon lake. The water below his feet solidified into land. He walked all the way to one of the pavilions. Once he took his next step, the land would turn back into water. This change startled all the nearby angelfish of Bloss, and the rainbows underwater started twisting even quicker. Lin Yuan had told Gao Feng about his plan, so the latter knew that the approaching Anhe was Long Lamplight's disciple who would very likely become his teammate in 2 days. Hence, Gao Feng took the initiative to greet and he by reaching out his hand. But what and he did next filled Gao Feng with awkwardness. All and he did was nod at Gao Feng. Not only didn't he fail to take Gao Feng's hand, but his gaze never left Lin Yuan. At that moment, Gao Feng wanted to punch in his face. He finally understood why Zhongzhe and Gulang were not welcoming toward and he. We're all disciples of royalty, so why are you putting on airs? Zhongzhe, Gulang, and Lin Yuan are even creation masters on top of being spirit chi professionals. Yet, none of them are as pompous as you. Gao Feng rolled his eyes, picked up his cup and said, Lin Yuan, let's continue drinking. I remember you arranging for the meetup to take place tomorrow afternoon. Yet, someone turned up uninvited, and he frowned when he heard what Gao Feng said, and a purple worm appeared on his shoulder. Lin Yuan knew that and he was not on good terms with Gu Lang and Zhongzhe. But now and he and Gao Feng were also off to a bad start. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a headache coming on. He was friends with all of them, so there was nothing he could say. At that moment and he said, I came to see Lin Yuan about official business. Unlike someone, I don't have time to speak in riddles. Gao Feng immediately felt anger bubbling to the surface. Are you actually a girl? You sure sound like one now. I tried to greet you and even extended my hand, but you chose to be unfriendly. Yet, you claim that I'm the one speaking in riddles and even summoned your fae. Do you think that you scare me? I only have support-type faes and might not be able to defeat you. But there's no way that Lin Yuan will stand by and watch me get beaten up. Lin Yuan felt his head start to throb. He shuddered upon thinking about the commotion that would follow if and he kept up this attitude when Gu Lang and Zhongzhe arrived. Lin Yuan felt that and he was the one who had started the confrontation between him and Gao Feng. Thus, Lin Yuan's expression darkened, and he said to and he seriously, during a time like this, all of us need to work together. I hope that we can all be friends regardless of what happened in the past. And he, introduce yourself to Gao Feng. Once Zhongzhe and Gu Lang arrive, we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. If we don't work together now, we won't be worthy of becoming Radiance envoys. Lin Yuan's words stunned and he felt slightly uncomfortable. But and he was not an unreasonable person. Moreover, he had acknowledged Lin Yuan. As such, he carefully contemplated what Lin Yuan had just said, and his knitted brow eventually relaxed. He turned and said to Gao Feng, my name isn't he. I don't like touching strangers. From now on, we can be counted as acquaintances. Gao Feng had guessed the type of person that and he was, so he decided to forget about and he's recent attitude. He was very touched that Lin Yuan stood up for him in front of another disciple of royalty.